a lot of good work out there. Mopping up is the primary goal for today. Most of the fire pushed in on the mop up about 150, 200 feet, except a little bit on that north side, about 100 feet. They're going to focus the area on there. Really at the branch break was where on the helicopter flight we saw most of the IR and the visual smokes in that area. In addition, just like yesterday, this did get put in, but contingency did finish their operation today. However, we're kind of switching to that fire suppression repair, so as they continue backing out and at the division level, they will start doing some of the fire suppression repair as we build that piece up. In addition, well, I guess that's about it, so I'll close the conversation with that. Thank you.
Now I'll confirm our management and control objectives. For our management objectives, to provide for emergency personnel and public safety at all times, to protect property, improvement, and infrastructure, ensure coordinated, timely, and accurate release of public information, foster and maintain relationships with all cooperators and stakeholders, protect economic, natural, cultural, and heritage resources, maintain fiscal accountability, and keep costs commensurate with values at risk. Incident commander, are these still valid? For the control objectives, there has been a change. The control objectives are now keep the fire within the current control line. The operations, are these still valid? Operations, are these still valid? Thank you. With that, we'll have IMET with the weather.
Good afternoon. So Tom Rydenson, meteorologist. The weather today was darn near a carbon copy of yesterday. Temperatures were real close. Humidities were about the same. And then the clouds rolled in just like they did yesterday afternoon. So things rolled along just about as expected today. We did have a little windier conditions though. Had gusts up to 21, 22 miles an hour up on the hills today. So a little bit windier, but really pretty static conditions from yesterday to today. Tomorrow we're going to take another tick in the right direction. Slightly lower temperature, slightly higher humidities, and not as much wind. So another pretty good improvement for tomorrow. And then we have a little bump in the road on Wednesday. We get a little weak ridge move through and give us some hotter, drier conditions on Wednesday. Not much wind though, so that's good. And then kind of status quo through the weekend, but I did want to note that we are going to have a really big low pressure system off the coast by this weekend. Where it goes exactly, we don't know, but what that strikes me as is a pretty windy period for the northern half of California. Good thing is though, that should help moderate temperatures a little bit, keep humidities a little higher, but looks like an interesting period coming up next weekend. End of report.
Fire behavior.
Good evening, Kyle Ferris with your fuels and fire behavior. So I want to give a little update on where we were with fuels and where we're going to be trending going through the week. So we just came out of that hot, dry spell, so the 100 and 1,000-hour fuels were down to critical levels, setting new record lows. And with that, our ERC's energy release components were up to the 97th percentile, has set new record highs. But what that means going through the rest of the week, though, is we're going to start seeing some improvement to those 100 and 1,000-hour fuels, but they still will going to be up to about 11, 12%, still critical, still available, but our ERCs are going to be dropping, potentially reaching that 60th percentile, so conditions will be moderating. As for the fire itself, it's going to continue to remain in containment lines with any heat well interior, and for messaging tomorrow, just going to be continued diligence as we're working further in the black due to snags, stump holes, and ash pits. Thank you.
And I'll have Deputy Operations with tomorrow's operational plan.
Good evening, Clint Swinson, Deputy Operations. To support day operations, we'll have 2 branches and 3 divisions. We will have an excess of 4 Charlies, 3 Golfs, 3 IHCs, 3 Forest Dozers, and some random hired equipment for excess. Thank you.
Air Operations.
Nico Mattioli, Air Operations. So Hilco got up this morning and afternoon. The fire is looking really good. No need for aircraft over the fire today. We did have some releases of some Type 1s to IA and pre-post status. From all, we'll have 4 Type 1s, 1 Type 2, 4 Type 3s, and our hoist ships will be Sacramento 1 and Echo 1.
Safety.
Good afternoon, Steve Clement for safety. Since our last meeting, we've had 0 injuries. We've completed the 215A process in conjunction with operations. Tomorrow's topics will be ensuring that everybody has a correct radio clone, staying on task for your work assignments within your divisions, and watching out for your personal and others' well-being within the fire area. We'll have 6 line safeties to support the plan. Thank you.
And now we'll look for team support of the plan. Logistics.
Support.
Finance.
Support.
Liaison.
Support.
Information.
Support.
No, looking for support from our agency administrator from the United States Forest Service, from CAL FIRE Amateur El Dorado, Unified ICs, El Dorado County Sheriff's Office, United States Forest Service, CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 5. Remember, IAP components due tonight, 1900 hours in the resources shop. Operational briefing tomorrow, 7 o'clock at the briefing area. And don't forget to unsilence your device. Have a good evening.
Okay, friends, that was awkward. Welcome. How are you guys doing? I'm really low-key right now. I wanted to check in and at least monitor the fires a little bit and give you my take on things, friends, before, before it got too late. So I had to help Mom and make phone calls right up to the 5 o'clock hour as much as I could, and I'm really trying to get my ducks in a row for a possible visit to California. So there's just all kinds of preparations, and I want to make sure my family's okay before I go, of course. So I'm hello, Angela, and everybody. And thanks for being here. I wanted to at least give you guys an update and check on things. And I've been listening to things for hours, but been on the phone constantly. So anything that would really get out of hand, of course, I was ready to hit the live button. When I saw the live Crozier meeting thing happen, I thought I'd be able to take a moment to introduce what's going on here. Then I'll at least check in with you guys. But it just boom, it just started. So we can rewind it a little bit, but mainly that they are talking about the weather system changes that are coming in, and it's a mixed bag. It affects much of California, so that was the biggest thing we got out of the meeting. That it'll be cooler and more humid, but the wind makes its own challenges. So we currently have a red flag situation. I wanted to, check in on the fire that they renamed, and now the Crozier is the Gold Ranch fire. Now it's just looking really good on the cams. I've been monitoring that. There's still massive confusion from the public, where they're just not even sure if it has even been on both sides of I-80. Tried to make my explainer video to show how it was not. That a couple of times spots occurred, but our heroes went and caught it. It's just, what can you do? When officials don't give you much information, we have to try to monitor things for ourselves. So they did provide, Truckee Meadows Fire Rescue did provide an aerial image, which clearly shows, it's in this pocket like I explained in the video last night. And that the main big issue is it going to climb up to, to the south? Is it going to get towards the thicker trees? And they've got huge retardant drops here. They've got roads, multiple roads and road access to reach it. So the wind is not blowing that way. So this gives them tons of time to go ahead and work on this section. They were able to hold that successfully last night. I talked with Captain John, retired Fire Captain John Bruno last night for more than an hour about this incident and others, and he approved of the video I put out that explains, best we can tell what's going on with the Gold Ranch fire. And I wanted to put that out to make sure that people who might be looking at the cams all night, worried about the situation, how to interpret the cameras, accurately, so that they look big and scary with big bright flashes and glows, but mostly the cameras were out of calibration. So I took the time. My explainer video is still up there, to explain what people were seeing, and they did expand the evacuations. Excuse me. We have to keep checking on new things. Okay, fire near Victorville is just 1.5 acres. Okay, well, it was held at 1.5 acres per radio traffic. Okay, great. We do have red flag in multiple areas and different fires to check out. I just wanted to check out on this one first. This is the one everybody wants to know about. Hey, enjoy your dinner, Christopher. Thanks for being here. Hey, thanks, Peace Dove. Thanks for the pound on the head. And thank you, Kate, for the wonderful letter. I'm so sorry behind on all of my correspondence and mail, but it really touched and sweet. And thank you so much for your kind donation. You guys can send me any kind of letters actually, to my PO box, just give me an email and I'll try to give you the address there and reply. I'm sorry I'm really behind in things, but I'm trying to catch up. My mom having COVID and much of my family having some minor emergencies have kept me from getting up to speed, but I'm working real hard. Okay, more good news with the Hillary fire down Newhall, or Newell, excuse me. I don't know how to say that. Forward progress stop, 2.5 acres. We also have good news. I was monitoring the Lake Elsinore, Riverside County fire that spotted over a highway at the time, but it was forward progress stopped at 3 acres. So, like I said, I would have been live earlier, but I had to constantly be on the phone, and it's kind of difficult. But going back to this one here, we do have with the Gold Ranch, they did update the evacuations today, and it's still making people pretty nervous. But it's precautionary. This allows people to understand that there's no containment with high winds and red flags. I mean, they can have up to 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts today. They can still have an ember drift over, land on somebody's roof or rain gutter or something. So, in the eventuality of something like that happening, they've got to have people ready to go. Otherwise, what a shock, right? So I do concur that right next to the freeway, it's good to not allow people to come back yet. They've got to be unimpeded in their traffic in there. And then these people over here, they said it was 400 or so homes and/or businesses and/or structures do need to be prepared. It's still a dangerous fire, and everybody should be aware of that. But I've been absolutely astounded at how good they are at their jobs here, and just how well they caught this thing in that pocket. I mean, you are in really good hands here. We've had some smoke a bit earlier today. It's become minimal over time. I mean, part of it's wind blowing it away, but I've even seen them go direct, like drive in here and go right up to the fire in some places, spots, and look at it now. Let's just take a look at it. Last 30 minutes. What a difference a day makes here, right? Yeah, and I did share things with John Bruno. He's so wonderful, giving us expert opinion, and he's got connections. He's got connections. He can pick up the phone and call people. He didn't say that he knew anybody on this particular one right here, but I consulted with him. I'm like, should I be reassuring people that this is going to be okay? He goes, yeah. So I feel better about that. It's okay until some big freak wind thing. That's what I was explaining could change things, but just steady as she goes, and don't panic about this. They've had more than 12 hours all night to be prepping these neighborhoods. They know the wind forecast. It's pretty predictable, so they know where they have to go to prep. There's plenty of road access and freeways, and they've had all kinds of time to call in help. But this is our current view. It's looking great. Just have to remember that the danger of embers. But if one or two burning pieces landed on some yard or some house or something, they can go quickly right to it. This is they did a whole bunch of firing. It looks like at night. That's what JB, looking at the cams, was able to say at best guess what is happening. I really wish they would tell the people, like on the cams, what they're seeing overnight. But when you see characteristics of prescribed, not prescribed, but backburning, it's when it's calmed down, which we saw in the cams last night, and then there's a big flare up, and then it calms down, and there's a big flare up, and then it calms down. That's oftentimes where they're carefully applying fire to strengthen their lines, and then waiting and seeing how the result was, and then doing the next bit and the next bit. of course, there's pockets in what are called islands where unburned fuel just is in there, where the wind just spared it, in the initial stages of the fire. So some of the flare-ups are just the wind pushing around the fire, and it goes to where it didn't burn, like little spots in there, little islands. But we can't really tell the difference. We can just hope that they'll explain things. So this is as good as it could possibly have been. We had it. It was a terrible accident, a vehicle fire. And it went into the vegetation, unfortunately, but it went to just the right spot for them to catch it in a big pocket with a freeway and double lines of highways next to it. And thank God that these roads are here. All the way up the mountain, they have road access all the way to the top. So my biggest concern would be, is if there was a wind shift, like if wind came out of the north or something, or some weird change that would drive it up the hill. But man, we have been lucky that wind is from the south and the southwest. It's not, it gives everybody the jitters, it's unsettling for everybody who's living north of the freeway, everybody who's had property and things down here south of the freeway. But would you rather have it in this pocket here, or would you rather have an entire mountain on fire, raining embers down from the top? You gotta think about it that way. So we have to just remember that it's looking good until something changes. So just stay strong, and it's important to obey all the evacuation the orders that they give, and it is important to be ready to go at a moment's notice, not just for this fire, but others. I mean, we had a different fire, the past fire, starting the same, I think on the same freeway, a little bit earlier in the same day. It's red flag conditions. And the biggest threat right now, I think the very biggest, is from any new ones that start. Everybody should be ready to go at a moment's notice when it's red flag and this dry in California and Nevada. So that's just the it's just the best way to be about these situations, prepared, right? So sorry, friends, I'm pretty exhausted. This is our current view on it. We have others to look at. We've had other. Let's see. Let me take a timestamp about this. I should be taking my notes. I listened to Reno, Riverside County, and flipped back and forth to different, various different radios. Riverside County had a few scares. By the time it was ready to hit live on one of them, it just basically went up a hillside and was just caught by the aircraft. So I went, oh, okay. So it's like, okay, go back to my phone calls and trying to help my family. And then, oh, Riverside had another one. Oh, but then they caught it immediately. Aircraft and the others. Okay, great. So we're in good hands today. They are really on things. We have new activity on the Boise on the cams. We have aircraft that were headed that way. Right now it's mostly just air attacks circling. But I did see a couple of tankers, and I don't know if they were able to work here or not. I wanted to show you these cams because it's Red Mountain Del Norte. Let's see that, because that is pretty concerning. Let's go to Red Mountain Del Norte. That's pretty new development. I just say Del Norte. Del Norte. Yeah, I guess. Okay. Type in red and nothing happens. Oh, okay. So let's do a little 6-hour time lapse. You'll see what I mean. They had all this kind of lovely foggy inversion stuff, but as the day wears on, that can burn off, and not really burn off, but like heat up. It be diminished in how much that can help the situation, and replaced by just straight up wind. So you can see a couple of times it's starting pretty recently to try to make its own little pyrocumulus. And boy, it's got a lot of wind. I don't know how aircraft would be able to do much with that amount of smoke clouds and wind. Hey, New Day says you heard any news about the tiller and the trail now called the Dixon, right? Yes, we were going to get to that next. That's what our mod Nick Giles was worried about. So I had her on the patrol, and I was like, do we have a good call, to listen to? Do we have any good cams? And it's pretty much a no. So we'll look at what the sheriff's office said and why. I was trying to listen to it earlier. He had a lot of wind noise on his microphone. Let me just take a note here. Reno, been silly. It's called the Gold Ranch now. Okay. So right now we're looking at the Boise activity. We really don't have any good Humboldt County comms either. That's the big frustrating one about this Boise fire. So I am aware that it is picking up. So we'll have to monitor it. I don't know if they'll increase evacuations or what they might want to do about it. But I do want to just quickly show the cams. Then we'll watch the little video about what they said. What they said about the tiller. They just renamed it like 4 times. It was called the Rainville. I think it was first called the Dixon, then they called it the Rainville, then they called it the Tiller Trail, and now it's called Dixon again. I really lost count about the confusion that happened in Douglas County, Oregon. But hey, Cynthia Fire Fairy 42, welcome. You live in Victorville and Apple Valley. Tell us what's going on down there. And thank you, Jan, and everything, everybody for hitting the like button. Much obliged. I should tweet that on live. I am really, really worn out from helping Mom and working with her yesterday. And my sinus problems have returned. We did get a little bit of rain, like a little bit of precipitation in the Portland area, thank God. And that's really helped the situation of the fire south of Portland, which was by New Era, and helped them clean up the rest of the fire over by Cherry Grove. That was quite a fright that we had. So, like I said, the Riverside County, California fires, we are keeping an eye out on too. They keep pouncing on them. Hillary, for example, was over in LA County, was something I was watching, and they had it in between roads, and it wasn't really a big emergency to really go live for. So as soon as they were talking about it being a fourth of an acre to 1/8, they did have homes threatened, but they pounced on it. And something in between freeways, that's great access, And they had they declared forward progress stopped on that. Down there in Riverside County, same thing, little 2 to 3 acre fires, and Leslie right next to freeways, and pouncing on it real quick. I listened to them for about an hour, listened to Reno for the other hours, and Kern County, I did not listen to this one, the turbine, but every indication, like that one's at 266 acres real quick. Just want to take a roundup down here. They had, 4 hours ago were canceling their orders for the VLAT, for the big plane tanker. And they were, making good progress on it with the ground crews that they requested. Started looking much better in the cams. So we'll continue to monitor that down there in Kern County. Let's see, I just got a notice. Since we're gonna play a video about what's going on in Douglas County, I want to do is quick roundup to what we can real quick. The reservoir that was over here by Clear Lake, actually Lake Berryessa, they started releasing just right before I went live their airplanes and such. It was more than an hour ago. They said that it was holding at 68 acres and making good progress. And it didn't look like it was particularly threatening really inhabited areas, right? So I just kept an eye on it. It looks big and scary on the cams. We do really need to keep an eye on this. But like I said, they said now retardant along the head and both shoulders. Copter's making good progress. They're getting new ground crews to the scene, and then they canceled their air response. So fingers crossed. Everybody, it's like deja vu for the Sites fire, right? Everybody knows that can be a tinderbox for this time of year. Lake County always is like, ugh, and the Napa area. So with the Boise, just 2 hours ago was the last update. Activity picking up on it. Dry conditions, alignment. Oh, we do have, see, that was a 9 hour ago update. We can watch that later. I want to move to Douglas County real quick. We just did the LA County Kern and Riverside roundup. What do you guys think? I always feel bad if I can't do really long 12-hour streams. Is it better to come and do a roundup with you guys and check things at least in the evenings, in the big hottest part of the day? Better than nothing, right? I mean, I have this perfectionism thing, like all or nothing, right? And some people say, look, little updates can suffice, right? Hey, Nick, welcome. Yeah, I was about to text you and say, hey, have you seen that I'm live trying to, we're going to look at Douglas County, Oregon next. I watched the video, what happened with whoops, I have to put my phone on mute. I just heard it through my headset. Oh my God, that was really loud. Let me make sure. See that it's not going to blast my ears out again. Whew. You guys couldn't hear that, but it was like, bah-da-da-da-da. You guys are all familiar with the da-da-da-da-da for watch duty. So let me fix that real quick. There we go. Lower notification volume. Yikes, it's right in my ear. Yeah. All right. We got this. All right. That was pretty nuts. Yeah. New days is let's face it. We are looking at the Dixon / Pillar Trails / Rainville / Dixon fire. Let's see, Douglas County. It's very frustrating to track this. We really don't have a good cam to watch here, so we're almost deaf, dumb, and blind for unless they want to share information with us. So what I would like to know is the sheriff's reasoning. It's great that he goes live to explain a lot of things, and the reasoning that was good yesterday. That it was basically a precautionary level 3. Over here, I think it was 501E. A mandatory, thing, because that's too difficult to evacuate quickly. Should be hit the fan, right? So that was like a great thing to do, especially before dark, for areas over there. It seems like, according to watch duty, let's look at the official evacuation map, though. Let me put this over back where it belongs at the Quilcy. We keep checking the cams. Still looks real good there. Just let me know if there's been a watch duty update or something. Let's make sure with their evacuation map. There's the Crozier one. It's looking much, much better. Yeah, that was a pretty rosy, nice update that they had. So I just wish with like the Crozier update they just did, they had it for Oregon too. Okay, so let's go to Douglas County. Wait, there's a discombobulating map. Okay, down here. You can see that it's pretty far away from the bigger inhabitations. Not like they're really big cities or anything. Like there's Roseburg It's a really, really tiny. I can't make the words bigger, can I? Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, I can't. Okay, it's kind of trouble. It's just, it's white. um, it's just basically just hitting Control and the plus button to zoom in on any website. You guys can do that. I don't know if you knew about it. So we have no containment. Whoops. Now it makes it awkward. Yep. Sandstone. Right. Right. Show me the map. Thank you. All right. So that's, who knows when this was mapped. We have to look at watch duty to see when. There's no way to change the background map on this. So you just basically get your zones. And let's see if this matches up with what watch duty is doing. Yeah, you can kind of see the green there. Once again, it's a out of compliance with red-green colorblind, because the green and the red look exactly the same to about 35% of all males who have red-green color blindness. So that is, what can we do? I can just say this is green, so it's level 1 go now. The DCU 503B, and you can click on it and see that it's level 1. This is green down here, DCU 554A, and you can click on it and it's level 1, but thanks, Paul. Especially if they're butting up against each other, it's just like, well, okay. I hope to red-green colorblind that at least the level 2s are fairly obvious. Atomic Mom, hey, welcome, says, the fire at one point was blocking the only main road in and out of that area. Yeah, I can see that. So that's a great precautionary thing. Maybe they just, I'm not sure why it's level 2 for the moment, to allow people to go back in and gather their things and yet, be ready to go at a moment's notice. Let's play the video to see what the reasoning is. It's got some pretty harsh wind noise, but let's try it out.
Hello, Douglas County. This is Lieutenant Brad Odell with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. This is your evacuation update for today, Monday, August 12th, and it's approximately 10 minutes after the noon hour. We have some evacuation updates to communicate with all of you this afternoon regarding the Dixon fire, which was formerly referred to as the Tiller Trail fire out here in the Tiller area. So we'll get right to it. Previously, we had an evacuation level from the Devil's Knob Road to milepost 31 on Tiller Trail Highway. That was previously a level 2. We are now upgrading that area to a level 3. So that is a level 3 go now evacuation notice for all of the homes on Tiller Trail Highway from Devil's Knob to milepost 31. Additionally, the level 3 remains in place for all of the homes on Devil's Knob, as well as all of the homes on Croom Ranch. Those homes on Devil's Knob and Croom Ranch will remain in a level 3 at this time. We're just adding into the equation all of the homes from Devil's Knob intersection to milepost 31. Now, another change that we're implementing due to the fire behavior and the fire movement is we are instituting a level 2. We're upgrading that level 2 for all homes on Tiller Trail Highway from milepost 31 to milepost 34. Those homes are now being placed in a level 2 BSET evacuation notice. We also previously had a level 3 in place for a residence in the Hamlin Prairie, also known as the Joe Hall area. That home is being downgraded from a level 3 to a level 2. So if you're the resident there, you want to definitely keep an eye on the situation, but we are downgrading for now the evacuation level from a level 3 to a level 2. Again, just to recap once more, the evacuation levels that have been in place for the Dixon fire, formerly referred to as the Tiller Trail fire. All level 3s include all homes on Croom Ranch Lane, all homes on Devil's Knob, and we've now instituted a level 3 for all homes between Devil's Knob Road and milepost 31 on Tiller Trail Highway. Those are the level 3s. For the level 2, we have all homes from milepost 31 to 34, and that home on the Hamlin Prairie Joe Hall area. We also have a level 1 for Picket Butte. All homes on Picket Butte, including the Picket Butte Lookout Tower, is still remaining in that level 1. We'll continue to share information about this incident as it becomes available. The fire teams are up and going, so I would really look for the Dixon fire information page. Get connected there. DFPA, the Sheriff's Office, and other entities of official sources will be sharing that information. That's your update for now. We'll continue to update as more becomes available.
Okay, we'll look at San Diego in a second. Man, I'm sorry, Atomic Mom. I just saw your chat. Well, wow. We'll look at San Diego in a moment. I just wanted to. I did have several special requests about the very hard to get information about Dixon Tiller Trail fire, and it. At noon today they changed the evacuation status, and it's still very hard to get info. I don't think we have any good cams that look in this entire area. Thank you for the heart spams, guys. So, yeah, we looked at LA, Kern, Riverside County, and San Diego is still on our list. So I tried to let chat guide us. The people who come in, sometimes they don't have a lot of time. I understand that, friends. I have to spend here, and people come and they go. Hit the like button, please, if you haven't, so we can get seen by others. And so I try to catch the fires one by one as people request. And if I accidentally just don't see what you're saying, you can even just, get my attention and say, hey, scroll up, or just repeat, or tell one of my mods, hey, can you get her attention? They know how. But yeah, Nick, it's a super vague info over here. Thank you for keeping an eye on Douglas County for us, and please let us know if something changes. We do have, for this Tiller Trail fire, there's a Facebook page. I didn't have room to put it in the description of my video. I'll log in. Okay, hang on a second. I gotta do that off screen. Seriously? Okay, let's put it back. Okay, here we go. All right, refresh. Douglas County Sheriff's Office. That's the only thing he posted there. So this is the link for the Tiller to the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. And I think he said he was a lieutenant. I don't remember. He's with the Sheriff's Office. I have a goldfish memory right now. I'm pretty exhausted. This is Douglas County Forest Protective Association. I don't know if they made their own new Tiller Trail Facebook page, but this gives you an idea of how they're making their lines and the kind of fire that they're fighting in Douglas County. This is serious. Well, that's Lone Rock, excuse me. Lone Rock Resources, actually. Okay, never mind. That's the No Man fire. Oh, excuse me. There's several in the Cascades, like several hundreds that kind of move together. I'm not kidding. Like, they just started naming them complex fires from the thousands of lightning strikes that happened over the last couple of weeks. And all the Cascades are on fire right now. We need some rain. We got some in Portland a little bit, but man, do we need some rain? Thank you for the heart spam. You guys are wonderful. I'm going to spam back at you some celebration things. But I think this is good, that even if I just have a couple hours of my evening to spend with you, that I do, rather than an all or nothing. Maybe there's a balance that to be had, a couple of hours during the critical fire weather times, and then start and stop. It kills the algorithm, really. It's better to have a long stream where more people have views for the algorithm than to have like 1 to 2 hour streams that barely get any views because people didn't catch them start or stop or they were at work. I wish I didn't have to have considerations like that come into my decision making, but like, we have to survive. We have to be seen by people. So it's pretty hard to juggle this. So do they actually have? Let me see if Watch Duty. I want to link it to you guys, and then you could. I mean, did he say there was a Facebook page for the fire, or does he just mean Douglas County Protective Association? Oh, yeah, there's a Dixon Fire new new Facebook page, right? So this is the third place. This is the third place I'm showing in chat where you can go for information, and you have to monitor just like I do. Have multiple tabs open. Well, many different tabs. Okay, there's a new fire reported by NIFC, the SD's Butte fire, and something else that was just on Watch Duty. Oh, where did that go? Whoops, I just screwed it up. What was my last Watch Duty update? Excuse me, friends. SD's Butte, Beasties? I don't even know how. There is something new called the Cowboy Fire at Doyle, with Lassen County. So I just want to, while I was speaking about this going on with the Dixon, you have a operational update from 5 hours ago. I want to check down on San Diego County. Let me just see. That's 3 minutes. Let's quickly zip down there. I want to play one more thing about the Dixon before we really cover what's going on in San Diego County. But man, atomic bomb! Holy mackerel! Which one are you referring to? Because I was listening to San Diego County. Is it the Anita? Because they're still on it, but it's looking way better. I can't believe your post says, I'm just getting off work at 5:30 there, and my 36-week pregnant sister was almost trapped by a fire down in Springs Valley, San Diego County this afternoon, and they're still fighting it. Yeah, Cal Fire has fire down to 20% containment. Yeah, it's got to be the Anita then. At one point, there were 3 choppers and planes and air attack. Yeah. And until next time, says I didn't know why till now why I smelled smoke this morning in Reno. Thanks for the update. And thanks my moms too, please, guys, for being here to help keep people informed. This is a lot to keep track of, and they've been giving me constant messages on the phone, letting me know, can I still gab on the phone and try to take care of personal affairs, or do I have to go live right now? So behind the scenes, they're even helping me more than the awesome work that they do in front of us all, in front of the campus. So heart spam for the mods too, guys. New Day says it should start to wind down. It's 85 in Grants Pass today, better than 110 for a week ago. Yeah, New Day. What you're talking about is the tiller, right? And the Dixon. We hope so, but wind is a thing, right? We'll look at the wind in a second. Yeah, J Cat. Hey, welcome. Says and hey, Smitty. Cowboy Fire U.S. Route 395, which goes from Susanville down to Reno itself, right? Cal Fire units on the scene, 3 by 3 foot spot put out by a caller. Fires contained and controlled at this time, and it's out. Cancel all the other incoming units. Oh, thank you, J Cat, for that awesome update. John Sater says you sound rested, good. Something going on in Humboldt before Biggin in the last 10 minutes. Headed west-northwest through Trinity, just over the fish hatchery. Yeah, the Boise is really cooking right now. But unless you guys have a radio, I haven't been able to find one. We could turn on Northern California major incident. Can you guys check on that for me? Yeah, this is absolutely scary. 3 different fires that were down there in San Diego County. But thank goodness they pounced on things. Yeah, the Boise fire plume just shot higher. Yeah, this is what it was looking like not too long ago. But I'm not rested whatsoever. I slept, but I'm not rested. I mean, I was on the phone and watching what happened at Reno most of the night. Even though I wasn't live, I made the video, the explainer video, about what's going on in Reno. And shoot, I forgot to say that to until next time, see my explainer video. On what's happening in Reno. I tried to soothe some frayed nerves. I woke up this morning and looked at the at the social media, and they're still asking, Truckee Fire Protection District, is it on both sides of 180? And like basic questions like that, they're refusing or just not answering. So I showed people that no, it's not on both sides of 80. It's stuck in a pocket, little spots they caught wherever it did go over 80. And so I tried to explain that what looks extremely scary on some of the journalists' images, where the glow is like huge and gigantic, is the fact that they keep their shutter wide open to let in enough light to have a good photograph. But that is similar to what the human eye sees, but not exactly. And that the big flare-ups on the black and white cameras. Thank you for the heart spam. You guys are wonderful. And that just cameras can exaggerate light, and that much of the flare-up is not the fire getting out of control. It was them doing firing the road areas on purpose to try to hold it better. That not everything was crazy fire behavior. They had a really good thing happen last night in Reno, which was 65-degree temperatures. It was still kind of brisk and windy. That was a perfect opportunity to especially burn next to 80 and up by the forest access road that goes up the hill on the other side of it. And so this morning they thickened that with retardant, minimal smoke now. I mean, it's being blown around by the wind, but compared to yesterday, I mean, look how bad it is in the Boise, like that kind of smoke versus, that, right? That at Reno. But the explainer video is, let's if you go to my channel, you can find it. I'm gonna link it to you real quick. Just if anybody wants to, here's a live one. You can go to regular videos, like these are the ones where I'm not live. So the very last of my videos here was the Quillisi fire. Let's see, how do I share button? Yeah, copy. Here's the explainer video. Now it's called the Gold Ranch. Let's see. From best what we can tell, what's going on there and how it started. I show you in the video like how it actually started. How to interpret the cams. I mean, I-80 is open to traffic right now. It's slow. How they caught it on the forest access roads. How it progressed. I even showed the video of here's the car on fire that started it. So you guys can check that out, but come back and see us, and remember to hit the like button on that one too if you can. And I told people not to be afraid at night, that, these big scary images are mostly hot smoke, and a lot of the activity, like here's the freeway, was them burning off lines. I consulted with retired Fire Captain John Bruno, analyzed the wind. But throughout the night, people were worried indeed. And this morning, I don't think that many people saw my video, the ones who are still asking Truckee Fire Meadows, like, is it on both sides of 80? Nope. Heat detectors, remember these little things on watch duty? It's a heat detection and it's not a fire detection. And it's margin of error for each single one. So I explained all that so that people are not freaked out unnecessarily, and gave people my take on it. And they've put Verdi, excuse me, keep saying that wrong. Verdi. I want to insert a southern drawl, or western draws. Verdi estates on get ready to go at a moment's notice, just because there's like high wind here. Embers could like drift over, and they might have to chase after something, and people have to get out of the way if they have to do that. But without a crazy huge wind event, it's of steady as she goes. Just monitor it. Don't be concerned until something changes. Don't be afraid, I should say, because you should always be concerned, but don't be afraid until something changes, because they really did a great job catching this. So that is I just linked it in the chat. So we're playing whack-a-mole to look at the different fires. Yeah, I'm so sorry, Atomic Mom. They don't have power down there in San Diego. I know. hopefully they can get that restored soon. It's how hot is it down there? It's awful. Yeah, sure, David. Sure. Um, I didn't want to put like a link to my own explainer video on Truckee Fire Meadows' actual post because I'd rather they just explain to the public what's going on. I'd rather they say something to the public or some agency. I did explain also, guys, and it's in the description of this video, how to sign up for Code Red so that you get cell phone alerts for Washoe County. So you just text. So I forgot to explain this again. You just text a number. Let's see, where did I put this? You just text the word Washoe to 99411. And you do not have to register. You could be a guest, and then you'll get cell phone updates. Or hopefully, hopefully. There's always flaws with the systems, it seems like, but it's better than nothing. Or Washoe County. Thanks for the spam, guys. This is funny. I'm just gonna add some hearts to it. Verdi, like the opera guy. Verdi. Fake person says, thank you, Catherine. Didn't even see this. Well, welcome, fake person. I love your nickname still. Like, it still tickles me after more than a year of us hanging out. There are some people where it's like, people like fake person, where it seems like I'm slandering you if I just say your name out loud. Yeah. John Sater says, I like her version, like Lodi. Verdi, excuse me, guys. I'm a scrub. What can I say? I'm a plebeian. I've only been to Reno like a couple of times in my life, and drove past it. Went live from the McDonald's there after the 4th of July in 2022, when I had to go take John Stoker home because he was under evacuation from the Electra fire. But I want to go back, of course, to Lassen and Plymouth County to finish the documentary about what happened there. So hopefully, as I'm working behind the scenes real fast to try to get the laptop thing in order. I don't have a total, like, I've just been awake all night trying to cover what happened in Reno. Now we got to cover what happened today, red flag warnings. So I will try to get a total and see what's going on. A couple of people reached out and they said they may have, holdover laptops tied me over until we could buy an ideal one. And I'm waiting for their reply. So some people have said, yeah, I can donate. And they're asking me like to come up with figures, and so I'm waiting for them. I'm like, what do you mean come up with a figure? We also have to fundraise for the actual gas money to get to California. So I have to calculate and find out what gas prices are and see what that is. But thank you, everybody who's reached out to me. I have not had time to reply to all emails. I really, really thank you, especially those offering places to stay. Man, I'm blown away by your generosity. And anybody offering to help with the laptop, there's no donation too small. And you guys have really come out in force, and I think we're almost there. YouTube blocks away until 30 days later any super chat, super thanks. And it's been really difficult to deal with. Like all of the July donations, except for like the first week, basically, I get after August 21st. All the August donations I get September 21st. So I have to. It's more complicated calculations. I can put those like as incoming funds, on the 21st, right? And so like I have access to it there at that point. Like, so that would be good for the gas money, but the funds coming in from Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal are the ones I have access to immediately. They're the ones who can go towards the purchase of the laptop and the supplies I need to go to buy in Oregon, where it's no sales tax before I go to California. So like the cables that hook up the cameras and the extra batteries and all those, blah, blah, blah things. So it's a little bit more difficult to calculate and come up with figures about where we are in the goal, because I'm still not sure of the expenses. I hope that explains best I can. But we raised over $2,500 so far, guys, and you just blew me away. That's the best that I can tell right now. without spending hours looking at it. And I mean, you guys, you're so wonderful. If 20% of the viewers every day donated just $1, like to $5, we'll be totally fine. Like, we're super, super grateful for any kind of support. And the like button and sharing the stream is absolutely free. But thank you, friends. I want to read everybody's names aloud one day in a big thank you video. It's just, I hope we can understand that I have almost no free time to myself, and I'm still trying to gather all of your names together for that. Yeah, that's how wonderful you've all been. And it makes me want to tear up, man. You know, that's so many small donations coming in, and some really big ones. And you're so wonderful. That's all I could say without getting emotional. I don't want to leave you guys in the lurch here. I want to at least cover these fires as it's the hottest part of the day in many places until things may calm down in the evening. So just let me know which fires you want me to continuously go back and forth and look at, and the new ones that emerge. Thank you guys for telling me about what happened at Doyle. So let me see what is going on with the SD's Butte. It's like, that's Washington. Oh, that's Chelan County, Washington. That was confusing because there's an SD's in Colorado, or Easties. I don't even know how to say that. That people who had evacuated from the Caldor came in here and had a special request for me to, keep track of last week. So, yikes. Let me make sure, friends, before we go back to looking at the Dixon real quick. And we've got a new daily operational briefing. I even wanted to read some of the mail out loud if you guys gave me permission. Oh, thank goodness, Atomic Mom. So glad to hear that the Anita fire in San Diego County is thankfully basically out at this point. Power has been restored. Hallelujah, What can we say? Things could have been so much worse, much more worse if our heroes were not just on point and on it, And in California, at least we have the benefit of the cams. Here, people are the most agitated and afraid when there's just not as much information getting to them for good reason. The imagination is the biggest, scariest thing on earth. Imagination about what could be in the dark, what could be lurking just out of view. That is the most terrifying thing of all. It's worse than seeing a scary image, like not knowing how bad it is. So that's, I think, what the fire agencies and whatnot need to understand is what they don't say is the most terrifying thing. But hopefully they change, get better at communication with the public, so I can retire, have a life. Like, really, I would prefer that every scrap of info people got was from officials. But here, I think I'm heart swimming you back, guys. That was cool. Here we are, though. Right, we're trying to fill gaps. All right, so we'll go back real quick and do the Dixon operational briefing. This is like a 3.5 minute operational update. Excuse me. So the Dixon operational update, and then right above there we did the thank you for donations. And I mean it, guys. Even the $1 to $5 donations really have been helping. And the best way to do that is Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, which is the pinned chat message. But I will try to help you. You can email me, and this is my email. If you want a P.O. Box address to send me some snail mail. And those of you who have trouble emailing me, the dots are important. You have to put periods in between my name and the word wildfires at Gmail. And there's an S, it's wildfires like plural. This email is kind of old. I didn't know what to name my channel. I didn't want it to be a wildfire tracking channel when I first started things. I just thought things would be over in 2 weeks. in 2020 with the Labor Day fires. So it was just my name, like the Catherine Show, basically, like Catherine Davidson channel. And then I decided to put wildfires at the end of it temporarily. Then finally, when it became clear in 2021 that we'd have to do this service for the public, that the officials were dropping the ball, getting information to people, and notifying people way too late, and sometimes not at all, to evacuate, then I finally decided to give the channel an official name and try to do this full time. Like I quit my jobs in order to do this full time. So the email it predates that, so I'm sorry it's a pain in the ass. I should get one that's excuse my language, a pain in the butt. That as a view in the Boise, awesome. We'll look at that just for a second. We'll go back to the Dixon. Let's see. Oregon Mountain. Thanks so much, Spinny Dude, for being on it. Oregon Mountain 1. It would be easier if I just made it a much simpler to type email. I'm sorry for those of you on the phone. Rest in peace. You know, that's a lot of finger travel to email me. Husky says got 2 earthquakes in less than a week. Yeah, didn't you guys have a 4-pointer down there in Southern California today? Yeah, thank you, Spinny. This is a great view on the Oregon 1 cam. Frustratingly, all the cams around the Boise last couple of days, we're not really looking at it. Boy, they're looking at it today, though. Did you feel anything today, Husky? Like, yikes, and welcome, by the way. Wow, so, yeah, even just in the last 5 minutes, Boise has really flared up. Let's do a 15-minute. It's successfully forming its pyrocumulus plume. Oh my God. Let's see if there's any new evacuation updates or whatever going down there. We'll watch the video of the Dixon in just a second, friends, in Oregon. We'll look at the wind too. They said slope and wind alignment, and that makes for the biggest runs, like the quickest way that fire can spread. Is when like a canyon or a ridge line. Like here's the pencil analogy. I don't know if you can see this very well. If it runs, say, just as an example, north to south, this is either deep in a canyon or tall in a ridge, it doesn't matter. And then the wind either comes from the north or from the south. That's, I don't know, I guess a sailboat analogy is the way you want to go and the way the wind is blowing behind you. Fastest movement, right? It's like the fire becoming a sailboat and catching the wind. Yikes. So this is CalTopo has way better topographic stuff. This one watch duty leaves things to be desired. But it looks like wind mostly out northwest. Let's just quickly look at wind in general right now. Put it at the 6 o'clock hour that it is. I'll be with you until, oops. Sorry, mouse gone rogue. We ended up in Antarctica. Look at the world. Sorry, I have not been able to take my mouse apart yet. There's Oregon winds, a lot of onshores, meaning winds from the ocean going onto the shore. The way to remember what's an offshore versus an onshore wind. Think about you being in a boat again. If you are in a boat and you want to go onshore, you are leaving the boat to go on the land, right? So that means air coming from the ocean to the land. And that can be pretty fierce. So we do see it coming in on shore from the Eureka area. And it's kind of like northwest and west. The fire is right about here with 23 mile an hour-ish wind gusts. There's not a whole lot of weather gauges out there and almost 15-mile-an-hour sustained. So yeah, that explains the plume. So theoretically, the fire would, if it's following the wind and slope alignment, would want to go to the south and southeast and an easterly spread. So if we look at CalTopo, let's check out real quick heat detections. We'll go right back to Oregon in a sec. Get off the Forest Service maps. The Boise is Crescent City, so it's in between Crescent City and Eureka. Yeah, got up here on ridges, maybe. These two are in this canyon. And doesn't, on the surface, I'm not seeing a direct wind tunnel effect like they're explaining, but I'm not sure which ridgetop it's on or if it's on all these, right? Like I kind of see that, like down here, down this corridor, that would be a wind tunnel from wind from the northwest. Let's look at the wind gauge here in CalTopo. CalTopo, yeah, oh, here it's more of a west to southwest wind. It kind of runs together. See this? It's really hard to see because it's green. Yeah, it's super hard to see because it's green. Shoot. How could I get a background where you could see that swirl? Yeah, you see it now? So even though there is wind from the northwest, it hits the mountains and bounces and swirls here. So you've got it basically coming out of the west, curve up and over like a bounce. See? It's like riding the mountains like a roller coaster. I see. So that's why we want to check multiple sources. So we're further. Let's see. It's in between Crescent City, which is up there, and Eureka. Let's see if we can get. Let's see, there's that lake. Let's orient myself here. Sorry, I very rarely go out that way. Where is its nearest town that we can just pin on the map real quick? We're in Habitation, Orleans. Okay, just southeast of Orleans. Deja vu, guys, from like all the fires of last year, right? Orleans. Let's see. Scan topos. Oops. Fix that. Shade of relief. Yeah. Usually it's pretty difficult for wind to break in. It's got to be pretty strong to be coming out of the ocean like that. I've passed the coast range and make it all the way to the Shasta area, but it looks like it is. Stephen Rarity says, hi from the UK, Ben. Be safe all. Thank you so much for checking in, letting us all know that you care from afar. It's hard to deal with these things, but it's easier to deal with it if we know people care. So much love to the UK too. Thank you. Hey, to Bash Mode. Hey, wonderful. Thank you for your kind support off camera too. Bash Mode. Thank you for the PayPal. You're so wonderful. Yeah. We're doing our best. How have you been? Where have you been? You get massive hearts too. Wild One says the little earthquake shook the pier at Santa Monica today. The 4-point-something or other. Oh, dang. Yeah, that thing is really cooking. Do we have a way to monitor Spinny or anybody? Humboldt County. We've never been able to successfully get any radio in operation. That makes the Boise one of the scariest fires here to try to monitor, just because of the fear of the unknown. What really is going on? What are we seeing? How bad is it? They really need to update us. There's an earlier video, but I want to go back to the tiller. Thank you for your patience, friends. And watch that video. Then we'll turn our attention back to the Boise and just let me know, guys, we're back in Washington. which fires you want to know about next, because I let you guys guide me. What do you guys need to know? You're my audience. You're the people I serve. So, let's watch this. Oh, that's right. We can just do right here. Is there a way to enlarge it? There we
On
go.
the wildland side, we're just getting plugged in today. We had
Sorry, this is the Dixon fire, also known previously in Douglas County, Oregon. The Dixon. Oh, excuse me. Let me write down the Boise was just prior to what I said. I'm trying to make timestamps so I can go back and add chapters to videos, but man, that is a tall order to get the time to do that. It's really time consuming. So we are looking at the Boise on the cams. Right now, we'll look back at the fire previously known as the Tiller Trail and the Rainville, Douglas County, Oregon. This one, they had new evacuations today. We mentioned it before. The sheriff's office and wonderful, I forget, I just forgot his name, sorry, has been making little updates, but not really about what the fire is doing. So even though this is a 6 hour ago video, hopefully we can get some insight, like what is the Dixon fire doing over there? The DeBashman says, I've been visiting mom in Indiana. She just got, diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer. We'll be lucky to have her until year's end. I'm so sorry. Oh, I want to give you this hug. Oh my God. I hope you feel the hug. We're here, we're here. Man, you can reach out to me if you want to talk to Bash. I'm here for you. And I don't think the channel would have survived without you and others with big super donations from time to time. I'm so infinitely grateful to you. You're so wonderful. I'm so distressed to hear you're going through such pain right now. But we are all here for you. We've got a nice supportive group, and I thank everybody here for being so kind to each other. I really, and prayers sent for you and your family. Yeah, I don't know. I wish I had better words to say, comforting words. I'm not good at that. Yes, John, I do have P.O. Box. You could just write me for an email for it. I don't want to put that to get spam, spam concerns. It's a really small one. And all of a sudden I'll get all the junk mail on earth and scam stuff. So, yes, I'm so behind in my emails and things, but I'll, people here are lovely. It feels safe to share in here. We're going to keep it that way. And I promise you guys, it's going to be a more safe space. I'm going to more aggressively deal with trolls and such. I really need to, because oftentimes it's hard to tell the difference between people who are good people who are just freaking out because it's some of the hardest things they have to deal with in their lives, wildfires. I still serve them. I still want to help them, even if they are having an outburst or maybe hitting the bottle to deal with things, and maybe not themselves. And it's hard to deal. It's harder to tell sometimes the very good people that just need a timeout and need between those who are just bad actors and just pretenders and such. And but I'm gonna deal with that more aggressively because we need this to be a safe space for people, and it's going to be over my dead body, right? Everybody can hear fire info and we can help people, but speaking here is a privilege and not a right. You guys are in my living room with me, I wish we could all, I wish I could serve you all tea, and I wish I could make steaks for my mods. Hey, Irvin, welcome. Yeah, you can get, here's my email, my name, and you have to include the periods. Catherine.Davidson, like the motorcycle, at wildfires, which is plural, at gmail.com. and then I will put prominently need PO boxes, the subject. I'll search for that because it's so hard to sort through the spam and junk and fake stuff. So yeah, but we're here. Anybody who needs a hug, I dispense free hugs, friends. Remember when Big Daddy Ass Fan, that was his name, don't ask me why, used to come in here and say hugs for all, and then Big Dog did it too. Oh, I miss him. I'm not sure where he went. But that was an awesome thing. So maybe I should pick up the slack right now. Free hugs for all. That's part of the free program. But thank you to Bashmode and other people who have donated. This is an ad-free experience thanks to you. We just don't want to put ads here. I would have no control about when they play. I don't think they would really help us break even anyway. And so we can a streamer is either donation based or ad based, and so this is too important to say, hey, emergency evacuations for such and such neighborhood, and all of a sudden Geico comes on to talk about car insurance and streaks over us. Really, 20 seconds, 2 minutes matters for survival if people are going to leave and get safety in time. When my brother left, a couple of his neighbors took two minutes to leave behind him, and he saw them in the rearview mirror at one point, and then they died. I believe it's a horrifying experience at Paradise. So we just can't have that. So thank you everybody who's helped us be ad free. Coffee says, yeah, I check X every time I can, but it doesn't really. And thank you, John Sater, for wanting to donate. I do have 2 other mails. Kate Garcia, thank you for your. I thank you for your paper check, and there are 2 others. I want to read the mail later, but it's right now we've got to monitor the fires real actively. Let's play this Dixon fire operational update, and we'll look back at the Boise too. This was 6 hours ago.
Wildland side, we're just getting plugged in today. We had some folks out last night working with the previous group. Starting out here with Division Alpha, they did get quite a bit of direct line up in here last night, and they're working on his hand line, so they're working on making sure that gets cleaned up today and securing those lines. Fire's edge is actually closer over in here, just making sure we get those more secure. They started doing a little bit of mop up here on the north west corner, and then it's looking pretty good over here on the north side, and then over here getting into Kilo. And then this is all pretty good, but they're working on reinforcing those lines, making sure they're going to hold, and they're working on getting some hose lays in there and plumbing that so that we can start working on making sure we hold it. And then
Okay, so they got good work there, making sure they hold this section, which they did call level 3 evacuations for. And thank you for your input, friends, that there's only one road in and out. So that was a good precaution that they explained. Excuse me. I'm sorry. My throat may not be able to take a whole lot of speaking today. We've had smoke and really bad air quality up in Portland, and it's really affected my throat. I just want to make sure step by step that I'm understanding this. I just had to check volume, type, and everything. This is the Dixon Tiller Trail. This is really, really good info. And so it's back on level 2 over there, so they've made progress. I hope they make more of these videos. If they made a couple of these per day, man, it would take so much more fear out of the situation. You can see right here the red I was talking about. They put that as a precautionary. This is red, that's green. And red is up to the far right. For those who are red-green colorblind, the far right was red, even though green, just level 1, get ready, was in between it. So they explained it was precautionary just because if beep did hit the fan, it would be really difficult to get out people really quickly. So best to tell them to leave immediately and then be out of harm's way, just in case. That's very logical and very good. Let me restart that to make sure that I fully comprehend this.
we're just getting plugged in today. We had some folks out last night working with the previous group. starting out here with Division Alpha. They did get quite a bit of direct line up in here last night, and they're working on it was hand line, so they're working on making sure that gets cleaned up today.
Okay, hand line means literally you make a line with a rake and a shovel and a chainsaw. So those can be pretty small, but it's pretty appropriate. It's okay if for like rugged, steep terrain, which probably is over there. And the fact that the wind is not, it typically is blowing from the northwest or the west. So that's not where it needs to be the thickest. If they need to engage dozers, it's probably they're best used in the southeast, where the wind keeps trying to push it day after day, right?
Day and securing those lines. Fire's edge is actually closer over in here. Just making sure we get those more secure. They started doing a little bit of mop up here on the north west corner, and then they're it's looking pretty good over here on the north side, and then over here getting into Kilo. And then this is all pretty good, but they're working on reinforcing those lines, making sure they're going to hold, and they're working on getting some hose lays in there and plumbing that so that we can start working on making sure we hold it and then start the mop up process. Out here over on the eastern portion of Sierra, this spot developed yesterday afternoon, and despite our efforts with aircraft, it kept growing, and so they've been working on getting some line around that, and then some contingency line here to the east of it, and working down the ridges over down into the highway here. And at the same time, they've got some lines that they've constructed across here, and a lot of it is indirect line at this point. They're exploring opportunities to get more direct, either with dozers or with hand crews, and then getting support with aircraft there, and then working on some ways to get this tied off a little bit closer along the top here, and then some contingency lines as well. We do have some crews or some folks looking at contingency opportunities out further out, just making sure we know which roads are going to be options for us, and then working with the other landowners and their information, plugging in with those guys. And then we do have a full complement of aircraft today with the Type 1 aircraft, Type 2 helicopters, and Type 2 helicopters, and we'll be using those as soon as we can this morning to keep things in check while we get crews moved in there.
Good morning, everybody. Vince Stafford with Fire Marshal's Office Structure. We have 3 task forces out there today. We were out there last night and the night before, but basically we have one task force kind of working this Tiller Trail Road in here, and it's right up against the road, so we've been watching for rollers and snags coming down in there and looking at those homes, and then coming back up on Alpha up in here.
Okay, so rollers and snags. Okay, a snag is a standing dead tree, and every dead tree that burns will shatter eventually and throw flaming pieces all over the place, or maybe even just kind of fall over while on fire. And so when you got steep terrain, rollers and rollout is how fire can spread by, flaming logs and pine cones. Rolling, 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 rawhide, rolling down the hill. And then, like, whoops, that can bring fire down on crews if the fire's above them, and that sucks. They actually make catcher's mitt type berms and embankment things. JB was explaining, the retired fire captain of Shasta County. And other firefighters were kind of explaining to me how that works. I haven't seen an example, but that's fascinating. But what a roller can do, and this is called rollout fire spread, is that flaming debris can go down a hill, but then light a fire at the base of that hill, or like the base of that creek drainage, and then the fire can race up the other side of the next thing. And that's how fires can roller coaster up and down steep mountains. And we just get Patricia, thank you so much for your kind PayPal $10 donation. You get hearts. We'll look at the coffee pot fire next. You get double hearts. So thank you for being a super supporter, Patricia. So I just want to interpret, the language, the Chinese language that, the firefighter slang is. We'll look at the Boise and this new coffee pot affair in a second. But this is the best info that we have so far about what's cooking and what's really escalating like with activity today and new evacuation warnings in Douglas County. So I want to make sure we understand this the best because we have no other information really.
We have another task force that's kind of that 1610 100 out in the nose structures, trying to help hold that road and reinforce what we can up there. Our third task force is down, kind of keeping going down the trail, the Timber Trail Road, and then into Drew down in there, and it's kind of scouting out ahead so we can have a plan if the fire moves and those things. And it's also our surge; we can move those back up if we need to. So that's kind of the plan for today. So you're going to see us out and about. Some of these areas that aren't kind of a ways away from the fire, but that's just what we do. We want to pre-plan for those type of things, and what we put them in a survey thing, and it identifies the homes for us. So later, if we have to go in there, we already kind of know what we would need to do around those structures. So if you see us out and about, please get a hold of our information on that. But it doesn't mean the fire's close. It just means we're scouting, and that's what we do. But the other task forces are actively involved with the fire and stuff like that. So.
Okay, that'd be great if they put that on YouTube or some other kind of social media where you don't have to make an account, you know. But there is a Dixon Fire Facebook page now. You have to make an account with Facebook to see this. This is why we show the videos for those who don't have an account. So I just wanted to timestamp that. And one question I have, and Lab Diving, maybe you can explain this. What is indirect line exactly? Does it mean that they don't expect the fire to come near it? It's not directly in front of it? It's not the best way to catch it? Or does it mean that it's just not, it's what I would interpret it, the indirect line would be, it's not really a way to get up to the fire. Like dozer lines can oftentimes be like a road to go to the fire. They could go direct sometimes. Or they expect to fight the fire directly right there. That'd be good to have a good explainer on that. So we have to look at what's going on with the Boise and the new coffee pot fire because the winds of today are flaring stuff up. And the thing that's the biggest learning curve for me for learning about fire behavior and how they explain it is the slang. It's the slang, you know, the lingo, I should say, that firefighters have. It's you know, I have to keep maybe I should publish a glossary of this stuff. Catherine's Guide to Firefighter Chinese. Look back up at let's see, I have to put this underneath the Willis C tab. Keep my tabs all in a row. Right, here's the Boise. Now, is the last 30 minutes. Let's check and see the aircraft on the way. Coffee pot fire, seriously. It may be a candidate for weirdest, goofiest, and funniest fire names of 2024. I still like the Jimmy Jones fire as our #1 candidate. I think people like the dinosaur fire as a #2. But let's see here. I do mean it to bash. You can call me on the phone, man. Like you need someone to talk to, I'm here for you. I will make the time, you know. Where's the coffee pot? Which tons of aircraft headed towards the Boise. I hope it's not too smoky for them to help out. What is that? What's that by Tahoe? Oh, it's like a Learjet, an Embraer. That was an Embraer. Okay. Thought it was the MD-87. Tanker 910 keeps taking off from Medford, and there's Tanker 911. And it was really sad. Like they needed help on the Tiller Trail from aircraft, and the aircraft moved away from Oregon and flew to California to help them out of Medford. It's like, wait a second. They didn't have enough aircraft to go around yesterday. So, yeah, Tanker 105 is in the mix. The MD-87, yeah, there it is. There's our girl. Tanker 15 this is a BEA. It's a quad engine, like jet plane tanker, dude. And you got your lead planes and air attack coming to, and eyes in the sky. So yeah, there's something going down, but I've never found audio for that. What about the Charlie Brown fire in Oregon? Yes. Yes, definitely. So I'm just going to add it. Coffee pot fire today. Goofy names. Where is it, by the way? Coffee pot fire. And also, thanks for reminding me about the Charlie Brown. That was Oregon, right? Okay. I wish that watch duty. There it is. Yeah. Okay, it's doing it. There's 2 of them right now. Which one? Tulare County, California, or Coffee Pot Fire in the South Willamette Complex of Lane County, Oregon? Okay, one's Coffee Pot with a space. One doesn't have a space. Hey, speaking of the devil, the Boise just had an update. Okay. So the Tulare County Coffee Pot is not even on notification status for watch duty yet. Excuse me, guys, scratchy throat. It's just air quality here. I'll be okay. I've really run down from helping Mom so much yesterday, but she helped me a lot too. And we exerted ourselves in the poor air quality. I totally forgot that we were not supposed to do that. I had the air purifiers on maximum. We turned them down to hear each other. And I'm just weakened today, but it'll be okay. We got some fresh air coming in. You know, I'll get over it. We even had a tiny bit of rain. I woke up to dampness in Portland. That was great. You know, the rain will like take the particles out of the air and just slam them down on the ground. Hopefully, we'll get more of that. So in the Sequoia Kings National Park, that coffee pot fire has experienced increased smoke and growth since Sunday, but poses no threat to life or property. Crews along with tanker aircraft and helicopters supported by National Parks Service, is that what NPS is? CAL FIRE and U.S. Forest Service are actively working to suppress it. It's estimated to be about 10 acres. It's currently contained within the boundaries of a fire retardant that was dropped from the air on Sunday. Airplanes looking at it right now. Let's see, Blue Ridge 1. Yeah, thanks guys for you told me about that. So let's check in with Blue Ridge 1 cam. The high resolution version. All right, 1 hour here. Yeah, look at that twisting there, and you can see new retardant being dropped. Retardant is just a speed bump. It's just to buy crews time to actually get there. They have to get there from the ground. Oh dear. Look at all the dead trees. This could be really big if it breaks out of its retardant. Really big. They have some cooler nights in the mountains. They got, but I can see why you guys are concerned. I am too. And there's a different coffee pot fire. You write down the timestamp here. So that is Tulare coffee pot, which is just scary. I'm apprehensive. I'll say I'm apprehensive. Retardant ropes. But remember, the very polite fires, they were also started by lightning in 2021. The ones that were at the top of hills in the sequoias, that they had retardant ropes around for a better part of a week. Finally, there was a big wind event, and it went crazy. And it became the Sequoia Kings National Park fire, and the K&P complex, basically. And that got huge and threatened even the General Sherman tree and the biggest trees on Earth, basically. I am real concerned about that. The Castle Fire Burn Scar 2020. It's got to have a huge amount of dead trees in it. So, and it's had 4 years now to dry out. 3.5, technically. They did a lot of protection around the communities. cleanup around some salvage logging around the communities after the castle fire. But I'm not an expert on this area, and I don't know how, if any of the fire lines they made it prior are still good and spruced up. So that's Coffee Pot with a space. There's one without a space in Oregon because they recycle names. Fail. Like, how are you supposed to get information on your fire if you Google search it? It's the same thing. Oops, I've changed this. So we're doing the Boise cooking up. We just got an update. We'll go look. The Coffee Pot Tulare. Tulare is scary. Tulare is scary. It's just fingers crossed holding right now, but Tulare is scary. Okay. Okay, let's look at the Boise now. Again, because we just got an update on a moment too soon, because we want to know what the heck is going on over there with the giant mega plume status forming. It's like 30,000 feet or something, or trying to be that. And we'll look back at Clear Lake and the reservoir. That was holding last time we checked, but the wind is going today. Okay, the Boise. New timestamp. Excuse me. Let's see, 8/12. I make notes on the fires so I can go back and, hopefully show people or tell people about stuff. I really should have done that a lot more. When I first began in 2020, I never really thought I'd be doing it this long. So it's now 6:37 p.m. Now Boise has got a little update. Let's see. 6 minutes ago, update from the incident management team, the IMT. Despite the strong winds around the area today, most of the increase of the Boise fire activity was caused by the fire getting into heavy fuels in alignment with a fork of the Red Cap Creek. Perfect. Now we can look at the map and actually know what they're talking about. Remember how we were struggling earlier, Infrared was not flown today, so we don't know the actual perimeter. Like, ignore the prior perimeter, like the big red section. It's expanded from that already. They did not fly infrared today, but estimates from Air Attack put the new size of the fire about almost 2,400 acres. However, visibility was extremely poor because it's smoky. It'll probably change very considerably when they do mapping, probably at midnight. Fire's growth was primarily to the south and the east, where it crosses Red Cap Creek and is now hung up, which means kind of pause there for a moment, on the top of the ridge. It's burning towards Trinity House Wilderness. Oh, God. Fires in a wilderness. Basically, they're not allowed to make fire access roads and have to get permission to put dozer lines in there. They have to get permission to use a chainsaw in a wilderness from somebody in Washington, D.C. No joke. It's a federal. Wilderness is like federal, right? Oh my God. So we all worry about fires heading towards a wilderness anything, because if they get there, they'll probably run through the wilderness and destroy it, because you have to have fire access roads to stop a fire. If you don't have fire access roads, they literally take a mule team. It's partying like it's 1899 with hand saws, okay? Hand saws. If they're not allowed to use the chainsaws, and rakes and shovels. If you think that's a terrible way to fight a fire in the modern era, like the tools of more than a century ago, you are right. It's better to use a modern fire truck and get there with water. Oh my God. So, but they're not allowed to build roads in the wilderness, period, from a stupid 1964 Wilderness Act that casually mentioned that roads were a sign of human habitation. And it was a very naive idea. Oh, as long as we don't develop or put any roads there. The wilderness will take care of itself. No, it doesn't. It just sets up the situation to burn. That's how we lose wilderness time and time again. Like the Biscuit Fire burn scar that went through the wilderness, southwest Oregon, and burned in all the way into California. It's never grew back. The forest never grew back. It's not going to unless there's a replant. So it's just, I don't even think they're allowed to replant, which is, they have the most weird rules. That's why we get so anxious about whenever they say wilderness. Crews are out on a swing shift tonight to begin firing operations along the Red Cap Road, southeast of Le Perron Flat. Le Perron? I don't know how to say that. If the conditions permit, that would be good. The goal is to establish solid containment along the road to prevent the fire from spreading northeast towards the private land. So mostly it's been spreading today to the south and to the east, which is, they had a bit of a northwest wind earlier today. Now it's mostly like a west wind, and it's kind of erratic there. We saw the Cal Topo, the swirl, the weird bumpy swirl, and the way that the winds are colliding and riding like a roller coaster up and down over the mountains. And wind direction will be totally different in the individual canyons, wherever the wind, rides up and down like this. Some of it won't make it out of the canyon. It'll hit like a wall, and it'll make a choice: split left or go right, like any T intersection, right? So there could be a microclimate and a micro wind pattern change. They'll drive a fire in a way that is totally contradictory to what you see wind on the apps, or map, right? So the red cap, now we can go here into Forest Service. Red cap drainage. Let's turn off the heat detection. They said it was hung up on a ridge, which is great. Yeah, here is North Fork of Red Cap Creek. So, yeah, if the wind is the same alignment like that, just going from southwest to northeast, I could see how it would race through like a wind tunnel. Excuse me, guys. Whack the mic there. They have an access road up here, and it says hung up on this ridge, so it's like temporarily pausing. So they said the big activity today was fire getting into heavy fuels in alignment with a fork of the Red Cap Creek. I assume the North Fork, like we just saw. Because when we use the heat detector, oh wow, that's fire history. Wow. But I hit that button on accident. The 2008 pack saddle, is this? That looked like it was gigantic. What the heck? Or it's a 2020 red in the center here. Wow. If it's 2020, yikes, that would be pretty recently dried out, huge, dried out forest. Oh my God. It's trying to spread to the south and to the east. All right, where's that wilderness they were talking about? See, Almond Mountains. Excuse me, guys, I've never been here before. Trinity Alps Wilderness. Aha. Okay. Got it. It's to the south and west. Okay. So just like they said, it's hung up on a ridge, and there's the Red Cap Creek. So this is the biggest area of contention. Hope they can hold it. I imagine that's where they would be doing a lot of retardant drops. So this is different views. Red Mountain Del Norte. Let's show you. Excuse me. Excuse me. Speaking. What? Let me see. Okay, what did I miss? Thank you. Wait, whoa. There's an issue. What happened? What? Whoa. Okay, sorry. Let me figure out what's going on. What? What comment? Sorry, I'm not aware of what's going on. Oh, yeah, Jan, can you explain to me what's going on? Like, so I can address your concerns. JB taught me a lot about fire behavior. I don't know what comment you're talking about. Is it like a video comment somewhere? Yeah, thank you, Spinny, for catching my attention. I want this to be, I want you to feel good about things, Jan, and so I want to smooth things out between people if I can. Um, um, Sometimes, he's getting very little sleep. He calls us in the middle of the night. What he's been doing is he's been monitoring the fires for us and waking up like on schedule to be able to talk to me all hours of the day. Like I could tell he's getting very little sleep. Um, and so what he did was like wake up and watch the video where he's trying to reassure people in Reno to give me insight on that. He woke up at 4 in the morning to do that. He's got a timer going, and I don't know what offense he may have caused here. I want to make sure that I know him personally, like not like I've met him, but for several years he's taken me under his wing and taught me almost a huge amount, almost everything I know. The other firefighters have too, but like about how to um, track the basics of fire behavior and how to be safe in the field. So I'm sure he'd apologize for causing offense. I'm sure if you gave him a chance, that we could smooth stuff out. So let me try to find out on the fly what may have caused a misunderstanding. He was so tired last time that we had spoken that he was like for that one that was west of Reading, like where he lives. He said it was all contained, and he meant forward progress stopped. And I had to stop him and say, JB, did you realize you just said contained instead of forward progress stopped? And he goes, oh, whoops. Like he's getting very little sleep, and part of it is to help me monitor things. And of course, he's monitoring his own backyard and his own neck of the woods where he's been threatened by fire himself up in Shasta County. So I don't know what happened. Is it here in the chat? When we say comments in chat are different. I don't see a new comment like on the old explainer video. I don't see the comments from my own videos on a live stream until the video ends. I don't get a notification that somebody's making comments. So are you still with us, Jan? I'm looking up. I just don't see where something happened here. But please, if I'm totally missing something or something went over my head, I look up. I don't see that he's even here. Was it something like he said? It is in the chat. Okay, I'm looking up. I can't see anything. But we definitely want this to be a safe space where we can talk to each other with support, with a supportive atmosphere. That is the goal here. So we're looking at the Boise, and I was just we were just reading about what is going on there. They're slamming it with aircraft. I'll leave that as a live image here. Am I blind? Am I totally blind? how, what is the time of the comment? I see we're interacting with Bash, 6:15. There's Smitty explains the coffee pot fire. JCat, 6:15. Charlie Brown fire jokes, 6:30. I see Lab Diamond saying I've been in a lot of big firestorms, but this little 30-acre brush fire almost unalived me once. Like, yikes, you know. I don't actually see that JB's here making a comment. This is weird. Is it like a chat bug? I can see Jan's comments, not JB. So I don't know what JB's comment was that got upsetting. That's what I'm trying to figure out. It says, I don't appreciate the comment from JB. That's what comment did John Bruno make, JB? That's the JB you're referring to, right? Yeah, like I have no idea what just happened. 8 Central Time. Really, yeah, okay. Okay, that would be 6:36. Okay. I see Jan's comment. Yes, I don't know what JB's comment is. That got upsetting to Jan, and we don't want to lose anybody here. I have to understand what's going on in order to problem solve and resolve things, friends. Remember, my email exists. I just looked back at the old video. I don't see any comments except for JB checking in. Do you want to chat? And I said, yeah, at the time. And so I talked to him for like 2 hours to try to. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's wrong. I just checked the old video. This is where JB and I spent several hours going over the Khaleesi, which is also the Gold Ranch fire now. He makes comments. JB, John Bruno checking in. And then later he says, do you want to chat? He went on the phone. So I was like, yeah. I texted him back, yeah. Then, did I do right with this assessment? And he said, yeah. And so I asked him a couple more questions, see if I needed to add something about what happened with the situation by Reno. Yeah, sure, Jane Blackbird. Yeah, I'll go right back over that again. We had just gotten the info we just needed. It was like a prayer answered. I'm so sorry for this controversy. I don't actually know what's happening. I'm powerless to do anything if I really don't know what has occurred. Yeah, I'm so sorry that Jan's feeling uncomfortable. We would never want that here. I don't understand at all what's happening. Look, I'll try to reach out. I'll try to reach out and respond in a comment, because Jan leaves comments and say, hey, give me an email and tell me what went wrong here. The vast majority of the conflicts I've ever seen in fire chat, this is this in the chat room. And I'll get right to the Boise update. I just explained it. I'll explain. I'll be happy to show on the map to explain it again. We still got a lot of tankers running around, but no close-up images, unfortunately. The vast majority of the conflicts between people I see are very, very concerned people get stressed. And then there's an explosion of stress, and then they're okay after that. So there's a lot of traumatized people and people under severe stress. Wildfire affects people like war does because it leaves behind a landscape that looks like a war zone. This is one of the worst, most stressful things to ever watch, witness, and day after day after day experience and not know how it's going to turn out. So it makes it extremely difficult to moderate chat when we have traumatized people here and very worried people. People who are otherwise lovely can just have an explosion of stress. They call it, like trigger kind of moments that, like used to call it pushing somebody's buttons, like the sore spot, the sensitive spot. Even mentioning things like this, if they're wrong tone of voice, wrong word choice, people misunderstand their intent, get defensive, and start attacking to defend themselves. And so I don't know, like what just happened here, but every time I consult both parties, like to try to smooth things out, 90% of the time, it's people misunderstanding the intent of somebody else. So the best thing to do is to try to not assume the motivation of anybody else. If anybody else ever says something, this is a chat guideline for interacting with people. Give them the benefit of the doubt. Say, "Well, that's upsetting to me. Did you really mean it that way?" And give the other party a time to think about the way they came across and kind of backtrack. I mess up too. I get all passionate. I'm like, "Oh, this sucks. This is morality," and then I realize, oh wait, no, nobody was there. It's not somebody being stupid. Nobody was there because they had a staff shortage. Whoops. Like it's just you all make mistakes and you have an outburst every so often. This will happen. I serve everybody, even if they have an outburst, or even if I don't like them and they don't like me. This is life-saving information. So there's no time for egos or like making a clique or a club. As long as people are respectful, nobody has to like each other, but just they do have to respect each other, and we have to have respect for communication here. So that includes giving people the benefit of the doubt. Now, the Boise here is picking up a huge cloud. We keep monitoring that live. It's even the last 2 hours, just like really begun cooking. And so we were like, oh man, how, and before I move on to that, thank you everybody who has adopted the kindness guidelines. We have to make this as least stressful as possible. It's every once in a while I have to try to be comical and say, everybody calm your tits. Like I talked about cow udders, like if there's irritation, when you go to milk a cow, they kick you. So there's something called bag balm, and it's like calm your teats. You apply bag balm, which is like a buttery kind of shea butter ointment, so that you don't kick out. So every once in a while I say something like that, but it's easier said than done. Oh yeah, there's a giant wildfire that could obliterate everything we all know, but everybody be calm. But that's what makes this place special, despite all these extreme challenges of bringing together traumatized people. Almost everybody here is awesome and supportive. And so we just have to kind of like, if we have a little mini conflict, work it out, sort it out, move on, and continue monitoring, to help people. We can't help people with a circus. This current right now, this is absolutely current. This is the Boise Jane Blackbird, and welcome. Good to see you. I'm going to try and make a super concerted effort to be a lot less stressed out myself. It took my own moms to take me aside to let me know that I was showing like super signs of stress. That's not soothing, right? And I mean, it is traumatic for me to watch what the park is doing. It's burning up the area that was spared by the Dixie, and the Dixie burned up what I remember from much of my childhood. And so did the Paradise. And so traumatic loss for me there, and to have my actual relatives' cabins in extreme danger. It's I had to have people take me aside and say, "Whoa, you want to help people? Remain calm yourself. I'm trying to make the best effort. That's all we can do here." I'm not a professional. I never had any training on how to deal with traumatized people. I wish I did. I wish I had first responder training. I'm just a normal average person who went live and hit the live button. I have video editing experience, right? That's it. But we're learning on the fly here how to best manage our feelings and manage each other and be supportive and keep this a good environment to learn with. in the last couple of hours, we've seen the Boise get pretty active. So they just did the explainer that we were really hoping that they would do. Looks like the plume collapsed. As it's losing the sunlight, it's losing the steroids. You know, it's pretty expected to see a plume form during the hottest, brightest portions of the day, right before sunset. You know, when the winds were still hitting it from off the coast. This one's looking to the northwest from the Weaverville area. I'm sorry, I can't make the words bigger, but that's Weaverville going past. And we don't have really a lot of good cams on this. The other one is our Red Mountain Del Norte, also pretty dang far away, looking all the way towards New Orleans. Deja vu, guys. Is this one good? Tequan? Let me see. At least the cameras are looking that direction today. Not that good. Tequan. And just as we were wondering, like, why is it the plume getting that big? They did an awesome update to the people, and we're super grateful. So I'll read that again. It told us where exactly the flare up is happening. So it's that's did you see the sky? Look at that. Look at that, how the sky is like an ocean wave ripple. This is a what time lapse again? Excuse me. I thought this was 3 hour. Look at that. You could see the wave after wave of the cooler ocean kind of air coming in. Yeah, this is 3 hour, right? Or so was that a 1 hour? 3 hour? Yeah, here's the 3. They said the fire's hung up on a bridge, which is great. It means it's temporarily just kind of hanging out there. Oh, yeah, and you can see how the smoke, the wind changed. It's first coming out of the west, basically. Let me orient myself again. Oh, we're looking to the northeast. Hang on. To the northeast. Okay, so let me use my little cheat sheet compass thingy. So if the wind is going to the right of the screen, wind out of the northwest, basically west-northwest, going to the right of the screen. Right of the screen is southeast here. Watch how it changes the direction. Clouds start coming towards the cab. Because we're facing the northeast. So the wind was a northeast wind briefly, at least at that elevation, and then flips back around. Now it's a northwest wind. And then it's a southwest wind. It just swirls around like that. And it's fascinating. It looks like a rolling ocean wave. It's all the winds are all colliding there, and it's kind of weird and unpredictable. But that'll do it. That'll fan up a fire. It's a good. That camera is at least valuable for giving us a good idea about what's going on with wind. So here's a 3 hour for the Boise, and I'll read to you and show you on the map exactly what they're talking about. Thank you, Spitty and Spitty and Urban for helping out with that thing. And I really hope Jen comes back. You know, I still don't understand what happened quite. Like I just don't know. We'll reach out. So here, when we started seeing the scary plumes, we saw a lot of aircraft. Let's see if aircraft are still there. Not right now, but we did see them hit with a whole bunch of tankers. So Australia was in the house with 737. Saw a couple of those Hercules. Also the MD-87, Tanker 911, the DC-10, and Tanker 910, also a DC-10 out of Medford. So they just hit it with a bunch more retardant, all that. So then, just as we were wondering what the heck was going on, they released update. So it said the incident management team said this: despite the strong winds going on today, most of the increase in that fire activity was caused by the fire getting into heavy fuels in alignment with the fork of the Red Cap Creek. So we then looked at it. It's right here. There's this big red, thing that says North Fork Red Cap Creek. And so at least partly the winds came out of the southwest and went straight up into this canyon, went whoosh, like a big wind tunnel. Right? So it then found unfortunately, some big trees, sounds like it, but they said it is hung up on this ridge. That's right where the big red is, the red flare-up, the heat detection. Hung up means paused, hanging out there temporarily. So, if we read the rest of it, it said that infrared, they didn't fly it today, so the footprint's way bigger than, showing on the map. They said approximately, judging by aircraft, it's maybe 2,400 acres, but it's really smoky, can't really see much. So the growth was primarily to the south and east, where it crossed the Red Cap Creek. It's now hung up on the top of that ridge to the southeast there. So the Red Cap Creek. This is also a ridge, Salmon Summit. So I would say like right in this little donut, little U-shaped donut. That's probably what they're talking about. I wish they would say quadrangle 35 or something for the map, but hey, there's also a little mini creek here that feeds Red Cap Creek. Could be talking about this ridge in general. Kind of hard to say. This is the middle fork of Red Cap Creek, so do they mean there? We put the heat detection. I wouldn't think so. We don't have heat, so I'm just gonna go with this donut pocket, this ridge to that ridge. Best we can tell. Oh, did they just update the acreage? They just said 2,400 on the Boise. The new size of the Boise is approximately 2,400. Husky, did you see this, or did they just update it? Oh yeah, it says 4,900 at the top. Oh, new acreage, is that 2,000 more than before? Did they just poorly word that? Infrared was not flown today, but estimates from Air Attack put the new size of the fire at 2,300 acres. Do they mean 2,300 new acres? Or was that a typo at the top? That's really unclear. Yeah. So John Sater says, I'm in the extreme eastern Trinity, due north of the Buckhorn Summit. Wish I knew how to send you a picture. Set up this morning, Boise smoke must have had a thermal inversion. Perfect horizontal strip. You could send it to my email. You can, do you have a smartphone, John? What you can do is you can go into gallery where the picture is, and there's a share button, and you share to email. And you can send it that way. Also on Watch Duty, if you have Watch Duty, there is a picture, a photograph button. See the camera button? See that red? Excuse me, the black? It's so hard to put in front of the webcam correctly. See the black image in the corner? That square? If you give Watch Duty your camera permission, then you could take a picture and put it on Watch Duty. Share it with fire crews and everybody, and everybody would love you for giving us an image of the fire, Yeah, Spinny, thank you for being here. I'm not sure what just got retracted. What? You okay, Spinny? Or are we okay? Just want to check in with you guys. Taking a break for dinner, or I hope Yeah, Husky, there's got to be a typo here. Now it's very confusing about the Boise fire. Yeah. That's not my name spelling, Smitty. That's not how you spell my name. This is my real email. Okay, it's Davidson like the motorcycle. I think Smitty typoed. Catherine.davidson.wildfires@gmail.com. And I can walk you through. I could give you a way to reach me and just easily text a picture. You know, if the email is too if the email is too messed up or too cumbersome. A lot of people don't set up email on their phone. So I've got a Google Voice, you know, kind of a disposable phone number, so that people can reach out to me. So I'd be happy to try to get your photo to and be so grateful to show you guys pictures. I got an email yesterday about a picture. I totally spaced out on it. Sorry, friends. But thank you, Spinny, for helping out today. I hope everything is all right. And yeah, that's okay, Spinny. Gotcha. You were just testing me, see if I know how to spell my own name. Right. So the fire's growth here on the watch duty, the very recent Boise update, and we still have air attack over the scene. I don't know if the tankers are going to come back. The plume collapse. I don't know if it'll form again. It's getting pretty late for a new plume. It's possible. Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't see what you meant. What you said. I just see deleted something. I actually don't have the ability to check it, but sure, no hard feelings, I guess, or whatever you said. You know what? Dealing with the traumatized as a mod, you know, this makes you guys elite. You know, it is the hardest thing to do. As the hardest group of people to try to deal with because it's so emotional, so explosive, and we will all lose our minds every once in a while. So you really have to understand how much you're helping people, how much you're helping not only people of California but the world understand this stuff. We have so much of an outpouring of thank you for being here. I cannot do it without you, Moz. You're doing a huge, huge service for everybody on the West Coast and keeping people calm, informed, even if they're not calm all the time, the people we serve. Overall, we are really helping people. The moment that we're offline for a bit, we get comments like, "Oh God, please come back. We need you, and we need your info." And people that moved to other states, you know, expressing, "Oh man, a fire broke out in Colorado, but we're lost without you because we have nobody like you in Colorado. Where do we go? What do we do? What's happening? What's happening in the cams? What's going on? Are we in danger? Are they telling us the truth? Should we evacuate? You know, and these things happen. So you have no idea, you guys, how important you are, and you are doing one of the hardest jobs ever, and that is moderation for the traumatized. That takes elite skills, you know. So just don't take it personally and don't let it wear you down. It's like a paramedic. You have to have that mindset. When people are fighting for their life, they might kick out and punch, you know, on the stretcher, but the paramedic stays calm, takes their blood pressure, gives them their drugs, sets their bone, and doesn't take it personally. They're in a crisis, right? The paramedic at the end of the day goes home knowing we helped and knows that that person is later just going to come to their senses and be totally grateful for getting their life saved or getting the information. And so we have to get our minds in a bit more like the first responders and how they handle it. The way that you continue going on is knowing that you help. And that's why it's so important that people express pats on the head for what we do and thank you for being here and thank you, mods. If this was easy, everybody would do it. There's a reason why there's only one channel here. Mine. It's probably because I'm crazy. So let's see here. We have ambiguous acreage, one of which is a typo. Either it is nearly 5,000 or that 2 should have been a 5 for 2,000 acres watch duty, or the 5,000 should be a 2. I would say I would agree it's Husky though, that it's more likely to be near 5,000. Just looking at that blue, man. But then again, it can be totally misleading. Sometimes fires just find new fuel where they're at, and boom, they burn it up. Like they find a pocket, like John Bruno was explaining yesterday. A pocket is unburned fuel that the fire missed the first time, but a wind change, and we saw the wind change back and forth in the sky, will blow it back to where it began. And fire in mountains especially moves around like a hand. And they actually call them fingers. The main fire is like the palm of your hand, right? And so people think fire moves like a fist, like just going across the landscape like a solid wall. No, no, no. Especially if you have terrain, fire moves out in fingers, where it goes on top of ridge lines or through canyons much faster than the other part of the fire. The main seat of the fire is going up and down the slopes. So the fingers are in canyons or slopes, right? So in between your fingers are unburned fuel. So later as the wind shifts around, this happens. It burns up the unburned fuel in front of the fingers. Hope you're looking at the webcam. But what I'm doing is I'm spreading my palm, and my fingers are going together like, I'm just spreading my fingers and putting them back together. So that can make huge columns of smoke. That can make it look like the fire's like, oh, it's moving. It must be running. It must be And unless they tell us, we don't know if it's pockets or what, right? So William says, here's a big thumbs up from Lurkers Lounge to all the Captain Mods. You guys and gals rock. Thank you. Thank you for supporting them there. It's been very emotionally hard on the team to go on this long. We've barely had a break since June 6th. Yesterday was my 3rd day off. That's it. Like, I don't get weekends, and my mods aren't really taking them either. Many here are like day in, day out, and we do appreciate those who do check in from time to time too. But man, it's very fatiguing. It's like if we could all just have like 2 days to R&R. We're actually working longer shifts than the fire crews. They rotate people out because they're not, people who are fatigued are not as sharp. I wish I was just as sharp as I was like a couple weeks ago. Just trying to do my best here. The crews like do 2 weeks of hard time, and then they get rotated out by a fresh one. So we've seen incident management teams now start to come and go, and we're here covering shifts longer as a channel and as mods do, longer than the actual fire crews. So it's it's difficult. Let me back up. John Sater says, I'm at the outer limits of my tech skills. I deleted my search engine by mistake. Still want to donate to your P.O. box in a riddle. I'm in Portland, right? Yes. Can you give me an email to get my P.O. box so that that I can put that privately out there? Because I don't want you to put your phone number or anything right here or a way to contact you, because that's not good, in the public airwaves. I'm happy to walk you through anything if you need it. If you can successfully give me an email, then like, should I check it right now? I have that on mute during the stream, otherwise I'll be beep 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 beep, and I'll be absolutely help you. It's me helping you help me, right? Yeah, exactly, Desi. Yeah. So, hello everybody. Hope we're doing well. Well, fingers crossed we are. And thank you, William. These pats on the heads and show support. It means all the difference to us. When we get to fatigue and levels, support is what keeps you going. It gives you that energy boost. Otherwise, these fires have been like a boat anchor around our neck. It's hard to inject some. I'm supposed to inject some enthusiasm. I'm trying, I'm trying. But my God, I could use a nap too. And here we are. We're watching together because we'll get through this together. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Fire info. Make sure I'm checking in with me. And I didn't miss anything. Uh-oh, do I have 24 notifications? Why is Watch Duty being so quiet? Let me check it. Did I answer most of the questions about the Boise? Because that's about the info we have. Is that crews will be out tonight. They expect favorable weather. Excuse me, here's the rest of it. To do their own firing ops. So if you see big plumes and big scary camera images tonight, hopefully they'll let us know. Hopefully they will let us know. Oh yeah, Boise Fire page. Oh yeah, Facebook page. Sweet. Hopefully they will let us know whether or not they're doing their firing ops. Here's an image too, so that people don't freak out about the cams, because that just means they're fighting fire with fire, right? So they said swing shift, which is about now, probably after dark, technically. The goal is to establish solid containment lines, and if possible, they will fight fire with fire and burn some of the area by their roads to help get a handle on this. So they're having a public meeting. They're having a public meeting tomorrow. So here is the link to the Facebook page for the Boise tomorrow at 6 p.m. It's in the Karuk DNR building, Department of National Resources in Orleans. Tomorrow at 6. Meeting will be live streamed if technology allows. Oh man. For rural communities without good high-speed internet, man. It is a crying shame that there hasn't been a congressional act to get high-speed internet to rural communities. You know, the telephone almost didn't make it out to rural communities. The phone companies didn't want to have extra expense to serve fewer people and put lines out to the middle of nowhere. So it took an act of Congress. There's a little tax placed on everybody's phone who lived in the city in order to fund putting the telephone out to the countryside. That's how telephones made it to the countryside, and I don't know why they haven't done a simple thing like that to get high-speed internet to everybody, because guess what? It would help out with the firefighting too. Firefighters need to be able to text each other maps and info and not drive half an hour out of their way to get cell phone service to talk to each other. But we hear that time and time again. A lot of these fires would be way smaller than they ever get if fire crews didn't lose contact with each other. Just like seriously. So, but yeah, Desi, I'm sorry you're going through your issues and plumbing problems, man. That's the pits, man. I once got flooded out of my own place, and that was one of the worst experiences of my life. The way water could damage stuff, that's not even in the same room, and the mold and stuff problems just was a nightmare to deal with. Matt Kessel, hey, welcome back. Matt says, never knew about the phone thing. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, it still is on our phone tax for the landlines, and I do believe they kind of introduced it in most states to cell phone lines. It's like 75 cents to $1, and they could totally fund that by just, putting $1 tax on everybody's cable and fiber optic bill. Instead, right now, it's a grant program. We're still looking at the Boise. Nope, that's not the Boise. This is the scary Tulare can in the Sequoias in Tulare County. We've still got aircraft around it. This is the last 30 minutes. It's trying to rope retardant this. It's going to be hard for crews to access and deal with this over there's the coffee pot in Tulare County. We hope that it holds through the night and they can finally get access. That one's frightening. Absolutely, it's worth it. But it's absolutely if we want as a nation to be more educated populace and be modern, like we just can't have people partying like it's 1988 with dial-up. Information is mostly available through the internet, and most communications are. Everybody deserves it. But we just have to wait, modernize, or go back to the Stone Age and let the rest of the technological world bypass us. That's not a good option. Okay, So let's, which camera are we looking at? Okay, tech one. Okay, he's back at the Boise. Completely calm now on the Oregon Mountain, but it looks, to the northwest, it looks beyond the hill. So the one that's better, looking at, we have no cams on it. Red Mountain Del Norte, that's right. It's calming down, and much more than it was a minute ago. Still kind of bubbly. So still got some plume-like action. It's not super tall like it was, but look at the 3-hour time lapse. Like boom. So maybe it just found a pocket in between the fingers. And it's done. You know what I mean? That would explain this. Or maybe colder air just came in and put some moisture in. And one of the ways that fires can get so bad and their big activity that everybody forgets is humidity, humidity, humidity. Foggy like stuff rolls in and it struggles, it chokes it. So, it's hard to say. We hope they update more about what's going on. But the foggy stuff is what we absolutely want. Not too much, otherwise the firing operations won't work tonight. But if conditions allow, they want to burn off the fire when it's do firing ops tonight to burn off more of the fuel in the cool of the night. Right? So we'll just wait and see. But yeah, look at the kind of foggy stuff rolling in. If we move the mouse to the far left, it's coming in off the coast. So there's no way to time lapse these, but actually you can. Oh yeah, you can hit the back button. It's manual though. But the more this rolls in, like we don't want too much. We do want their firing ups to succeed, but the speed bumps of fire, right? This is our current. It's just kind of starting to roll in. Okay, friends. Suspiciously, Watch Duty hasn't dinged me in a minute. Did I reach 24 max notifications? Oh, Gold Ranch update. Are you guys satisfied with the Boise? Are we good on that? I hope that update helped you guys. We still see activity on the we still see activity in heat detections, but that's pretty normal. It still is chugging away. Now the more active part is over here rather than right here. Okay. All right, so we did the Boise. Now we can look at the Gold Ranch update that just happened. I hope that helped you, friends. 2800. Timestamp 7. I gotta get a drink of water and use the bathroom real quick. And we'll check out the gold. Whoops, sorry, that's loud. Pencil rolling around on the desk. We'll check out the Nevada Gold Ranch, formerly known as the Quilisi, right? And the Verdi. I'm trying to learn these things. Now, 224 UTC. What is that, Pacific? Let me see. Oh, you know what? I've got a cool thing on my. I put a fancy phone widget. That shows me world clock time. Let me see if it works. And I should just have Greenwich Mean Time like right there. Let's see. Is it alive? Did I do this right on the phone? What time is it? UTC, 2 a.m. Whoops, I should say Pacific. Whoops, I did this wrong. What is 2 a.m. UTC in Pacific? 7 p.m. Okay, so that is the most recent pass of the satellite over here that we're checking up on Verdi. I'm just gonna call it Verdi if you guys don't mind. Okay, you probably do. You probably just unsubbed. Sorry. So the Gold Ranch we're going to look at in just a second, but our cams today have been really mild, and I'm pretty confident in the original assessments I was given that, so far so good. Things look like they're going to be just okay. It's a scary situation, but man, our heroes caught it so well. Just must obey all evacuation info that they give in the orders, and do be ready to go at a moment's notice, because you're still vulnerable to the new fires that break out. Excuse me, where did I put it? The Q branch of images here. Oftentimes it's precautionary, where they want people to be ready to go at a moment's notice so that they can get out of their way if something gets carried by the wind and some burning chunk lands in somebody's yard. It's theoretically possible with the high winds they had today. So they want just people to get out of the way. I don't think they're fearing that entire neighborhoods are going to burn down or anything. They're just not being clear about why they want people to be ready to go at a moment's notice in Verdi neighborhood. Development that's over here off screen to the right. So look at how good it's been on the cams, even though they had some pretty serious winds. What looked like firing ups last night to me, and to JB, who also spent hours with me looking at the cams to interpret what's going on. They were just strengthening their lines, and in between, like a whoosh, there was a calm, then a whoosh, then there was a calm, right where they wanted to strengthen their lines over here by the actual 80. Remember, we're looking to the southwest, and up here where it tried to climb against the wind up into the mountains. So we got lots of activity flare-ups here. They went calm. It's like that's the way that they do it. They will put fire in a little area and then see how it goes. Oh, so good. Okay, do the next little spot, do the next little spot. So that's the pattern that we see on cameras time and time again. In the interior, we saw flare-ups from time to time, and that would likely be just it flowing back onto, pockets of unburned fuel, like what JB describes as pockets, like in between figures. But who knows, if they wanted to burn that off today, last night, in the cool of the night when it was 65 degrees rather than, today's 90s or whatever it was today, then that would have been smart to take the drone over there and ping pong, incendiary ping pong ball to make it burn out during the middle of the night instead of today's high wind red flag event. So the red flag is about to expire about 30 minutes from now, unless they renew it. It went until 8 p.m. tonight, right? Let me look back. You guys have any questions about like specific fires? Or you need to use the bathroom real quick. We just have a update from Watch Duty on it. Gold Ranch. Well, I got the ding just now. It says it was 27 minutes ago. Hey, great news. The reservoir fire, Clear Lake, Lake Berryessa. Forward progress stopped. 68 acres with 10% containment already. Mazel tov. What a good job our heroes did. Crews will remain at the scene into the night, putting out hotspots for CAL FIRE LNU. Yes. Yeah, man, our crews did excellent today. Okay. Yeah, 30 minutes ago, per Truckee Fire Meadows District via Nevada Energy, the Gold Ranch fire has maintained its footprint. Forward progress. Been declared stopped. Awesome. I don't know why they didn't declare that last night, but okay. Great. About an hour ago, they had a 8% containment. Well, we do have good Yeah, we have 8% containment now too. 674 acres. Evacuations remain in effect. Yeah, and just forward progress stop doesn't mean it's over. It doesn't. There's still high winds and such that can happen, and burning bits of something from the treetops especially could float around and light, little brush fires in people's yards and on the side of the road. So they do need people to be ready to go at a moment's notice, especially downwind, so they can get out of fire crews way and deal with it. But if you look at the way the wind is continuously blowing, there's so many quick access roads here and little spots in between roads where I don't think they would do much. There's a lot of pavement here and road access. So the fire ember would have to get lucky enough to land somewhere that could burn, and then be lucky enough to run faster than fire crews. But they're already just all over this place. They're ready to grab it. So they've had more than 24 hours now to get help from elsewhere. At least 17 hours. Oh, when did this start? When did this start actually? Yesterday afternoon. 7 o'clock yesterday. Yeah, they've had 24 hours to get help from elsewhere and prep the area. So, but just remember, it's important to stay out of their way and don't try to go back where they're not ready for you to go back. Sometimes level 3 evacuations, like in this spot right here, which I still believe is level 3. Let's check it out. I just do a refresh. See, that's the Crozier. Okay, where's the one for the queue here? Let's refresh and go back to it. Yeah, like here, it may not just be safe to go back yet because they may have to repair things like damaged power lines. Sometimes they accidentally damage stuff, trying to make the neighborhood safe. They may have cut down dead trees, like, for example, and felled them over roads or driveways, and they have to clean that up before people can go back safely. So just wait, nice and patient. But I'm feeling very, very good about this. And we just take it one day at a time. And look at the cams. What a difference a day makes. This is the time lapse. I'll lose this image, but it's in my explainer video if you guys missed it. And this is how I go back and I explain kind of how it happened, like how it started. And I ran it past retired fire captain John Bruno. And JB was like, he didn't have a hotline to anybody on the fire, but we were in pretty good agreement that here's where it started. Yeah, here's like a clip. That's my video within the video. It's videoception. It's catception. If you want to get my take on it and how it started and get these old time lapses that don't exist right now, you can go see that. So I just show, look, here's what the naked eye sees, and it's not that big of a deal. Then 1 second later, it goes in infrared and looks huge because that's the hot smoke. And the camera goes out of focus, making it also huge, exaggerating the light. So, there are a lot of people on pins and needles all night wondering if it's up the highway. Where is it? Is it on both sides of the highway? Because people on social media started freaking people out and putting images that looked like it was all over the place. People looked at the satellite images and saw that heat detection was well to the north, up the mountainside. But they didn't realize that's hot drifting smoke. So you have to have a lot of information to cross-reference things to understand what's happening. You have to verify what you're seeing on satellite with the cams. You have to verify what you're seeing on the cams with the radio. So that's what we were doing. And most of the night, they didn't speak much about it. There were all sorts of lewd and lascivious behavior going on in Reno. People mooning people and running away and doing the opposite, doing the female version. There are topless people running through the streets. I'm just going to blame Flocka, But I mean, I just wanted to give people a sense of calm that is mostly exaggerated light. And that's probably the fire crews wanting that to happen to help hold the lines. Because it would flare up and die down, flare up and die down in the spots where they wanted to hold, over by 80, and then in the unburned pockets back in between. So they stopped it right there. That's 80, like curving around like so. They stopped it right there, probably by lighting a fire in front of it. If I had to guess, it looked like it was kind of like a backfire. So like it would get big and then it would just slow down, get big and slow down. I said, as long as it doesn't move, guys, on the camera, it's good. Who cares? Like right there, it's probably firing ops right off that hillside to make sure the line holds. I wish they'd explain this to people. Or are they doing this or not? As long as the fire doesn't move, you're okay. There's good. It's not often that you have a cam that shows you the exact start of a fire. Where's it in my broadcast? I should have timestamped it. But the freeway is back open. I mean, yeah, I probably did it right around here. The replay of the right there. Yeah, can you believe that? There's a vehicle on fire. Somebody said they were cited for DUI or something. I don't know. 7 o'clock at the evening, I guess. I just don't want to spread rumors. If that's an innocent person who just had car problems. But if that's a headline or something, do let me know. Welcome back, Husky. They still shaking and quaking down there in Southern California? And those aftershocks have got to be unnerving. But it's pretty amazing what you can see on these cams. So I guess I was blabbing here a bit. Let's fast forward. But the fire burned itself. It made its own fire line. And like shot its own self in the foot here. Because if the trees were later going to catch, where it was a slow moving, fast moving but short grass fire, it failed to even light the trees on fire. So it made its own fire line. Like this is what the fire crews would have wanted for itself. And protected the people on the other side of 80. Yeah, Lab Diamond says that's true. Yeah. Thanks for boosting my confidence. I always want to defer to the wisdom of real firefighters because I'm a noob. I'm the person who has communication skills. I'm the go-between, between the people who know and have real world experience, and those who are just civilians that have no idea of what anybody's talking about. Hope I'm doing a good job. So this is where the camera went dead, but it pivoted around. So even though it spotted a couple of times, perhaps on the cams, over 80, they pounced on it if they never let it get established. So, I mean, the Truckee is a really dang good unit, and JB has high praise for them. And it's cool that they have a Twitter and share some images with the public and stuff. But my God, if only somebody could explain what's going on at night. I'd rather retire and they just do it themselves. But what can we do? Like here's an aerial image from earlier today. So where the fire started was right here by the road. Either back here or right here. I think it was here. Here or here. Maybe it was back here. I don't see a black here, so I think it was actually here. Yeah. Because there's these buildings kind of in the background, yeah. So the vehicle burned here, pulled over to the side of the road, lit the grass on fire. It jumps down there and like plunges over a ravine like a diving board, and then gets up in here in the trees. It's like, oh dear. And then it races with the wind, because the wind was like a wind tunnel like this from the south, and then kind of curved over to the direction was like pushing the fire towards the northeast and towards the north. But man, this fire, like I kept saying, this fire's crying tears of frustration. Like, car, why couldn't you melt down over here so I could have done damage to Verdi? Was it Verdi? I forget now, guys. Is it Verdi? Please correct me. Why couldn't you have melted down over here? I could have been on both sides of the freeway. I could have been ripped roaring through neighborhoods. Why did you break down over here? Now I'm stuck in a pocket. Now I'm just going to run into the Great Wall of freeway. Dang it. Wind, why are you not my friend either? Wind, why are you pushing me into the freeway where they're going to stop me? I want to go up here. I want to go up to the hill. I want to go up to the forest. I want to go race up to the top of the mountain unimpeded. You started me right where there's fire access roads. Why? You know, this fire's going to write a country song about its woes. You know, it never had a chance because our firefighters are that good, and they had all these advantages. I still don't know what happened down here and if there were what structures may have been lost. I fear for the storage unit place. I don't know if anybody lost their storage unit. And it was really scary, and people had to evacuate an equine show like ASAP. But what I was hearing when I began monitoring it, and it was pretty late in the game, was that livestock were okay, and they just were still evacuating them out. What's a biggins? Hey, New Day. Oh, John Sater says 4 more of the biggins out of Reading headed west in the last 10 minutes. Oh, the big airplanes, the big VLATs, very large aerial tankers. So that would be the passenger jet water droppers. The biggins, yeah. Welcome back, New Day. So like I'm saying is that these roads, thank God they were here, and thank God the fire crews, you know, had time because the fire was fighting against the wind to try to go uphill, and that gave the firefighters just enough time to get here and stop it at these roads here. Today, aircraft hit the retardant to strengthen that. Awesome. The road curves down this way as well. It stopped it up against the road. Grass fires have to move or they die. They peter out. And right now, it's just got some trees to try to eat, sort of, but I bet they're going direct on it, if I had to guess. I saw some movement in some of the vehicles today in the cams, where they went out here and did things. So either they'll try to put it out with like water first, or they have options. Maybe they want to continue to burn this area down to reduce the fire load and make everybody safer for winter and Santa Ana wind season and Diablo wind season. They got options though, because at least at night it's cool. Yeah. New Day says, I know that the VLAT, it's getting too late to use them. I know. Let's see where they're going. But yeah, please guys, check out the explainer video and hit the thumbs up so it gets seen by more people if you guys feel like it. We have good reception. I couldn't be there live when it occurred, but I helped Sarah Luna make some tweets, and she was so amazing. You guys have got to follow Sarah Luna on the Twitter. And so I linked to her, and these are all the links that you could ever want: the camera views, evacuation maps, how to sign up for Washoe County alerts, right in the description of this explainer video. Got links to Sarah Luna. And so in my absence, because I was helping my mom, she was cleaning up a storm with the evacuation maps, Office of Emergency Services stuff, keeping people calm because, you know, there was no official word on what was happening all night. And people were like, where do we go? What do we do? Are we in danger? Where is the fire? Is it on both sides of the freeway? What's it doing? Where's it going? And so she was helping keep people calm. So my video was a supplement where I could actually speak and, you know, show people on the cams the good news. Is this video. Man. Look how scary that looks. Man, it just takes some kind of balls, excuse my language, to be a firefighter and approach that. And like hold the line as it approaches. That is like being a Roman soldier fighting Carthaginians and standing up in front of a war elephant. You know, a war elephant. Like, how do you stand your ground? It's a special kind of tough, you know. So It's scary enough just to even watch that kind of thing. But when people see this kind of scary thing out the window and with their own naked eye, you know, they need guidance. I really hope that in the future they'll have 24-hour coverage that is way better than me, because it'll be straight from the horse's mouth. New Day says, I've seen them before over fires in Oregon. Yeah, the big VLATs. You hear fire trucks, I think. Yeah, New Day. There's a cool app called Pulse Point. I want to show this to you guys. Pulse Point app. Many communities, if use Pulse Point. Ah, this is white. And you can here's the link to it. Type in and see if your local fire agency uses Pulse Point, and you can see all of the 911 calls as they happen. And on the phone, it'll is there a good screenshot here? It'll list all of the emergencies and the responding units, what type of units are happening, like responding, like an engine, medics. He'll put that in a nice little neat list. What time you have notifications, like for fire that break out in your neighborhood, car accidents, or medical emergencies. If you know CPR, you can say, notify me of anybody near me that needs CPR. And you can go provide CPR before medics arrive, especially if you're rural. That could save lives when it's long response time. And I have these set up for Portland, Fire and Rescue, and Portland has got all kinds of that. Yeah, you just thumbs up. Thank you, Carney. Your check's in the mail, because, you know, I buy my likes and subscribes. You will get your 2 cents, 2.5 cents in a direct deposit pretty quickly. Thanks, Carney. Yeah, I should put Dark Reader on for that. Yeah, good idea. They do have a dark mode, but if you're lucky enough, you can see the dispatch to your community. It vexes me because, like Butte County, I don't think has this. Riverside County does, though, like Portland does. But like I want to keep track of people I know in Sutter and Yuba County, and they don't. So like I don't get alerts what's going on in Marysville or the Yuba City area, but like I do for other places. So just check it out. And like that helped me to cover the fires and the flood disasters of Ventura County. Ventura County's got it. And every time I hear in the Portland area a siren, I put on Pulse Point and I know what's going on. It's either Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue or it is Portland Fire and Rescue in general. And I have it set up for Salem for my mom, and I know when fires break out down there. It jingles my phone. And they also have a map of incidences, and you can just see what's going on in your own neighborhood if you're lucky. So let me write down. I did Pulse Point overview. And John Sater, were you able to give me an email? Let me check. I have to get some water. I treated myself. You know, I don't drink. So I have more of a budget for, I don't drink alcohol, you know, like treats. You know, comfort foods. So I treated myself to a on sale thing, Icelandic glacier water. Oh, I love that stuff. I think it's the best bottled water ever. Oh, cool. Yeah, those of you getting in touch with me about the laptop, thank you. And let's see. I mean to respond soon as soon as I get a moment to myself. I wanted to make sure that we were here until red flag expired, and it's about to expire, I think, over there in Reno. Wow, look how beautiful that is. Look at the screen right now. Look how beautiful that sunset is in the Reno area. Just golden. Just golden. Okay, let me see. Oh, and if you have a different name online than you do than you do in chat. You have to put that there so I know who you are. Like when people say I sent you an email, sometimes I'm baffled. I'm looking and I'm looking and I'm looking. I'm like, oh, right. Well, that's not my real name in chat. Oh, well, tell me in your email who you are in chat. That's where I've had a lot of missed connections. People totally forget they um, that they changed their names and whatnot. And if I look in the general inbox, um, oh, Kathy. Oh my gosh, Kathy, thank you for the Venmo, $50. You're super, super supporter. Thank you. I'm glad I checked the email. Um, Says thank you. Oh, there's still nothing like your channel in Colorado. Thank you for your passionate commitment, helping so many traumatized people by wildfires. Our home burned down in Tehema Fire, Colorado, 2002. I'm so sorry about that, but I'm so glad I can help you and help people. And thank you for enabling that and enabling us to be ad free. Yeah, you guys, we have 50 more bucks. 50 more bucks towards it. You get super hearts. I wish I could set up notifications to be a lot better about when people thank you when people do a donation. I had it set up right, but the phone updated. But I'm so touched, and I wish we could be everywhere. I wish we could cover the entire nation. I wish I could have like a team of reporters and we would bounce back and forth to each other, like my live show. And then I could say, hey, you know, yeah, thank you, Kathy. Thanks. I didn't see I saw your email before I saw your chat. Thank you. And what's going on in Colorado right now? Those were some arson things. Weren't they suspected arson? Um, As by Easties or Estes Park. I don't know how to say that. Lady Bird says, oh, you donate as Melissa, but I don't care who knows that. Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Lady Bird, Melissa. Um, did I miss something from today? Or if I ever missed something, I'm really sorry. What is Kate's channel? What is Kate's? Me? I would assume? Wait, I'm lost. Wait, somebody else have another channel? Okay, I'm getting real confused. I need blood sugar. I need to eat something. So let me check. I'm trying to figure out if John was able to email me. John Sater was having issues. Um, yeah, we have some people may have temporary laptops to loan me as we are saving up money for like the grand one that would really be ideal. And sorry, friends, I have to get back to you on that. I have to check. It's just so much spam. I don't see an email from John. If you're still there, John, let me know how else I can reach you. Check spam. Check spam. And it's time to go get that Icelandic glacier water. But I'm taking a screenshot of this. This is beautiful. Look, you know how ugly this could have been today? You know how bad we could have seen a black plume. If this car, okay, you know how bad this could have been? If this car went further down the road before catching fire and they pulled over on I-80, like just a little bit down the road, a mile, the fire would have been on both sides of 80. It would have raced up towards the hills. It would have run into neighborhoods in the extreme high winds. We had such incredible luck. Like, okay, you could say it's bad luck that the fire started, but okay, after a fire starts, such incredible luck that it was going to just run into the pocket there on I-80. What if it had made it all the way to Verdi, right up here? Or what if the guy had worse, gone in the old I-80 up there, and then it was on fire? It would have been racing up mountains, and then in the high winds, and then high altitude embers raining down. Like this could have been so freaking bad. People wonder, like, and sometimes they get offended, like, Why are you happy? I'm not happy, okay, that a fire started. I am relieved it didn't get way worse because I know how bad fire could have gotten here. So that is the silver lining thing. This Golden Sunset Reno screenshot. Oh, now it's pink. Oh, look at that. Ah, wow. Oh my gosh. Oh, John, yeah, there you are. I have to find what my email is. I don't. Back in a jiffy. Oh, okay. I can help any way that I possibly can here with it. Thanks for still being here, John. Well, people call me Kate David. That's okay. Oh, and I was thanking Kate for the donation. Yeah, I will definitely promote any of your guys' like little websites or something that you have. As long as they're cool, interesting, family friendly, you know. New Day says I worked fire many years. Well, thank you for your service, New Day. I don't know if I did that before. I didn't know if I knew that before. But on call, I think the season will slow down now. Greek fates. He didn't just say that. He didn't just say that. That was not just said. No, that was okay. Knock on wood furiously. That was not just said. That was not just said. Hopefully they didn't hear us. Hopefully they didn't hear us. Let's see. I love your name, Colorado Kate, though. That's great. So do let us know what's going on in Colorado. We care. It's just this is a lot to keep track of. Oh dear, did I reach the maximum 24 notifications? And anytime you guys need support here, the trauma of losing something like a home, it doesn't go away. You know, you're always welcome for support here. There doesn't have to be a fire in your neighborhood for you guys to hang out. You know, we try not to show anything dramatic. My Twitter does sometimes. That's the okay, forward progress stop declared, yes. But that's the thing we don't want to do is we don't want people to tune out of wildfire information like they do in the media and social media, just because we should find out that way. You know, um, I'm not the news. I'm not a reporter. I'm not there to get ratings and clicks because I show crying babies and trauma and half dead animals and homes under destruction. That's something the news does. That's the news. If people want to watch it, that's already covered. We're here to inform. And people can only stay informed if they feel like they won't be traumatized again. It's one of the biggest ways we can help here on the channel. Of course, I would never make fun of anybody, John. Tech skills don't come easy because there's no manual with anything. Like cell phones are complicated and they don't come with a manual. Computers are complicated. They used to come with a manual. I actually have one from my old family computer. Our first Macintosh, that's a little bit before my time, but my half brothers and stuff played with, had a manual for like how to dump a file into a trash bin. Yeah, Jay Cat, is there a new thing on the Boise? Was that like a new update? Yeah, where are you quoting that from? Is that from the Boise Facebook page or? But tech skills are also not good for anybody who has vision problems or palsy. I have a friend with Parkinson's, and his text messaging is almost impossible, and he has a speech impediment because of Parkinson's, so he can barely reach me. And I struggle to set up the phone so that he can use it. And accessibility for anybody with vision problems, like scaling and text, doesn't work very well. It cuts off half the screen if you make it big enough to read. Like my father going blind, I can't really help him except if I'm right next to him and take the phone out of his hand. Yeah, 37 minutes ago. So did I just miss it? Because I watched duty. I thought I read the whole update. Because they didn't. They said that the fire's hung up on there in Red Cap Creek and the plume collapsed. It's like looking pretty good there. And they said that it was just, it found new fuel there, but it was hung up to the south and the east on the ridge, which means temporarily paused. So it probably just consumed most of the new fuel that it found over the past couple hours, and it's calming the beep down right now. As far as we could tell, like if there's what they're waiting for is it to be calm enough for firing ops. So it's not running anywhere. I just don't want people to get that impression. It found new fuel and then just went up to where the Ridgeline Road is. It's going to be, a handful to try to hold that later. But like they got the wind in their favor, and so they're just look at the foggy stuff rolling in. It looks worse than it is. I mean, the plume happened because of all this wind on it, and it found heavy fuel, but it didn't actually move much. You know what I mean? Like it didn't go past their lines that they have is the impression we all get from the update. Yeah. Uday says I can feel it. Kathleen, according to Farmer's Almanac, it says early rains for the west. I really hope so. Yeah. Well, here's the thing that I don't know that it doubled in size in the past 3 hours. I don't know about that. I think they typoed actually, J.E. Cat. We were speculating on that because they said the new estimate was 2,371. I think they typoed it. It's supposed to be 5,371. As earlier, the early update was 4,933. So there's a typo somewhere. But no, I don't think it just grew 2,000 acres. Like in 3 hours. Maybe they did not have the chance to map plane it today. So that would be a 48 hours without mapping if they do it tonight at midnight. So the last time they actually had a good acreage would have been the night before last because they didn't have one for last night. So it's I just want to be clear that they're unclear. Like we're not sure on that. But no, I don't think it grew 2,000 acres in 3 hours at all. Maybe over the past 48 hours in general. But it's hung up on the ridgeline, and they just slammed it with a bunch of retardant, and the plume collapsed. So they explained that they explained that it found some new hardwood to do. So I just want to be clear that it's unclear. J.Cat. We can hope for a break, but my gosh, I don't want to say that too loud. Every time I do, I curse everything. If I say, okay, I think I'm going to log off and go to bed now, that's when arsonists run around and come out of the woodwork and, with the thing that happened by mosquito. And then it's like, okay, well, that's over. Maybe I can go to bed now. No, I can't. Albany County now has a new fire. It's like, oh my God. That was when I restarted the stream 3 times in the night. And just as I went to bed at 5 in the morning after a 17 or 18-hour stream, fire started south of Portland, and I drove to it to kind of get an idea of what's happening. It turned out to be like really overblown in the news. It was like a roadside Highway 99 fire that got out of hand in the bushes, but I couldn't even see it in the dark across the Willamette River, at Oregon City. I go there, and there's like no smoke in the air, and it actually smelled mild and pleasant. It smelled like burning leaves. It smelled good. I'm like, what the hell? It was like clickbait headlines, and the news crews went there to cover it, and they couldn't even see the fire either. And it's like, really? So it didn't mean it wasn't dangerous to the local communities, but I think it got overblown on the word of mouth kind of, talk about it. But that's what rumors do, like officials really need to take control and tell people the way it is so that the rumors are under control. We're going to help. I said, hey, Bucky, welcome back. Jay Cat says, okay, I searched back and found this from 22 hours ago, that it was 1,621 acres. Okay. Yeah, okay, good. So going to nearly 5,000. Was that the last time they mapped? Because let's go to their Facebook page. Maybe there's something I missed. The Boise. Like when did they map? When was their last acreage? Oh, there's a little recording from earlier. Oh, ask the incident commander. Oh, that sounds awesome. We can put that on. I'll go get some water. Use the bathroom. Yeah, 6 hours ago at 1 p.m. They said it was picking up an activity, windy and dry. Please do your best, stay out of the area. Yep. Looking volcanic there. Yikes. An update from 12 hours ago. Let's see, quick facts. Yeah, 13 hours ago. Oh, but when they said 1621, they said no infrared, no flight at the time, but little growth observed. Okay. So 13 hours ago, their last infrared flight was the prior day. So 13 hours ago, the last time they had a true acreage was 24 hours before that. Or 12 hours before that. I don't even know. Cause under investigation. Interesting. Yeah, interesting. Detection date was the 9th. I believe there was thunderstormy activity at the time, but I don't know if there was any true lightning over there. Fixed wing available as needed. Right. Let's see. So if it was just under 1.5 to 2,000 acres, like one of these things is a typo. 4 may be a typo, and it could just be 2,933 acres. Because in their actual update, it says current estimation is 2,371. So, I wonder about it, but we'll find out at midnight or whenever the map happens. You guys want to play some bets? Do you think it's 5,000 acres almost, or more like 2,500? Let's do a bet. The prize is fake money. I'll give you fake money in the chat. How about that? Place your bets here. What is the true acreage? True near acreage of Boise, right? Yes and no is something that I can't move, but I'll just say 5K-ish is one option, and the other one is 2.5K-ish. Yes and no is a trick answer. You get fired if you answer yes or no. Okay? All right, let's go. Place your bets. My bet is, let's see. Let's do some soft. Let's do some soft fuzzy math here with the measuring tool. All right, we go. If we put on like the perimeter thing that they had, and then that's their hot points. Okay, if we were going to measure a polygonal area, draw. And here we hit okay. That says 32 square kilometers, or 12.49 miles. What's that in acreage? Okay, 12.5 miles in acreage. What is 12.5 square miles in acres? 8,000. Nah. All right, I'm gonna redo all that. I don't believe that. Okay. All right. Do this again. That can't be. What did I just do? I hit the wrong button? Okay. All right, polygonal area. Primary growth. South and the east of the fire, but the heat detections don't go beyond there. Maybe that's a lot more realistic. 7.84 square miles. I'm just going to do 7.8. That would be 5,000 acres, though, guys. That would be 5,000 acres. 51,000. J Cat says I bet it's 2371 and a half acres. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, we'll the polls are still open. They're still open, guys. Let's watch the video. And remember, you win a super prize, which is fake money in the chat. Like Monopoly money, man. Let's look at, boys, why did it move over to the park? There. We still are covering the park, of course, but we need to watch some videos on that. I want to get to the most important ones of the day first. Okay, so the Boise Park fire update. 5 hours ago, ask the incident commander. Be right back. Can I make this big? They were muted. It's 24 minutes. Low resolution.
One of the best is to follow us on the Boise Fire Facebook page. Now, obviously we're not on the Boise Fire Facebook page right now. That's because new restrictions would not let us go live. So we have made an alternate decision. We're on the California National Facebook page, but we will share this presentation to the Boise Fire Facebook page, and hopefully everybody is able to receive this information. The other thing you can always do if you want to get information is visit our INSA website. That's insaweb.wildfire.gov, or you can go to our link tree, which has a whole bunch of different ways to get information. So there are lots and lots of ways that you should be able to find us, including just going to a good old-fashioned phone number if you feel like doing that. That phone number, if you're ready to copy, is 707-572-4860. And a human, most likely me, will answer your phone.
Oh, really? They got a hotline. Okay, what is that again? Sorry.
You should be able to find us, including just going to a good old-fashioned phone number if you feel like doing that. That phone number, if you're ready to copy, is 707-572-4860. And a human, most likely me, will answer your phone call. So thanks for joining us. I'm here today.
That is awesome. I wonder when the operational hours are now. They usually stop at 8. It's 8:20. That would have been cool to call them and, yeah, what's up? What are we seeing on the cams? The plumes, that unburnt fuel thing, right? Is that a typo of the acreage? You guys gonna do your firing ups tonight? Should be concerned about stuff on the cams? Yeah, that would have been cool to have those questions. So I'm just gonna highlight that for myself. I need to go use the bathroom real quick. And so we just put this on. I don't think we'll be able to watch the whole thing unless you guys are riveted by it, because we are going to be looking at it's open question and answer time, guys, for the fires. Let's see real quick, out of curiosity, did the red flag expire for Reno area? Let's see. All right, where's National Weather Service thing? I'm hoping, we can only hope, that conditions are improving there. Where is it? Oh, that's right. It was a Q fire because it was started with a Q when they first named it. And there's a Reno webcam. Isn't that neat? Here it is. Weather.com loop. You think 5 to 6? You may be right, guys. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm totally wrong. 80 square miles is 51,000 acres. I'm impressed you know that. Funny but true story. I was legally fishing for salmon above a fish hatchery, and I took a break, smoked a cigarette. Steak cop, who was glassing binoculars the area in front of him looking for deer poachers. What? Talked to that officer. He said if he knew what was happening behind him, lol. True story. 2 men were catching salmon and poaching at the fish hatchery. He took off and came back on the other side. Hey, good job. Good job. Okay. You know what? I think I'm probably wrong. I think you guys are probably right. But at least that's growth over 24 hours rather than 3 hours, because you know that would be explosively crazy if acreage did that. You know, 2,500 acres in 3 hours. That's just what I wanted to clarify. Likely did not occur. You know. So anyway, did the red flag expire? Did it? National Weather Service, Reno, current conditions, current hazards. It showed the red flag for today. Current hazards. Right. Okay. Critical fire conditions, red flag. That was from earlier today. That's a nice, good explainer. 12 to 8 p.m. Monday. So did it expire? Like, where's the forecast? Did I get on the wrong page? Really? It's like, okay, what do I just do? Reno, Nevada, USA. 76 degrees, 11-mile-an-hour winds. Lake wind advisory. But no red flag. Expired at 8. Awesome, guys. It's still windy, which is still dangerous. Lake wind advisory remains in effect from noon to 9 p.m. for the Pyramid Lake and Topaz Lake area, Bridgeport Reservoir, Mile Lake, Crowley, and Washoe Lake. Southwest winds 15 to 20 miles an hour, gust up to 35, waves up to 3 feet. Jeez. From noon to 9 p.m. this evening, which is about to expire then. Great news. Okay, let's go back to our video. Sorry, paused it like that. Some people, it drives them nuts, but that's what we do here. That's the goal of the channel, is see how much we can drive people crazy, because we crazy people, we love company. You know, it's Alice in Wonderland. I'm mad, you're mad, we're all mad here. And the Cheshire Cat quote. You're really cool if you get that. Okay, let's go back. Boise. Facebook. This is pretty cool if they do Ask an Incident Management Team.
With Heather McCrae, she's our Operations Section Chief, and of course, as promised, Tim Fike, he's our Incident Commander. We're going to do a couple of things. We're going to go around the map carefully with Heather so she can talk to you about operations today and how it's going, and then we will go to questions for either Tim, Heather, or myself.
Guys, can we get the celebration spam thing? Hit that button that looks like a heart. We celebrate red flag expired. It wasn't renewed at the Reno area. Hell yeah, guys.
To talk about what's going on out there. So I am looking at your questions as they come in. I am delighted to try to answer as many of them as I can on air here. That's great. I'm not sure that we'll get to all of them, but we will do our very, very best. So with that, let's go to Heather, and she's going to walk us around the map.
Good afternoon. To start, I'd like to talk about some successes that we have had within the Boise fire footprint itself. So on the heel of the fire, we have had great success over the last 2 days with direct line construction right along the fire's edge, utilizing a combination of both hand line and dozer line. I will remind you that we are on the Six Rivers, very steep, very rugged, very remote. And so topography is definitely challenging our firefighting efforts. But we do have several Type 1, the best of the best hotshot crews out there who are working very hard in the locations where we can. We have seen some fire growth within the past 2 days. Today we did see the fire make a decent run across the drainage and came up to a ridge. The folks on the ground are out there right now developing a plan to see what's next in that area. To the south of the fire, we do have the red salmon fire footprint. That fire burned in 2020. There is a combination of van line and dozer line that goes around that fire, so we're looking at options both closer to the active fire edge, but also utilizing some of that old line, and then also the road system that comes from the red salmon back towards the fire footprint. Off to the east, we have the Butler fire from 2013. Again, line that was completed during that fire. However, it has been several years since that fire and since those lines were put in. So we're getting resources moved up into that area to reopen those lines to try to utilize them again. Way up on the top, you have Orleans Mountain. We are taking every precaution that we can up in that area. Definitely some critical infrastructure up there, communication towers and whatnot. So we want to make sure that we are limiting fire impacts to that location. To the north, we have the Perch fire footprint. That fire did burn last year, so relatively recent. So we are looking at opportunities to reopen and utilize those fire lines as well. And then off to the north, we also have the community of Orleans. And so we have folks in there looking around the community to see what we need to do to keep fire to the east of that. We have identified 2 ridge systems that are closer to that fire, where we're trying to get resources into a combination of hand line and dozer line to keep that fire away from the community. Due to you can see it very well on the map, very, very steep, rugged terrain, not anywhere that we can put people, and absolutely not an ability to put equipment in there directly along the fire perimeter. So we are utilizing those old lines, as I was talking about previously, getting those reopened, and then when the timing is right, looking at the opportunity to utilize strategic firing operations. We want to ensure that we are getting good fire in those areas, and we aren't letting the fire cross that drainage and run up to the ridge systems. That leads to impacts that are long-term in the ecosystem, including potential flooding and whatnot, and impacts to the waterways. So when we use those strategic firing operations along the ridge system, we let fire back down into those drainages. It takes the fuels away from the main fire, and then that way we have an overstory that's remaining, and we have some surface fuels that are still remaining, and the impacts to the waterway and the potential for mudslides and whatnot is greatly reduced. We have quite a few aircraft that we have assigned to the fire. So we have helicopters that are dropping water along the fire perimeter to slow that progression. to assist the crews where they can get in there. Also, it buys us time to get those lines put in. We have, fixed wing aircraft that are being utilized as well. All of this is always dependent on visibility, and so when we have smoke impacts and the smoke settles, we can't, see down in those areas, and so the aircraft can't fly. Today we did get the smoke lifting early. We had some winds that weren't forecast, and that's when the fire did make that run across this drainage and up to the ridge system. So we're constantly, planning and adjusting based on what the fire is doing and the weather that does come in.
Okay. So we appreciate that. We're going to hit you with a couple questions right away. Right off the bat. First is, how close is the fire to Etna?
Oh, way, way, way far away from Etna. This is the Orleans mountain, as mentioned, and I have to do nautical miles, but it's oh my goodness, yeah, 30 miles away from Etna. Yeah, the next, you can kind of see it barely up there on the corner of the map, but that's the Salmon River, and so then you've got miles beyond the Salmon River before you get to Etna. So I'd say 30-40 air miles before you get to Etna.
So that was a very good question. That's always a little hard, and I realize that this map is hard to see. We will put the camera right in our faces tomorrow so that it makes it a little easier for you folks to see, but all of these maps are available on InstaWeb, so you can get in there and you see the main fire, then if you go up to the northwest, you see the little town of Orleans up there. That should help orient you in space, and the big ridge down there is Lookout Ridge, right? Antenna Ridge. So that takes us to the next question, is when do we expect to begin strategic firing operations?
It could,
and where?
Okay. It could start as early as tonight, or it could be tomorrow night. We are planning on utilizing a combination of both our hotshot crews and also the UAS, so the drones. We have it on order, we have it coming. But there was some delays with both traffic and some mechanical issues with the vehicle. So they're trying to get here as soon as they can. But as mentioned, if at all possible, it could start as early as today, and it would be up on that antenna ridge. Coming from Orleans Mountain, moving down to the west.
So I want to just there's a little bit of confusion in terminology, and there's a couple of ways that we use firing, and there's some direct firefighting tactics, and then there's some indirect tactics. And can you talk a little bit about the difference between sort of that defensive and then the building of containment line?
Yeah, and so
I know you can do that.
Yeah. So where at all possible, we like to put folks right on the fire perimeter, dozers, engines, crews, and build that containment line directly adjacent to the fire. As mentioned, though, there are places where we just cannot get people. The steepness is just so much that people can't walk there. There's just no way for folks to access that. So that's where we have to focus our efforts on places where we can get equipment, we can get people to there, and utilizing those ridge systems that have been utilized in the past and reopening those is where we are focusing our efforts, because we can get the equipment and the people in there, build those lines, and then utilize our tactical firing operations to take that fuel away from that main fire, allow backing fire to back down into that drainage.
Did you want to add something about that?
Well, it's important to note that the Boise drainage has no fire history within the last 100 years. And so it is all old growth, very decadent, has a lot of deadened down on the ground. And so that's going to, add to the workload for anybody in there trying to do direct hand-line construction. And then a few hotshot crews that have been in testing that area to see if it's any kind of viability to go direct, indicated that within yesterday morning, so within a 24-hour burn period, they were already having old growth snags falling. And so that's going to be a safety issue that's going to be extremely hard to mitigate without going to the ridges that already have some kind of control lines in place, and improving those and giving us an opportunity to be let the fire work in our favor instead of exposing firefighters directly down in a hole. I also want to note that it's extremely long transport times for anybody who's injured in there, and we have had a few minor injuries to this date, and it's proving to be very long transport times to get anybody out of there.
So there's some really, really good questions in here, and most of them are unfortunately not for our incident commander, although
That's okay.
okay, so I have so we answered about the strategic firing. Is the Orleans lookout raft?
Yes, so we were able to accomplish that to about 90% yesterday, and that was completed today. So yes,
cool.
The Orleans lookout is wrapped.
So then there's a question about when will we get more resources available for this fire, i.e. crews. We've had really good luck getting crews coming in. It's a specific type of fuel type. It's a specific type of need. So we will start seeing those resources coming in today. I think that we already are.
We had 2 additional hotshot crews that checked in this morning, and we checked the ordering. We have 6 more currently en route.
Including several dozers.
Yep.
Yeah, so then you guys have really great questions here. Are we collaborating with the Karuk tribe and their localized skill set and fire resources? And we're expecting Greg Moon to walk in the door at any moment, but we haven't seen him yet.
Greg Moon is not going to be able to make it
from the producer. Greg Moon is not going to be able to make it today, but the answer is yes. The truth is that we as a team have been in this country a lot, and we have always had really good communication with the Karuk and talking about how we manage the fire. So yes, the answer is absolutely. There's also a question in here about helicopter versus fixed wing aircraft, and how do we make a choice about what to use, and what do we have ordered here and why?
So a lot of it does come down to the visibility. The fixed wing come in at a higher elevation. The helicopters are able to get down a little bit lower. The helicopters, are utilizing water, and so they are dipping and accessing water out of the river, and then bringing it up and dropping it directly, along the fire's edge. The fixed wing drops retardant. That does, depending on, again, the visibility, they make a drop and then they've got to go back to either Medford or Redding or McClellan down in Sacramento. So definitely quite a bit longer return times. Additionally, with some of those deep, rugged drainages, a lot of times those fixed wing aircraft can't get down in there. So the air tankers most of the time are utilized higher up on the ridge systems. Additionally, we are very cognizant of where those waterways are, and so we also drop retardant further up on the ridges to keep the retardant out of the waterways.
So have we ordered fixed wing on this fire, and where and why would we do that?
So yes, we do have fixed wing flying on the fire. Again, dropping retardant up on the ridge systems, trying to utilize that as a way to to slow the fire's progression, knock the fire down, to get our crews in there, dozers as well, to be able to fight that fire. the ability, of our folks to get in and work directly along the fire's edge is absolutely dependent on that fire behavior and that fire activity. So both, aerial delivered products provide that opportunity to knock that fire down and allow our folks to get in there and work on it.
Where is the Fire Cam Incident Command located? We are in Orleans. So we're looking right at the fire. We like being as close as we can. It reduces the travel time for our firefighters, allows us to spend more time on the line, and we have better communication when we're sitting right next to where the fire is. I want to just go to Tim and talk a little bit about leaders' intent on this fire and kind of what we've heard, et cetera, and then we'll see if anyone else chimes in.
Well, it was made clear from the beginning this is a full suppression fire. And, that's, full suppression means we're going to go try and contain it as close to its origin as possible. But, as easily seen here, it's in a deep, deep drainage, and that's going to force our hand to be a little more indirect. And that's why the strategic firing plan is very important, to be able to, find a place that we can backfire into the main fire and slow the slope-driven runs down and try to minimize some of the fire mortality and give us a better opportunity to hold it on those ridges. I flew it yesterday, and the described previous burns are a little bit we thought they were going to have a little less fuel than it does, but they have quite a bit of fuel in them. So it's not like this fire can run to a ridge and just stop because there's nothing on the other side. There's still a lot of fuel on the other side, a lot of fuel loading, especially in the Butler burn. There's a lot of snags and some 10-year-old brush now. And so that's going to be problematic as the fire does make its runs, and it will. So we fully expect we'll have to deal with slop overs, spot fires over our proposed lines, and that's just part of this type of a firefight. But the intensity of that burn should slow down quite a bit when it does get into the old burns.
So we did get a couple more questions. I'm going to address one of them. Lauren, you asked about the potential size of the fire. At this point, we're going to have to look at our box. We're going to have to see where we are with where we can create containment lines realistically, and then we're a lot at the mercy of Mother Nature. So we can probably think about where, if we get to our first lines, we could probably do the math on that. If we get extreme fire behavior, we get to our alternate contingency emergency lines, then we can probably do the math, but a lot of that's going to depend on Mother Nature. Did you want to add anything to that, or was that okay? Guess not. But we'll, obviously we're going to keep you posted with the lines that we have planned and what we're planning to do, and then we'll talk about, if we need to go to a next step, we'll talk about why we had to do that. Structure protection work on the Salmon River corridor.
So we have not started that as of yet. I can tell you that this incident management team was on the Butler fire, so we're very familiar with that. I'll also tell you that when I'm not with this incident management team, I'm the Forest FMO on the Klamath National Forest. So I am very familiar with that side of the hill, and have had very regular communications back home, and keeping folks on the Klamath informed of what is going on. Our plan and our efforts right now are focusing on that ridge and keeping the fire from crossing the ridge. As Tim mentioned, there are a lot of fuels, on that side. So if that we do, get fire on the other side of that ridge, we're gonna work as quickly as we can to contain it. If it does become well established, we will be over on on that Salmon River roadside. We will be, putting efforts into the structures on that side. But for right now, we are focusing our efforts as far as structure protection goes around the structures that are in the close proximity to the fire area, and then also in Orleans. But rest assured, we do know about Forks, we do know about Nordheimer, we do know about Butler Flat, we do know about all those structures over there. And if there is a need, we will be over there.
Yeah, we're in daily phone conversations every morning with the incident commanders and the agency administrators for the Klamath, Six Rivers, surrounding areas. So everybody is fully aware of our efforts and all share the same concerns.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I just want to also say, we are shipping fire information down to Forks, and we will have a signboard up at Butler today, correct? And fun fact, Tim and I, in 2013, did our very first public meeting together sitting on the floor of the Terrence's house in Butler Creek. So this feels full circle, 10 years later, here we still are. So yeah, I would, and definitely for you folks down in Forks and coming up this way, let us know if you need more information. We'll make sure that we're getting to, because I'm sure this feels a little bit like deja vu for you too. Thank you for the Boise Fire Facebook page. Yes, we just wish it could live stream. We found out that it cannot. But we will continue to find a workaround to make sure that these Ask the Incident Commander.
You know, if you guys want some tips, Facebook, so people don't have to have a YouTube account or a Facebook account. You know, use YouTube. YouTube, guys. I could totally give you tips. I really wish I could help them. Like I do. At least they are they're winging it like I am, and so I don't feel bad anymore. You know, feel on the fly, not prepped. Like there's no stage. You know, there's no planned film. Film crew that is assigned. You know, that's some of the hardest stuff to do on the fly. You know. Yeah, it said that the cause was under investigation, which I find really interesting. What about the Hill Fire? Like, did we know about the Hill Fire either? Like, its cause? I think that's about all we need to look at that meeting. But I'm so glad they're explaining it, that they do want to do firing ops as early as tonight, and that answered a lot of the questions we had. The other comment was, and I thank them for taking the time to explain that. And the other comment was, name the ridges, please. Yeah, they really do need to do that. So I like that comment, because the more information we have, the calmer we are about it, and we can stop speculating and stop, being inaccurate potentially. Without them having a map right in front of them, though, they may not really remember the names of these new ridges to them. You know. Really, the Hill Fire's under investigation too. Really. Well, it's not just illegal cannabis that could be, a factor. This is known as a big production area, so to speak. Humboldt County, Murder Mountain. That's an amazing Netflix documentary. Eye-opening, in fact. No longer is it a place where hippies went out to grow pot, from the 60s onwards, where there's free love and no law, but there didn't need to be because it was so gentle out there. Now it's like hardcore gangster, hard drug gangsters moving in, meth trade, meth labs, and it's very difficult to police Humboldt County and the areas right around Northwest California. It's ideal for growing a whole lot of plants, but it's also ideal for disappearing where law enforcement can't find you because of the steep, rugged nature of the terrain. And places like the wilderness that probably have meth labs all over the place, and illegal drug grows, because where there are no roads, you can't police. You can't police from a helicopter. So, what we have also... Sorry? What we also have, though, out here is just regular good old-fashioned recreation and regular normal hiking and it's cold at night. Look how dewy and foggy it is, and people need to make a little fire to keep warm, cook if they're hiking. And so it's interesting though that they're not saying lightning. There was some lightning. It was like crazy storms and stuff. August 5th and 6th, they rolled up. The lightning storms rolled up into Oregon and caused so much havoc in the Cascades around here too, and Eastern Oregon. When the hill broke out, I wondered if it was a sleeper or holdover lightning fire. Remember, lightning can strike a dead tree or a log or something or the ground. And if it was accompanied by a little bit of rain, then that fire can barely be alive. It can barely be on life support. It's like a cigarette. Kind of smolders and really slowly, pulls up the cigarette if it's just left in an ashtray. But as the days go on and it dries out, and the wind picks up, then it can make itself known. Like a tree can be on fire for more than a week before it finally collapses. It burns in between the bark and the heartwood like a cigarette. But when you get some wind, like there's been some wind, it's currently some wind too. Let's look at Ventus sky. And whoosh, smoke column, and it makes itself known after it reaches an acre or two. But if you look at campfires, just think about campfires. You don't make a smoke column high enough to be really seen from the air unless you're really kind of low. A bonfire, perhaps of extraordinary size, and if you had wet wood on it or something. But for the most part, smoke that's campfire sized or like pretty small, like that, the smoke goes through the trees and disappears. It hugs the ground. So by the time that they can see it from the air and figure stuff out, it usually has to have grown quite a bit. So they possibly could be investigating the area for a lightning strike or a sleeper kind of fire. But I don't know. Unlikely. They probably would have figured it out by now. Just you can roll back and see where lightning is struck. It's almost all the strikes are detectable now by satellite. So we also have the idea that some hiker, camper, a person recreating could have made a campfire and did not extinguish it with water. The same thing happens. The coals are still lit down there. They're still alive underneath the ash. It looks dead. Not. Usually takes a few days for that to finally burn out. But what happens if you get some wind? The actual coals could be rolled out of the fire. Also, if somebody dug an inappropriate kind of campfire, then, whoops, I think we went to China again. We went to Antarctica again because of the bug. If somebody fails to extinguish with water, you always should, then you can light roots on fire. Especially if you start digging your fire pit and you're hitting roots like that, that's not good. Like you cannot have a tree root in your fire pit. A lot of people just don't get that actually. A lot of people who are newbies, like city folk, go on a hike or something, and they think it's okay to take a bunch of river stones and put them in a circle and then put their campfire directly on the ground. And the circle of stones, and that's how campfires are animated in video games, guys. That's not the real way to make a campfire that's safe. So it's like directly on the ground, So there's a lot of gangsterism in there. The law enforcement can't go to a lot of the places in Humboldt County without risk of a true ambush, a true massacre and ambush, and so they oftentimes have to stay out. And there are areas of anarchy and no law out here. That's another reason why fire access roads are not just good for fire access, it's law enforcement. If law enforcement can quickly gather a bunch of hounds and a bunch of backup and go on a road somewhere, then somebody fleeing on foot or backpacking or even a horse or something can't really escape them. You can keep charging your drone there and go further down the road and keep launching the drone further and further. If you have to just stand in one spot where the road ends, your drone has a limitation of miles and amount of time it can be up, 15, 25 minutes at the most. before it comes back to you, or like thermal imaging or something. And that's it. Like you would have to hike deep into the woods to launch your drone again. So how long would it take you to get to the next ridge line? Oh, they're gone. They escaped you, right? So what about gangs? In this area, there's a lot of it's Humboldt County is lawless. Watch the Netflix documentary Murder Mountain. I mean, it's sensationalized a little bit. I mean, it's documentary drama kind of show, but a lot of it's spot on about how Humboldt County is so remote and it has very few roads that law enforcement can't go out there and deal with the illegal grow operations. But it's not just pot, like people say that pretty loosely. I mean, most Humboldt County production is probably totally legal by now. But as that changed to a legal thing and people came out of the dense woods to do it on their own properties now that it's legal, what you can't do, what's still illegal, like meth, gangsters have muscled in, and they are trying to push the hippie types out so that they can make meth and stuff and traffic other things through the area in the back roads. And there's a lot of crime there, a lot of unsolved murders and disappearances. And like I said, you don't have roads. Law enforcement can't really go in there. And if there's just one way out, like if there's a single road, well, you're just setting yourself up for an ambush, and so they won't want to do that. So mind wanders as to could this have been an illegal gang warfare kind of thing where they do burn each other out. They burn down each other's mobile meth labs and whatever to, I mean, it's gang warfare. Sometimes it's accidental, meth lab explosion or something, but sometimes it's just trafficking, long distance hiking to traffic drugs and guns and whatever, illegal substances. And they don't want to be on the main roads for a reason. And these people camp at night just like everybody else, but some places like Shasta County and over there by Weed, for example, like deeper into Shasta County, which is on the other side of California over here, getting towards the Oregon border by Mount Shasta. They have busted Honduran gangs, for example, and other types I'm not going to mention, where they found women that were chained to beds in tents, in the middle of the woods. And law enforcement, explained that. And so they didn't want in that part of their area, they didn't want to legalize drugs because they just kind of had a traumatic experience with it. They're like, I still don't think you can buy marijuana legally in the weed area, which is funny. I'm not sure on that anymore, but California has a lot of gang problems, and it's not just in the inner city. There's a lot of white motorcycle type gangs that are like meth oriented, and they want to claim, foothills and some mountain communities, and then the urban gang scene is totally different. And then you have a clash between all, where there's the big operations that want to do illegal stuff in the woods that are from the South American persuasion, right? So it's not just marijuana. It's taxed so much that there's still a big push for the illegal marijuana. So they have to reassess what they really want to do with this. But the hippies are moving out of Humboldt County or being pushed out of their rural properties sometimes with threats, and gangsters kind of taking over. So the Netflix documentary Murder Mountain explains it better than I can. So I don't know. We try to keep it not very political here. I don't know. I go through there, I pass through there, I visit the redwoods and such, where the redwoods are. But it's rugged, beautiful, and just a crying shame to see crime take over. Like what happened, you'd almost need a military, and they could do it if they wanted to. Get the military in there. Nobody can run from thermal infrared, you know. And if they have hidey holes and caves, they have to come out at some point. And you could clear the area like in a big military operation and restore law and order from time to time. But that's what it would take. That is what it would take. But this problem is being totally ignored by the state legislature in Washington, D.C. And it's not just that this is not the only county that has these kind of problems. Everywhere, what really started these problems was a stupid, stupid thing. Part of, and this is why I just inform you about it. I don't tell you what to think about it. I just inform you how this all went wrong. In a more innocent time when drugs were just straight up illegal and the illicit substances I'm talking about, like decades ago, somebody had a fine, imprisonment, and that was it. But then later, with the whole war on drugs thing, post 80s, which changed the scene, they needed to be funded, right? So they utilized civil asset forfeiture. So it was an attempt. The excuse was, we will seize people's properties and their cars and their homes, if they use it for the drug trade in order to take away the means to facilitate the drug trade. So if somebody's a dealer or a runner and he uses a Ferrari to run up and down between Portland, Seattle, and Sacramento in a day and run drugs up I-5, then seize his Ferrari, auction it off, and then with the Ferrari proceeds, it goes to funding the drug war, right? So same thing applied to people's homes. If you use your home to grow illegal plant, then people were raided and they lost their home. It was seized, auctioned, forfeited. It's called forfeiting. Same thing with people's big tracts of land. So what did that do? Everybody who was using their own property for their own crimes or whatever, what was considered a crime, had to go on public land to do their deed, or state forest land. And so that introduced the drug trade and the illegal drug manufacturing into the rural properties and into our forests. And that has started a hell of a lot of wildfires, as you could imagine. As you could imagine, and a lot of problems. A lot of problems. There is illegal slavery. There's sex slavery. White slavery is the nickname for it, where women are trafficked along these trails, as well as the substances, the guns, by many, many well-connected gangs, whether they be South American or, whatever flavor and variety. And they're actually being transported around in chains. It's appalling what's going on. But that it sounds good on paper, civil asset forfeiture. The result, so bad, I don't know why they didn't stop it immediately. They had a chance at some point to stop things and restore order to the wilderness, but now it's super out of control. There are places I'm very afraid to go ghost towning, to go look at in California. California has the most ghost towns of any other state, and it's not paranormal crap that history. I want to film some of the last vestiges of the collapsing buildings of ghost towns while they're still standing, and that's what my original channel idea was, right? Look at the cams again. So this is our last hour view of the fire right here. So these places on a map, it looks like they were once, old maps. I make half transparent the old 1800s maps, and then I put them in the same scale. I put them on top of the paper maps, so like modern Forest Service maps, right? To go find where old mines used to be, and they're like, And from time to time, I show people how people can kind of casually armchair do ghost towning by doing the historic map slider. Some places. How topo is hit and miss. Sometimes you have to import your Cal topo maps, but you can see the old ones, like Elk Grove here, and this is 1915 to 1945 maps. So I'll find, places that it says former site of some such and such place, or you use the history slider. Like, what's this? Bucher's Prairie? Is this an old ranch or something? Is it anything still there? Yeah, looks like it still is an inhabited place. But sometimes I find ruins this way, and I just want to go drive to them and film what's left. It's like I wanted this to be called Catherine the Curious channel. We out of curiosity we go explore. That was the original idea for YouTube, travel writing and blogging, right? So I'm afraid to go to a lot of these places because that's exactly it. There may be old roads and old trails and old cleared land and mines where these guys can hang out in, and gangsters can have a base. Criminals or whatever, or sometimes just locals engaging in what's considered illegal activity right now. You got to go with a lot of people in some more remote areas, and I talk to the locals before I drive out. Like if that was say that was a place to explore, it was abandoned, I would go to the nearest town actually, and just ask around, like even somebody at the post office, like Oric or something. Is it dangerous to go to such and such place? At the diner, oftentimes they say it's a no-go zone, just don't. And I believe them, and that's it. Coming home is the ultimate goal at the end of the day. Okay, so we don't have any current heat detections. It looks really mild on the cams, but oops, oh, we forgot predictive services today. We should watch them. Like they said that they would do firing ops as early as tonight, but maybe start tomorrow. It may actually be too foggy right now for them to do that on the Boise. So send in the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Sea Probe says they know how to work in that kind of environment. Yeah, Canada should definitely send a Moose Cavalry team. They should definitely assign that squadron to us. We'll pay it. I'll pay it. So here's the difference. Look at what happened 6 hours ago here on the Boise. Boom. And by the way, family-friendly warning on the Murder Mountain Netflix show. That's pretty intense. It's pretty intense. Viewer discretion is advised on that. It's a pretty hard topic. So I'm waiting for the next update. Hopefully they'll give us one tomorrow. But I'm pretty satisfied with their answer that about the time we saw the plume, they came to the Facebook and so Watch Duty reported it too, and said it found some new fuels in a specific drainage. That's the hill, actually. 98% containment. I'm so happy to hear that. And we did look it up. And there's several things that they could be talking about. Several different ridges. Wait, whoops. Forest Service. And they said it was the activity was at finding fuels in the Red Creek, right? South, yeah, Red. Ooh, Schnabel Diggings. That sounds like a ghost town type of thing. Sounds like gold rush stuff there. Yeah, Red Cap Creek. What's a red cap? Isn't that an old word for a, I know gnomes wear red hats, but they're mischievous. Isn't that for like a prankster kid? A red cap? What's that mean in slang? Cap, what is it in slang? It's kind of an old term. A cruel and mischievous spirit with long teeth, regarded as inhabiting old towers, castles, and peel houses. Okay, well, I think that became a slang term, like for mischievous spirit to be like a kid who's kind of like a prankster, like kids look down upon society, like almost criminal prankster, like that kid's gonna grow up to be bad news. So Red Cap Creek could be something totally innocent, whoever named this creek, or it could be that kind of persuasion. It's just interesting to me. And if anybody knows the place naming of the explanations for the local naming, I'd be very curious about that. Let's see about, there's no historical map overlay here. Not for 1945 or prior. Yeah, it's just kind of a blank spot. So I'd have to import my maps in CalTopo or other places. But there's a lot of, nobody makes elaborate zigzag roads like this that climb that steeply. This is like it's like a 3,000 foot climb or something almost. Wait, 1,200, 1,000, 1,200, 2,400. This dot is probably mine tailings. I bet they maybe dredged here. And it's the remnants of that, or maybe they hydromined or something. It could just be a natural sandbar thing, but when it's called a diggings and you see somebody going through the time to make this epic road down to it, that probably produced some good pay dirt back in the day. Yeah. Red cap British Canadian military police wear the red caps. And the guys who carry the luggage at train stations are also red caps. Right. But the colorful place names of the wilderness, oftentimes they were named after the first people that they encountered there. That's why there's so many N-word creeks, and which is so horrible on the California maps. Like if like thank God they're changing that. In the 60s they changed it to the lesser evil bad word. But it's still there. Like when I'm covering fires, like over there by Placerville, we saw one and I was like, oh my God. Okay, I'm gonna move the map away from that. Like there was a black guy who was working the creek, the Yuba River, and the 49ers encountered him, and he had been there really early. He was a 48er, which was pretty rare for anybody of color to be out in the Wild West at the time. And so it was so remarkable. They go, "Yo, where are you from?" And he goes, "Timbuktu." He was truly from Africa, from Mali, and somehow made it out west to California. Probably one of the first black pioneers. So they named that Timbuktu, California. And I know about that because I was almost born in Timbuktu, because that's where my mom went into labor with me. She was ghost touting, like it went into labor with me. So sometimes when places get their names because the people who gave it the name, the new arrivals, especially in California, as the gold rush spread out, they name it after who they saw there. As if it was, like mischievous youth, type of thing. That could be it. It could also just mean the mountain is red at night in the glow of the sunset. Like it has a red-capped mountain. I mean, you have no idea, but this Schnabel diggings, like they probably encountered somebody here whose last name was Schnabel. I love trying to find out these things. There's these books that are made called Geographic Place Name books. Oregon Geographic Names is awesome. It's like a must-have for any ghost towner for Oregon. I think California has one as well. But some of the tales are pretty bad. Like like why is something named Dead Man's Creek? Like you get the backstory and some of this stuff. Lockhart's as a site. I would wonder what that was. Cabin? Like a cabin? A little ghost town? A little place where they camped and worked the area? There's a grave in a building. Like, was this a home? And so a backyard grave that, it's like, I'm curious about all this stuff. I want to know everything. Grave may be graveyard, sometimes family type graveyard. But mostly they're removing that stuff from the maps, like graves, so they don't get vandalized, But when they have these little dots, that's usually dredging, mining tailings, or they had a mine above and stuff washed down in, like especially the hydro mining. Some of these roads probably once connected down here and went down to the area, but this is the kind of place where these are gates across roads, where, remote places where people these days, gangster activity occurs. But sometimes locals could tell me what the name is. Remember, many different ethnic groups from all over the world settled. It came with the California Gold Rush. So they have their own ethnic idea of a place. Like the Scottish settlers constantly name places Glencoe. Like there's Glencoe, Oregon, which is a ghost town, and there's a school, and it's west of Portland. And Glencoe was a Glencoe massacre thing that inspired the Red Wedding in Game of Thrones, where the English people, the English king. Thank you for the channel. God bless. Thank you, love, for you, Hemi. Thank you for your kind donation to keep us on the air. You're wonderful. How are you? So the Scottish constantly named places Ivanhoe and Glencoe. The Glencoe massacre was the MacDougall clan was massacred in Glencoe, Scotland. It's a Highlander place. In the middle of winter, when the English king that came out on top during the Civil War wanted to punish the Scots that had kind of been on the wrong side of a rebellion. So they were the MacDougall clan, and I know this because I'm in Davidson clan, so we were allied with the MacDougall clan. Funny how everything connects together. I like ghost towns. I find a ghost town, and I find out it has a distant connection to my own family clan. The Scottish named places Glencoe, not just Oregon, but California, as the English king, I forget it was King James or somebody, one of those, wanted to punish the MacDougalls for being in rebellion. And so after the war, they were supposed to swear affiliation, loyalty to, fealty to the King of England. So they had a deadline to do it, and they dragged their asses as a letting the crown know that we're not that happy about having to do this, kind of disrespect, supposedly. I mean, their own side of the story was, no, they didn't do that. There was a late winter and heavy snows, and so they tried to leave their homeland to go swear before a certain type of magistrate allegiance to the King of England. And they had travel issues. So they arrived late to the party, and the magistrate is supposed to take the oath, tells them, I can't do it, I'm not qualified, they have to travel to some other town. But since they missed the deadline by so much, the king got pretty angry. So he punished them first by saying, hey, you have to billet my army throughout the winter. So get out of camps. And that means you have to have the expense. You have to house, feed the army for the entire winter, and that could break a community. I almost forgot your heart. Thank you, love, for having. And you're wonderful. So, what was ironic and crazy about the Glencoe massacre? This is Blue Mountain Kern, where the condors usually hang out. I haven't seen them lately because the camera has been looking away from the perch. We've seen real California condors on this cam. Aw. I'm seeing the sunrise or moonrise. It just kind of pokes out. Camera moves. There's the moon. So, the rest of the story, sorry. So the troops, the English, and then the other Scottish clans that were not allied with the MacDougalls, they sat down to dinner every night together and began becoming friends post-war. It was one of those feel-good stories where you ever heard about the Japanese and the Americans sitting down to dinner after World War II and the Vietnam vets meeting Viet Cong and shaking their hands and dealing with their trauma together and feel-good stories. Well, that was occurring. And so they're having a good time together, and the MacDougalls, instead of being irritated, were actually very generous. They were a very powerful clan up there, and probably grateful that the king hadn't done anything bad to them. Worse than that, right? And so the reason the Scottish immigrants started naming Glencoe everywhere they went looking for gold, settling near Portland and stuff, settling during the West, they named everything Glencoe this and Ivanhoe that because of the Glencoe massacre. So one night there was a message that they opened, the guys who were staying with the MacDougal clan, allied to the actual king's troops, and the little message just said, "Kill them all." Well, so some refused, and they broke their own swords and door jambs and stuff, and said, "Whoopsie, I can't kill anybody because my weapon broke. Whoopsie daisy." Others were too scared to resist, and those who obeyed the orders burst in and killed the MacDougal clan members in their nightshirts, in their beds. And some of them ran out into the cold, into the snow during that winter and tried to run over the mountain passes to safety, but most of them froze to death. So that was a somewhat fresh kind of memory in the minds of the Scottish people who were up there. And there were poems and stuff that were coming out in the 1800s in remembrance of the Glencoe massacre. So every time I see that on these maps, I go, "Whoa, yeah." It's in remembrance of the massacre, not some, in the 1800s naming scheme out west. It's in remembrance of this massacre, not fondness for the homeland, that they name these places. And it covers so much crazy stuff. So this is partly the inspiration for the Red Wedding. It is absolutely in Game of Thrones. There were like a couple of instances all melted together, but the main one is you can't harm a guest. It's one of the worst things to do on earth. It's breaking all laws of hospitality, which are supposed to be religious kind of laws. If you accept somebody as a guest under your roof, you don't harm them, and you put their welfare ahead of your own. That's a religious, ethical thing because they're helpless. They're helpless travelers, and you are in between life and death for them. And you just can't lord your own power over people like that. It's just not right. And so that's what happened. Scots today still remember that. My clan was allied with the MacDougalls, and there's still animosity and remembrance of that sort of thing. How long ago did that happen? I can't remember the circumstances again. 1692. So the 1800s romanticizing history books that were coming out, and the poems about the Glencoe massacre and Ivanhoe and the like are why the Scots started naming this stuff everywhere. So the Campbells were one of the main clans who were feuding with the MacDougalls, their old enemies, and they supposedly eagerly obeyed the orders. So there's still tension between MacDougalls and Campbells. And then when I was put on work shift, when I was a truck driver briefly, with another guy whose name was Campbell, I was like, boo. I teased the hell out of him for that. But this is why I love history, that all this stuff is so amazing. The big history textbooks in school are boring. Wow, look at Sutro Tower. That's beautiful. San Francisco looking towards Oakland. Wow. That's why I wanted to have my history show. The big history books are boring because they don't have the cool details like that. They just have the basic where, when, some dates, whatever. But the interesting things are the details. So let me look back here. Does anybody have fire questions? We can look. Oh yeah, we can now look. Now we should have infrared about what's going over there. At the renamed Belize. Wait, I was saying this wrong again. The Gold Ranch now. The Gold Ranch Fire. The Gold Ranch Fire. Did they update Truckee Meadows at all? 2 hours ago. Oh, okay. Wildfire emergency de-energization update. Thanks to the first responders and their hard work on the Gold Ranch. Nevada Energy restored power to 4,500 customers with only 1,800 still without it. We are monitoring conditions. Will restore power when safe. Thanks for your patience. Great. Okay, what else we got? Let's look at the cams. All right, we can do we had a beautiful sunset, 6 hour, looking over at the Quillisea, excuse me. The fire formerly known as Quillisea, or I hope that's how you say it. Now it's Gold Ranch. We can flip it infrared to see the heat still on the ground. Thank you, Larry Green, for your kind donation. Man, I think we're about there for the laptop. Remember, some of it's locked away until September 21st, and much of it is locked away until August 21st. All the donations that come in with Super Chat and Super Sticker, I don't get if it misses a deadline of the month, unless it's coming like the first week of the month. YouTube will always hold donations at least 30 days. So unfortunately, when I went to try to buy it on Amazon Prime Day, July 18th is when that ended. I found out that all of the June donations will arrive June 21st or July 21st. So that was 430-ish via YouTube. And then the rest of it, since we raised $1,000 on YouTube, the 720-ish was past that threshold date and would arrive July 21st or August 21st, excuse me. So the June donations arrive July 21st. July donations arrive August 21st. I'd rather be in California by the 21st. It might be a shorter trip than I ever wanted here because I have to get back to Oregon for my nasal passage surgery. And so I'm sweating bullets. I want to leave as fast as possible. So a couple of people reached out and said, can we get you on the road faster by getting a laptop like a placeholder, like maybe one that I can borrow until the rest of the donation money becomes available and we get the laptop of our dreams, right? And so I'm trying to work on behind the scenes. And thank you so much, Larry. Everybody who does use YouTube stickers and Super Chat, you're funding the actual drive down there, like the actual walking around money I need to eat and pay for fuel and buy things that you forget. Cables break and you lose your charger and stuff. All the expenses. I may have to rent campground stuff, hotels. Some people are wonderful and have offered me places to stay, and I'll try to get back to you soon to try to plan a route. But it's coming. I'm working behind the scenes as fast as I can. But with fires breaking out every single day, like when do you get the time, right? But look, there's almost no heat on the ground where the fire was. See all the black? Look, white is the heat. Oh, there's just little spots, little hot spots. I bet they're aggressively gonna just squirt them out tonight. Isn't this amazing? Isn't this amazing? I bet the wind has died down a lot. Let's see. And 2 sky will refresh, and we'll see. we've got if yeah, well, this is up on the mountaintops. It's still 22 miles an hour as a wind speed, but down here where they kept the fire is 8, 9, or 10. We don't have smoke in view, but man, you guys get your hearts. I'm sorry. Did I forget your heart, Larry? There you go. Thank you for being a super supporter. So I've got deadlines to get back. The car is supposed to be painted here in the first week of September. So I would like to spend at least 2 weeks in California. And the long drive back takes it out of me. So trying to make this happen. But remember, there's a wet season in Portland, and that starts pretty early. So the car has to be painted before it starts. The rainy season of September begins. So it's saying wind speed on the ground is around 10-ish miles an hour. Wind gusts up to 16, but you know what? You can't produce a lot of embers if there isn't a lot of heat. It's just in the pockets back there. You can see our heroes driving around up and down these roads, patrolling. Of course, there's some things obstructed from view, but these are like stumps on fire, guys. And they're safely driving in there. That's great. What's the temperature? Should get down to the 60s again. For our, and that's just beautiful San Francisco area. Bay Bridge in Oakland over there. Hey, there's the Golden Gate right there. There's the Golden Gate, right? Neat. Sutro Tower, Sutro Heights, man. Okay. Wait, no, it's not the Golden Gate because the spread isn't there. That is the Bay Bridge. Okay, I thought we were looking further to the. No, wait, that is the Golden Gate, yeah. Okay, in the panorama, it does 360. I forgot that. Okay, so then where is the Bay? The Bay Bridge. The Bay Bridge is that one right there. Okay, let's make that bigger. I watched this awesome Fred Astaire movie with, I think Ginger was in that one, and the Bay Bridge is under construction behind them in the 30s. As a backdrop. Can't remember which movie that was. I think it was Follow the Fleet. That's a good one, where the fleet comes into San Francisco Bay. It could have been a wartime one. I don't know if the Bay Bridge was done by 41. Yeah, good night, Husky. I'm gonna say last call, guys. I've got to try to get as much stuff as I can done before trying to sleep at midnight. What kind of info do you guys need? Power's out in Tehema for hours yesterday afternoon, Jarrett C. Yeah. J-Cat says I was by there Wednesday. 737 tankers, Ontario Natural Resources today. One of those got repainted white and red with the new November 6 ID tags or N6 ID tags on it, and the CF tags on the other two are gone now. What's CF? And what does all that mean actually, J-Cat? Oh, N6 means they're going to California. Yeah, home, San Francisco. It's a dear place to my heart, and I will always call it Frisco, and you can't make me stop. I like calling it Frisco. You can't not make me stop. Everybody there hates it. It's called the city, Catherine. It's called the city. It's Frisco to me. Dang it. You know, if I disappear in San Francisco, that's why. But I don't know why people hate calling it that. It's cute. When they say hot town, summer in the city, back of my neck getting dark and gritty. The city, you know, it's about a hot summer, and the summer is 67. The summer of love was extremely hot in San Francisco. They had a heat wave. That inspired the song. Smee says the Bay Bridge was done by 1941. The Navy had also moved in to Treasure Island. Oh, that was so sad. Treasure Island was it's right there. So it was in between Oakland and San Francisco. It was like a Wonderland amusement park island, like a Disneyland, and they kind of bulldozed it all for World War II. I don't know if it had failed in the Depression, like most of the amazing Roaring Twenties. You know, there are huge theme parks in the 20s out west with roller coasters and the like, everything we would recognize today, like Coney Island type stuff, and Great World's Fair, you know, kind of things out there that are just gone today. People don't realize almost every single mountaintop hill in Portland, like Mount Tabor and um, you know, Vista Summit and the Heights, had a giant amusement park on top of it. Jantzen Beach was an amusement park, and so was Tomahawk Island, which became Hayden Island area, had a huge amusement park on it. And those were all the rage in the Roaring Twenties, where everybody had wealth and money and stuff. The Depression, most of them failed. The only one still alive in Portland is Oaks Amusement Park, which is a miracle. But Treasure Island was like a wonder to behold, right? San Francisco history, Treasure Island, and then it just whatever was left got bulldozed for World War II, and they made it like a base and place to build ships, right? Like today, the depressing kind of a shadow of its former self. What's it like right now? It's restricted access, isn't it? Is it like a little base, Smitty? I forgot. I should know because it's kind of like a ghost town. There, before it was, you know, it's older history. Before it was a big amusement park thing. Prior to the island's construction, the Yerba Buena shoals of rock had less than 27-foot clearance and were a shipping hazard. 400-acre island was constructed by placing like 260,000 tons of quarried rock on the shoals for an island and causeway perimeter rock walls. Really? To build it, and it was quarried out of Yerba Buena Island. Okay. Eventually, dredged sand filled it. Oh God, that's going to be so unstable. In an earthquake. Dredged sand from the bay filled the interior, mitigated from salt, and then 50,000 cubic yards of topsoil for planting trees and shrubs. 4,000 trees, 70,000 shrubs, and 700,000 flowering plants. Finally, facility construction began by March 4th, 1937, when 2 hangars were built. 1939, the Magic City opened with a walled city of several fairgrounds and courts, the Central Court of Honor, Court of the East, Court of Trade Winds, Court of the Pacifica, 12,000 car parking lot, an adjacent national building, $1.5 million federal building, the Hall of the Western States. Was this like a big fair? Oh, World's Fair, duh. Okay. Okay. Now I'm remembering it. Okay. So then military base time. During the war, right? So it ended in 30. The Marx Brothers 1939 film, Lydia the Tattooed Lady, the song. Oh, At the Circus. Blah, blah, has references, neat. Okay, so there was a 1939 New York World's Fair, and then this one at Treasure Island vied for the crowds. Well, Treasure Island was originally intended to become a second airport for San Francisco. That's when a lot of seaplanes were in action. The same thing like Swan Island in Portland. But augmenting the existing San Francisco Municipal, which is now SFO, but with the war looming, the Navy moved in. So, yeah. So Naval Station Treasure Island began construction in 1941, you know, probably after Pearl Harbor, maybe. So, as a reception center, and on April 17, 1942, the U.S. Navy cut short an ownership dispute with the city by seizing the island. Really? Really? The Navy eventually compensated the city with $10 million in improvements to the existing airport, including reclaiming 93 acres of land and post-war ownership of all military improvements. Huh. Wow. A widely cited Navy report gave rise to an urban legend that the Navy swapped the island for land on which the city then built San Francisco Airport, but no. It had already been there since 1927. Huh. Okay. So, man, to see it this day, though. So can you go there, like, today? That's what it looks like. I thought it was pretty restricted. Isn't that, Alcatraz is right there, right? I think that's Alcatraz, this little blip. Alcatraz is not that big, really. Let's see, what is access like now? Education, it has schools there, okay. Alcatraz is a ghost town because it had a town to support the families of the prison guards who actually lived on the island. You believe that? It used to have a little village on the south side of the island. Just got bulldozed, so people forgot. But I did go to Alcatraz, and I'll film it again, friends, if you guys help fund me. This time with my super camera. Oh, you found something J.E. Cat for us to look at? By the way, guys, remember? Hey, Wrath, how are you? It's last call. Fro Hockman says it's being developed for housing. No. They should build it back as an awesome amusement park thing. Kate Garcia says, "Oh, Frisco, it's called the city." I know. I'm gonna get beaten up one day. I'm gonna get tarred and feathered out of the city. But hey, sticking to my guns here. That's sad. It's also really stupid if it's built on sand, honestly, onto shoals and infill. That's so unstable. Didn't we learn our lesson about what happens to San Francisco during earthquakes where liquefaction occurs? The Marina District collapsed twice in the last couple big quakes with everybody massive death toll, because it was infill. That's why it should be just a big park, a big museum, not where people live and could get crushed in their homes at night. At least if it's a park, it would probably, presumably, a lot of people would be outdoors during a quake. Oh dear. By December, it got contaminated, right? The island's gas station pumps and canopy were removed. The island has a high risk of soil liquefaction and tsunami damage in presence of an earthquake. Yeah, kind of bleeding obvious. All island natural gas, electric, sewer, and water utilities are serviced by San Francisco Public Utility Commission. It experiences several power outages a year. And the ground broke on the island's ferry terminal in 2019. A ferry terminal. How quaint. I guess the tourist ferries? I mean, that'll be good because one day it'll be isolated if the Bay Bridge collapses, and like it did if in the last quake of '89. I still have absolute nightmares. Like I had to take the train. I had a quick trip to Alcatraz. You guys want to see a couple Alcatraz photos? My trip to Alcatraz. I think I can find them. Is this last call? This is our cool down time. Alcatraz. I spell that wrong all the time. Let's see. Oh, here's my research. Like ancient old schematics for some of the buildings there. Army Corps of Engineers, 1856. Alcatraz was a fort before it was a prison, like a Civil War era fort. The movie The Rock explains that really well. And I had an amazing experience. I went to San Francisco for just a weekend because I wanted to see a concert. Noel Gallagher and his High Flying Birds, and he's one of the members of Oasis. If you're cool, you know about that rock band, right? take a look at the island for Hockman says you'll see the development progressing from 2019 to 2024. I don't want to. Like, I believe you, but I don't want to know about that. Has the Google car ever been there? That would be interesting. I don't think, since we don't have Caltopo Pro, I don't think we can go backwards in time with a satellite view. Hey, it's been there. Yeah, that looks like base housing, all right. That would not be a great historic loss, this style of building. Well, some of these might be kind of old. Actually, never mind. If they had, they're spruced up, be nice. Gate View and Avenue B. This just shouldn't be housing here. This is so dangerous. If the quake doesn't get you, you go, oh, I survived the quake. Wait a second, where did all the water go? Why is it an exceptionally low tide right now? Huh. You know, where did all the water go? Okay, that's pretty dense. Let's get a. Is there anything left of like the old? Oh, that's a sewage facility treatment. Yeah, we don't need to look at the Google car over there. Perimeter Road. Yeah, where did all the water go? It's about to come back, is the answer to that question. But that's why they call them tidal waves. Is tsunamis are very rarely like a big curling wave that threatens everybody. It usually acts like a tide that goes out totally unusually, like way far. Fish are flopping out there. You like, where the hell did they go? Some people even go out and look at them. Shells everywhere. Oh my God, there's shipwrecks. Never knew that this stuff was out here. And then it'll come right back and roll in. It may not be the overwhelming knocking down thing, though. Oftentimes it's just the tide pulls out and it comes in with a lot of force. The tide pulls out again and it comes in with a lot of force. And this happens for like 15 minutes. And people are bewildered and just sort of looking. And it won't be that ferocious. But it's dangerous as hell. Like, you don't want that. It's just like an old. Oh, that's probably like where they used to dump sewage directly into the ocean or something. Oh dear. Dilapidated sort of homes, boarded up housing over there. So there's a bunch of footage of this, of even recent ones, more recent than the big tsunami that killed so many in the South Pacific. Can't find my Alcatraz. Let me see. San Francisco trip. Yeah, I think it is. Where's my? Yeah, okay. 11th of November. A long time ago. So, yeah, I went all around San Francisco just trying to figure out do before and after pics of things like the Valencia Hotel during the earthquake. This is the greatest loss of life because this hotel sank into the ground with liquefaction because it was built right on top of a creek. And the other buildings were barely affected. I mean, later they leaned into the street and it looks like they fell because of the quake. That was because of the broken water main under the street. But that's actually in the Mission District, which didn't have a lot of damage. So let's take a look around here. Man, nothing like the old pictures. Is there anything that really exists from like the glory days, pre-war? The World's Fair, kind of cool stuff. Like it was a wonderland, full of electric lights and wonders and lit buildings or gleaming white, sort of thing. Yeah. The Great Lawn. All right. Okay. May. Oh, it's an apartment building. Yeah, you can see in these old pictures the clearing the land for things. All right, let's see if there's a Google car before and after. This is so stupid. Build homes here. You would have to sink like an apartment complex to bedrock and anchor that in pretty damn well. I mean, maybe there isn't that much. Maybe they're doing it right. Maybe I'm freaking out for no reason. But the way that the Leaning Tower of San Francisco right now, the Millennium Tower is leaning and did not. There's no rules that said it had to be sunk down to bedrock. I'm just not that optimistic about rules about foundations being in bedrock. Developers, they'll get away with what they can. They have no soul sometimes. So it's just February 2018 that we have. There's no older street view. Yeah, I'm sure this has been built up by a lot of stuff. I wish you could see other things. That's a really old manhole. Pacific, isn't that? I love the designs of those. Willamette Iron Works and Willamette Iron and Steel in Portland made a lot of the manholes and hydrants of the West Coast. Is that a damn eucalyptus? Yeah. I think it is. Wait, is it? Maybe not. Maybe. Almost. It could be one of the varieties. Almost looks like an olive tree in a way, though. They got different leaves. That's an olive, right? Yeah, that's an olive. I don't know what that is. That might be a eucalyptus variety. Their bark is usually way different, though. That's very chocolatey. Eucalyptus usually has a papery thing. Maybe it's not an enemy. I'll have to vet it, though. Guard posts and stations, gated communities. What in God's name is that? That's a smart car security car. That's intimidating, man. Stop security. Even children would laugh at that. Probably outpace them on their little Razor scooters. Okay, let's see, my photographs. When I was in San Francisco, so I go down for a concert, and I got an incredible tour of Alcatraz. Is there anything I should be looking up, Fro Hockman? Man, that sucks. You went there before, Smitty? Recall the PX in the commissary there? Yeah. Oh, a link about fire tornadoes. Gary. Yeah, I can't really show the copyrighted video, but I'll definitely check that out. Thanks, Jay Cat, for sharing that. Yeah, I just want to wrap this up by showing you guys some cool vids here. Yeah, somebody, or at least a picture. So I went down to California, but to San Francisco, and I had not been there since I was a babe in arms. Barely have childhood memories of San Francisco. Took a grandma there a couple times, and the people who visited back east, and my great grandma, we took them on a tour from San Francisco up through the redwoods. And I have some amazing family photos of the drive-through trees in the redwoods. And there's my great grandmother and my grandmother and my mom and me standing next to it. And I would love to recreate that photo. I got so many deja vus and tingly, hair raising on the back of my neck kind of experience when I drove that by myself years ago. It was pretty sad because I was on the way to see my dying uncle, and went back to Portland the long way through the coast. That would have been 2016 or so. But bittersweet kind of memories, right? So that time, though, I didn't go to San Francisco 2016. I went up the coast, but a little bit earlier than that, I went there. See, I had a folder. I just closed it to see a concert. So I flew in. I just got. I had to go back to college, like that Monday or something, and the concert was like on a Sunday. So I think I flew in Saturday morning, and I stayed one night in an air bed and breakfast in the Jazz District in San Francisco. Let's go back to the city lights image. That one was really cool, wasn't it? Let's do a time lapse, man. So this is all cool down time right before we get off. So if you have final questions about fires, let me know. It's just for fun now. Okay, oh man, I never sorted my memory cards. So I did, I got some of the photos ready for you. I had before and after photos that I printed out. So here's what the cliff house used to look like. Now, why is this relevant? This is the Sutro Heights camera. Sutro Heights is up on the top of this hill. Adolf Sutro was a big philanthropist and mogul of whatever he did. I don't know much about him. He built the cliff house as his own private, like, little hotel thing. Victorian mansion wonder. And it was open to the public. It was a ritzy hotel with a museum inside and a fancy restaurant. But he was adamant that everybody should have access, no matter what class you were, to the wonders he was building mostly for the people's enjoyment. So I don't know much about him, but that part that I know about him is really cool. On the other side of the cliff house, he built the huge Sutro bathhouse, which was a huge natatorium, giant swimming pools, indoor heated, with swimming slides and diving boards, so people could swim safely because there's a rip current out here and an undertow that just drags people out to sea and kills them. It's also icy water and shark infested. So he made a safe place for people to swim with really low admission cost, and it had a museum in it too. It survived the other side of this hill until the late 60s when arson took it down, and it's some of the saddest YouTube footage ever. All these collections, these wonders, like rare taxidermy, like extinct animals, California grizzly bears and dodos, all up in smoke, and all these artifacts, Indian artifacts, all destroyed. Just absolutely horrible. And now the ruins are over there of the natatorium, the Sutro bathhouse, just on the other side over there. But I took all these pictures, and this is what I do when I go travel vlogging. I was trying to get my start there. Today's cliff house looks like that, and I think it's closed. Didn't it close during COVID? So I went in there and looked at the menu and stuff, but the people I was with, I was just being driven around by my air bed and breakfast host because I didn't have a car. He had places to go and things to do. So I just looked at the menu, and then he's like, let's go. I'm like, okay, fine. So on the other side of there, this is what it looks like from the cliff house, looking back down to where I took the picture. So this is looking south on the beach. There's something called a camera obscura. I should have gone inside. It's the earliest form of a camera, and it's medieval or even ancient world technology. It's a secret of how all the frescoes with forced perspective were made in the Roman times, like in Pompeii. That's a pinhole camera. Camera was invented thousands of years before film. So it's you can see the world through a pinhole, and then it's projected down into a table here. So it was closed. I couldn't really see it because it works on sunny days, right? Yeah. Wrath says, is it an ironbark tree, and why is it in my country? Because we got scammed by you Australians, Wrath. California got scammed by Australians in the late 1800s. There had been so much deforestation to cut down the oaks that were solid and kept up the mines, the timber framing in the mines. That Australian scam artist came and said, you want to plant eucalyptus, you want to buy our seedlings, you want to buy our seeds. This is the wonder tree. It's full of medicine. Eucalyptus oil will cure everything, including a toothache, dementia, and cure stupid as well. It'll make your teeth shine. It's a great cologne. Women love it. Animals dig it. You know, like they just said, it grows really fast. You can harvest it. The wood's worth a lot of money. It's super strong. And no, it doesn't promote fire whatsoever. What are you talking about? Australia doesn't have bush fires. What are you talking about? It'll be great. You could sell things to the railroad. It'll make great railroad ties. You can build homes with it. No, you can't. You can't do any of that stuff because, I mean, it has some medicinal properties, but, and there's many varieties, thousands of varieties, but, you know, the general scam artistry that was dropped here was when people are most familiar with the paper bark looking ones. Where did I put the pictures? What tab are the pictures in? What? Oh, it's right here. Okay. I'll move it to the right. So, we are looking at the Boise to see if they probably do some firing ops, but it looks like a lot of fog rolled in. Boise fire at Humboldt County. It may be too foggy to get firing ops going tonight. Eh. Okay. Oh yeah, let's look at San Francisco a second while I change views. This is Sutro Heights. Jan Savis Smitty sent a text and email to Kay if she provides a P.O. box. What's so 5 years of appreciation? Oh, love you too. Still looking at snow in the Trinity Alps here. Is that where you're at? What's the nearest town to you, John? Hey, much love. Thank you for I appreciate your efforts to put money in my hands. Tell me about iron bark trees, man. Well, eucalyptus scam basically made California a lot more flammable. It replaced the fire-resistant oaks. They're almost fireproof with very fire-promoting and very flammable gasoline trees, which are eucalyptus. And whenever they tried to put railroads with its wood, it threw the ties because it warps as it dries out. And so they couldn't use them in the mines either. It started making mine collapses. People built a home, and then as it dried out and warped, it, you know, the door frame was no longer straight, you know, shattered the windows eventually. Like it was not a good deal. So, yeah, isn't this incredible? Like what? Let's do a time lapse of this. Did we already do it? Goldfish memory mode. There's the ferries, and they still operate. They go to places like mostly touristy stuff, like to Alcatraz. But maybe there's more ferry traffic than I realized. Man, isn't that cool? So at Sutro Heights up here, there was a garden. So in the old photos I'm just showing, like I couldn't believe what was formerly here. Let's see, where's my picture album? I was going to tell you about the amazing. We haven't even gotten to Alcatraz yet. I was invited to see the underground that the tourists don't get to see. I didn't have a camera back then that could see in the dark. I do now. So what I filmed was just like didn't come out. You can hear them speaking, but I was so frustrated because they didn't allow really bright flashlights. And I'll explain that in a minute with Alcatraz. This is a very important location. Does anybody recognize this? If you do, you're like a super history buff, or you paid very close attention to my previous photos I showed. It's the Mission District. I printed out a lot of photos, just had them in my backpack. So, sorry, I keep starting and stopping the story. I had a concert to go to see Noel Gallagher in downtown San Francisco. He was one of the members of Oasis, so he's an awesome rock and roller. And I had school on Monday, so I flew like at midnight or early crack of dawn flight to San Francisco, leaving Portland at like 5 in the morning. So I was up all night. It just wasn't that conducive to sleeping. I flew to San Francisco, arrived at the crack of dawn. And then I had tickets. I went straight from the BART and I showed up. I showed up on the the main thoroughfare that goes to the ferry building. Why can't I think of that right now? I pop out into the daylight because BART was an underground kind of a subway thing, right? And I started crying, you know. And by the way, this is a Sutro bath on the other side. There are remains of them. Maybe I should show the Sutro baths burning down. It's a heartbreaking YouTube video, though. Maybe not right now. I think they should be rebuilt. It would be awesome, but hey. So I pop out on the main thoroughfare. What is that street, guys? That I'm just derping on right now. Goes up to the ferry building. It's the main one that was photographed, filmed before and after the 1906 quake. We have incredible footage. Where's the ferry building? It's not Columbus. No, it's not Van Ness. No, it's the main. There it is, ferry building. Market Street. Okay. I pop out on Market Street and I began crying, and everybody probably thought I was nuts. I was just kind of weepy, teary, because I started having the childhood memories flash back of me hanging out with my grandma, my great grandma. That's one of the surviving buildings of the San Francisco quake, I believe. Burned out, but like got refurbished. See lots of destruction here on the street. They dynamited the buildings trying to stop the fire, and it didn't work. Just turned it into a rubble wasteland and a war zone. And you can see the ferry building in the distance there, like a big white tower. So what was incredible is 1906 was like the dawn of film. It's all silent film stuff. Very few of these ever survived. So they didn't realize this. It took somewhat recently a historian. There is footage. The reason I cried because I saw the destruction of San Francisco, researching the quake. To see it alive again like now was, hey, I'm a sentimental sap, okay? And to remember last time I was there with my grandmother, like, oh. Hey, there's one of those old fire hydrants. So there's an incredible before and after view of the quake. So it was the San Francisco before the quake, Market Street. And now we know it's before the quake. It's been colorized and stuff too, but this is incredible. So this is the same Market Street before the quake and after. And they didn't realize, we knew about this video, the one on the left. It's smooth footage because I think they put the movie camera on one of the streetcars, right mounted it in the front. So there's all these people, kids and stuff, and people walking in front of the image. All these women, these dresses would have been vibrant. They wouldn't be black, They would have been like a chartreuse, like extremely bright, flamboyant purples and bright lemon yellows and stuff, where they have light-looking clothing. Because coal dye back then put really, really bright colors. It was a new invention, like 1960s, but like super bright, like fluorescent. Like women's fashions back then, they looked black and white, but they weren't. If somebody colorizes that true to life, then you'll see it. Men's fashion was pretty demure, the straw hat kind of day. But look at this ancient car. This car was the key to everything. They didn't know when this was filmed. It was just some time prior to the 1906 quake, right? And we know this is, of course, post-quake. We know what time that was. But they looked at this license plate and found out when the car was registered. I found out, holy crap, this is 4 days before the quake. This film crew filmed all of Market Street, and many of these people are dead in days. Like, wow. Like, nobody has any idea what is about to befall. And the true death toll of the San Francisco quake is beyond 7,000. They reported like 55 or something ridiculous, or like 200. But modern research is proving that the death toll was immense. They didn't even do body recovery after the fire. They just bulldozed everybody and their remains into the Marina District and built the Marina District on top of it. It's built on bones, literally. They covered up the death toll with a hush, and they just began rebuilding. It was totally fake news. So there's some dedicated researchers right now who are going back in time, and they're putting two to two together. Birth records, you know, when people just stopped getting mentioned in the historical record, and then newspapers elsewhere in the United States where people are reporting like their relatives dying out west or never being heard from again after the quake, and putting ads out like, "Have you seen my uncle?" You know, they're putting two and two together, and it's beyond 7,000. This is haunting music. It was apparently auto-generated. This is one of my first experiences with it. It was like 14 years ago, I guess. But that's this is all Perlinger archive stuff. This is a great video here. So I had been researching all this, and like this building here is this one. It's not in perfect scale. The one on the right is totally bumpy because the tracks are just like totally messed up. So it's on a carriage or something. They're trying to make it as smooth as possible, but that's not going to happen. Now, the reason that that it looks like a war zone is they dynamited the buildings to try to stop the fire. This is not fire damage. The buildings they didn't dynamite just kind of got rebuilt, like they got gutted, but they didn't fall down or anything. Almost all of the brick buildings of San Francisco totally survived the quake. It depends on where your building is built, not if it's brick or not. This is a big myth that originated by stupid media and people not really doing much research. The ferry building survived. It was like a beacon of hope to everybody. People that don't do research would assume, oh, unreinforced masonry, that's really hazardous. Not if it's on solid ground. The greatest loss of life was where I went to explore in San Francisco, and it was that picture. I said, do you recognize this? Anybody recognize this? Yeah. Gene G says a guy on YouTube will go film places as fast. He's posted Van Ness, Market Street, Berkeley, and was devastating. Yeah. Oh, referencing the color photo I shared, not the black and white. Like here. The Mission District doesn't look like this anymore. Oh, right, Prime and stuff now. Yeah, I understand. Now, I'll show you also. Let's see. I just closed it. Sorry, friends. Okay. History pics. That. Valencia Hotel. Greatest single building with the loss of life. It's wooden. To the Mission District. This is my before and after. Sorry, that doesn't get bigger. That's bigger. I have a better one. So, the Valencia Hotel is like 4 stories, basically, like vaulted ceilings. 1, 2, 3, yeah, 4 stories. Even had a little attic for like really cheap dwelling. It went far back deep into the lot though. So it had hundreds of rooms. So hundreds of people were in the Valencia Street Hotel. And I think it was more of a boarding thing rather than just a straight up hotel. There's a cafe down here. And so when the earthquake struck in 1906 at like 4 something in the morning, some people were just eating, morning coffee, folks, ran out into the street and they said they saw the building sink like that, just sink into the ground with the liquefaction. We now know why. It was built straight over a creek. It doesn't matter what building you construct of wood, brick, whatever. If you build on infill or like right on a creek, a wetland, a bog, unstable, watery ground, you'll get this result. So most of the brick buildings absolutely survived San Francisco, and you could see them still standing as the fire began. But they got dynamited. It started that myth. So after the quake, that's the Valencia Street Hotel. Its fourth floor is the main floor now. It just sank into the depths and trapped people in there by the hundreds. And the fire's approaching in the back. That would have been a pink glow. This is one of the most horrible things that has ever happened in the history of humankind. I don't want to tell you too many more details, but there's a water main broken down there. The people deepest in the rubble are drowning. Those who are in the middle, the fire is approaching them. So you can only imagine the horror of the whole experience there. But many of these buildings somewhat survived. Not the one across the street, because the creek used to cross the street, so these got crushed too. But most of them leaning are because the water main break underneath the road, and so they're sagging forward. But these others that are not on the creek survive pretty well down the street. So, do I believe in ghosts? People give me that question all the time because I'm a ghost towner. Anyway, that's where the Valencia Hotel is now, this brick building. And I say nope, because I'm totally open to the idea of the experience. But I go to places that should have plenty of spirits, and if it doesn't look creepy, people don't feel anything. I stood out in front of here, which is an auto shop garage for a while. Now it's being turned into housing or whatever it was at the time. So there's this boarded up entrance. It became an auto shop later in the turn of the century. Yeah, the black and whites are crazy. There's even more. I mean, this is people before the water main in the street collapsed into a sinkhole. These are the people lining up and trying to pull people out of the rubble. The citizens went and saved each other during the quake. There's power lines draped all over it, still energized, and all kinds of crazy hazards, but people did what they could. And this M10 Ron, I would love to figure out his experience, the photographer's experience in San Francisco. This is extremely high resolution. This is a print though, but the original would have been a glass plate negative, which is like 12K resolution at least. We still haven't caught up to that resolution, maybe even 24K. We haven't caught up to that in digital. Cameras can capture that much, but we don't have the room on cards to like store the image. It would be gigantic, and you couldn't film like 24K without camera overheating. Just the amount of RAM that the camera would have to have, right? Let me check my email. I'm sorry, I totally spaced out on that, John. As I look back at chat, I go, oh, what was I doing? What was I doing? Hey, I got it. Okay, let me reply real quick. Hey. Okay. Just so you're not like, so if you have to go to bed here. Okay, just let me know if you got it back. Cool. Thanks, John. Yeah, there are some crazy photos. Like, do I believe in ghosts though? Well, I went. There's kind of like a progression to things in the pictures. Now the water main is there, and people are still back there, presumably trying to dig people out. But the fire is approaching, and now there's a different character to the whole situation. Down power lines here and telephone lines. Oh, you know what? I always was interested in doing is this. You know, blending the past with the future. I don't know. It says Sean Clove might be the photographer who did this about 10 years ago. He blended seamlessly the old photographs with the new. That is really hard to do. You have to have the right lenses and sizes and stuff. But his work was incredible. It's part of a part of a gallery he did. So like let me put this in order. Like the past blended okay. Still standing, right? And then you've got earthquake damage. Blended the past and the future. Present. You're up for the night? The damn moon washed out the light show, checking your mail now. That's right. We could have seen Aurora Borealis in Portland. It was okay, we've had like 4 weeks of almost no rain. That's when the rain started. Just a little pitter pattering, so I couldn't see it. Hey Josh, welcome. How are you? Sorry, I didn't see you. Unreinforced masonry buildings are dangerous to medium large earthquakes. Google images. I mean, they are, but I'm saying that the ground matters more. They're not ideal to be in, but the myth of like that being a death trap or something is basically been used as a parroted kind of phrase in order to knock down historical structures and replace them with buildings that generate more tax for the city. Cities like San Francisco, Portland, and Seattle. So they have been on a blitzing crusade of tearing down all the historical structures, even if they're on solid rock. And the swaying that affects a building is based on what's beneath. So it doesn't matter what kind of building, even a flexible wooden building, like on Nob Hill. Nob Hill is a solid rock, ritzy place in San Francisco. Most of the rich people there slept through the entire quake because their buildings just didn't even rock at all. Most of the people in the brick buildings were okay in San Francisco, and there was some damage, but most of them survived just fine. That was a massive quake, it was 7 point something. And the biggest loss of life was in the Barbary Coast, which was infill, and that was all wooden structures. Just like the Reno district lost their life, the Reno district quake in 1989. Loma Prieta there. These are wooden. Doesn't mean you're like, oh, it's all safe. Yeah, this is infill. This is landfill. You know, that's what happens. So people can't just say, oh, type of building, safe or not. And you've got a point about it not being ideal, and reinforcing them. Better building codes, absolutely good. But it's been overblown, and it's pretty much propaganda type myth that developers are using. What they did is they went around in Portland, and they put on every single brick building from the past a giant plaque that said it's unsafe to live here. And then that spooked away people from renting, and then they foreclosed on properties and demolished them, and it's been a big scandal and a big scam. And it created Portland's housing crisis. It was one of the big driving factors. They bulldozed all of the affordable housing, which tended to be the older buildings, and they put up condo towers that nobody could afford that are 75% empty, just for the city approved National Register of Historic Places buildings. They approved their demolition in 24 hours. In 24 hours. In order to get that greedy money. And the affordable housing got replaced by the empty luxury towers. Right now, the luxury towers can survive as long as rent stays extremely high in Portland, but if it doesn't, then those are going to flop and go out of business. So Portland painted itself into a corner. They bulldozed 25,000 units, 29,000 affordable housing units, built the condo towers, and then now they have a homeless population of around 26,000. Many of which are people working and have jobs, but they're just on waiting lists for the affordable places to live. So we have tent cities and Hoovervilles everywhere. It's just, this was, it's taking what should be innocent good advice, like what they should have done is spent money to help retrofit, maybe FEMA should help out and the feds should help seismically stabilize structures before a quake so that they don't have to pay so much to rebuild afterwards. But hey, what do I know? But the YouTube guy's channel is Metal Leo. Yeah, the guy who goes around filming. That's okay to mention him. That's okay. There's a sort of a taboo about mentioning other streamers because it makes people leave the active stream to like to go find the other guy. But we're in wind down time, so and it's a photographer, so like cool. That's okay. That's totally fine. If people don't want to learn about San Francisco history, I'm kind of caught up in it. Do you guys want me to do a little more? You want to see more of my pictures? The reason I don't believe in ghosts, sorry, I was just interrupted by that. What is Watch Duty doing? Vegetation fire in Pasco. The reason I don't believe in ghosts is I stood under here, which should be, a couple hundred people died there at the Valencia Hotel. So I stood under there and like a crazy person, as in some cities, like Portland, you could strike up a conversation with a stranger. It's totally normal. It's not normal in most other cities, bigger ones. I would stop passersby and say, "Excuse me, do you get a creepy vibe coming from this building in any way?" And they go, "What?" I said, "Humor me, it's an art project." And they go, "Oh, an artist, okay." No, should I? And I showed them the pictures of Valencia Hotel. I said, "This is a spot of the single greatest loss of life in San Francisco during the 1906 quake." And they go, "No way." I said, "Yeah, there should be a big plaque here, a memorial park. They never should have rebuilt here. They should have let the stream flow again. Let it be a little park, that's just dooming whatever structure is on top of here again." I came to the conclusion that most people think places are haunted or creepy based on their appearance of the building. There's a lot of people who are convinced by these made-up ghost stories that X amount of people died here and thus it's haunted, and they go there and they're like, "Oh yeah, I felt spirits." And I think a lot of times it's in people's heads, Here's a closer look. See, it's got problems, and maybe because of the unstable ground it's built on, But no, they shouldn't turn that into housing. Should have been a car garage or just a park. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Gene G. I'm glad you get it. Yeah. Rob Lingsdorf says, weren't there major problems with brick buildings in Long Beach, California earthquakes around the 30s? Well, Long Beach. There's your answer. Beach. Unstable ground. It's a beach. Of course, it will. If you want to find out where's a safe place to live, like in an earthquake zone, Portland or whatnot, go to the historical slider and find out if there was a bog where maybe San Francisco's a good example, but there's other maps I can show you guys. Do they have a San Francisco map? Oh, darn, not for all of it. I don't know why. Oftentimes in the topo maps, you see the little weeds and animations of like a bog. Okay, here's one from 1885, 1915. Is there like an actual stream or a creek or a pond in the place, or like landfill? Like, was it once water? Was it once boggy, marshy? What's it like today? That's a bad place to live right there. Unless you're living in like a more established high-rise kind of buildings with the pillars sunk down to bedrock. Look at that. Mission Bay, China Basin Street. This will sink and give you all kinds of problems. This will be just easily predictable, a mass destruction site. Where else is infill, right? Right there. And so during the 89 quake, this partly wasn't rebuilt. It's the Mission District. Excuse me, not the Mission, the Marina. Just not too hard to find out. The Barbary Coast. This is the Barbary Coast, and it did. It was built on infill. There's literally all the ship captains of the sailing ships that took passengers there for the gold rush. They all ran off, all the crew, so they couldn't leave San Francisco. So these ships piled up in a big pile in a bunch of wood. So they salvaged the wood and built like illegal brothels and saloons and stuff. It was like a den of sin kind of area. I think that was the Barbary Coast right there. Could have been right here, but I think it was right there. And Barbary, like pirates, like illegal activity. And oh goodness, Gene, yeah. So that was the greatest loss of life place as a district, Barbary Coast. And what did San Francisco do? Took all the rubble of San Francisco, dumped it on top of the ruins of the Barbary Coast for infill, and built the Marina District on top of it as housing. And there's nice, cool Victorian housing there, Victorian style. It was still in fashion after 1906. But, I showed you the aftermath images of what happened there. So, but it's the Valencia Hotel is proof that you can have a pretty solid wooden building and it can just sink into the ground. It's what is beneath you. Doesn't matter what the building is. It's you gotta be on the rock. Okay. So I went and popped up on the here's the rest of my images. This is a Marina District, by the way. Like it's back behind me to the right. There's my host. And there's a double rainbow over Alcatraz. I was like, oh my God, pull over. I need to film the double rainbow. Yeah, these homes are on the Marine District overlooking Alcatraz, there to the north, sitting on top of the bones of the dead people that were scraped into a pile and put here with the rest of the rubble. No body recovery after the quake. Oh, we can't have that kind of bad press. Shh, there's been no death toll. Let's just rebuild real quick. Oh my God. Gee, here's a double rainbow over Alcatraz. It didn't come out very well because it didn't last very long. There's a rainbow and it was raining on me. So you can see Alcatraz from the Marina District here. And this spot they didn't ever rebuild on. I think homes were here after Loma Prieta, I don't know, or some buildings. And they said, well, this particular spot, hell no. This might be a memorial plaque, I'm not sure. It was raining. My host is like, come on. I'm not waiting in the rain for you. So let's show you Alcatraz. What I did was I on a really tight schedule. And it's me getting off the tourist boat and all that. At the ferry, I filmed the arrival on the ferry. Primitive old camera. I was like on a super budget. That was the tour guide right there. He was totally awesome. And unfortunately, my notebook got stolen. I took down his name and others. I wanted to interview them later again. Dang it. He's explaining that there's different prison blocks. There's a Native American takeover of the island during a protest movement. Like they reclaimed the native land as a symbolic thing and demanded change. Unfortunately, it became over the months, the place got trashed and other people arrived there, like drug dealers and ex-hippies who went to hard drugs. It was the early 70s at that point. And they squatted in the buildings and there were big fires. And so much of the history's been lost. It's just gutted out buildings. Like where it used to look more like a town. So this is where this was like the main entrance. And it's like a guardhouse. And you start walking up to the main Alcatraz. This picture didn't come out very well, but I was racing to catch up with the tour guide because he was kind of moving at a brisk pace. So what I did after, he did his like tour thing with slightly better image. But the camera I had was literally breaking. It was an awesome kind of camera, but it was used. And the zoom kind of didn't want to focus, but it was great for filming concerts discreetly because it had a super zoom and double 2 microphones for stereo sound. So I was filming concerts illegally, or against terms of service, I should say, when you buy a concert ticket. We went, you zigzag up to like the cell blocks and stuff. Gene G says you need to organize these photos, tours into stories like the fire quakes and stuff. We've got enough material for a long time. I know I should have done this from the get-go. I was so nervous. I was like, these aren't good enough photos. I didn't have a good enough camera. I will return one day and do it right. And it's never good enough. So I just recently realized I just have to go with what I have. And then as I do this, people will give me money to get better equipment, right? But I was too shy, too insecure about it. I was embarrassed about the low quality of the equipment I had and the results, but hey, I've gotten past things. Well, I'm a pretty harsh judge. Like that's white sky. I should have had a neutral density filter over it, maybe partial polarization. There should be clouds. There should be definition. It's not sharp enough. It's not HDR. I have people's heads in the way. Should have photoshopped them out. Should have taken multiple photos without their heads in the way, so I could have photoshopped them out. Like it's not rule of thirds. Like anyway, that's what I think about. It could be better. It could be better. But a bad photo is better than no photo. Is something I learned. Because like at least if I just describe vocally, then people don't get the idea. But you can at least get the idea of what Alcatraz is like. And these are raw. I haven't even done basic photo editing. These are never got sorted. So let me tell you the story though. I keep starting it. But thanks for being here, friends. If you like this, do hit the like button. And ultimately, if I can get a travel trailer, I'll go travel and film anything you guys want. Put a spot on the map, and if it's safe to go there, or we have the funds, I'll go do it. So what I did is I stuck to the tour guide like glue, and I'll tell you why in a minute. That's my tip for you guys. I'll give you some tips about how to get into places you're not allowed. So I had school on Monday. Concert was on Saturday night. So I flew the crack of dawn Saturday morning to San Francisco, pop out, like I said, the Market Street, and I started crying because, the images I showed you, the devastation. Look at San Francisco now. Well, it's a lot dirtier now and crime-ridden, but this is, 2017 or something, 2016, or maybe a little bit earlier than that. So I had school on Monday, and I could not get it off. My teacher said, I'm going to fail you if you miss one more day. I'm like, but I was sick those other days. Well, a concert isn't a reason to miss a class. She was just a stickler. And oh my God, okay. So I came up, out of one of these subway escalators, saw the bright, wonderful San Francisco morning. I went, oh my God, and I was like crying because I recognized that. Do you guys recognize this? This building survived the quake. Gutted by fire, but it survived the quake. And it's been lovingly restored. It's that, isn't it? Isn't that one? It's because they didn't dynamite it. They dynamited the others when it was on fire to try to make a fire break, and it didn't work, so they kept dynamiting more buildings. So they blew up everything on Market Street. They're using the wrong kind of dynamite, granulated, and that throws burning pieces everywhere. It spreads fire. So the more they did it, the more that they spread it. But the fire chief of San Francisco, the big head honcho, died immediately in the quake. So nobody was really there to tell people what to do. And the National Guard or the Army took over, and they were just handed dynamite, like, hey, make a fire break. How do you do that? Destroy buildings. Okay. So they were following orders. And even though they saw that what they were doing was spreading the fire, they were military, so they thought they had to keep doing what their orders were. There were no such thing as little radios back then. So they kept following orders and blowing up more of the city. And so most of the, quote, quake damage you see is, well, they blew up the city. That's why it looks like a war zone instead of a fire zone. And started the big overarching myth of brick buildings bad in quake. Look, they all fell down. No, they got blown up, actually. But anyway, so what I did is I got off the subway, and I made my way this way to the ferry building. Just walked down it. And there I sat, and I got my ticket, and I was just in time to get on the ferry boat to Alcatraz. So my idea was, I'd been up all night, go and do Alcatraz, and then they were almost sold out by the time I made a spur-of-the-moment trip decision. And my heart compass told me, go to San Francisco. Even though I might fail a class because of a stickler teacher, like if there's a flight delay or something, go to San Francisco. I had this tug, like I should be there, I should document it, I should do it. So I did. I just last minute, day before, bought the concert ticket, bought the flight, bought the Alcatraz thing. Here I am. I'm going to stay. I'm going to arrive, do the Alcatraz tour at the crack of dawn, stay there, kill some time, come back on the ferry, walk around, do some sights, see the concert that night, sleep over. Next day, I had all day to explore San Francisco, and that's where you get the pictures of the Valencia Hotel and stuff, and the Cliff House. And at midnight, I was going to take the train back to Oregon from Oakland, and that's where my air bed and breakfast host said that they would drive me to. When we crossed the Bay Bridge, though, I almost had a PTSD meltdown because I was pretty traumatized seeing, the images of the quake. VCRs were invented back then, and my parents just started recording the news, and they got these tapes out later, and it was the unfiltered news where the news crews would climb up into the pancaked, what was it called, the Cypress Freeway, the pancaked and crushed cars, and there's blood running out from the cars before they cut away real quick, and they would edit that out for further news broadcasts. But I had one of my school classmates later in California told me that her aunt died on the Bay Bridge. So here we are driving underneath the double-decker. As I went back to Oregon, I just went, oh my God, looking underneath it. And the airbed and breakfast hosts that were with me kind of laughed at me, and they said, it's not going to collapse right now. I said, you don't understand the nature of PTSD and how you can kind of, feel in the moment. That's not the moment, right? Gene G says, from today forward, okay, maybe. I didn't even see the heads. Okay. Right. I'm a lot less harsh on myself, but I used to be a very, it was because of lack of confidence. I thought, well, maybe people won't make fun of me if I did better work. I was very, very, very shy and very sensitive. You can tell I've come a long way. Firestream toughened me up. Like it was so hard for me to press the button in 2020. Didn't want to speak to people live. You know, I wanted to have a YouTube show, but I didn't want to be live. I didn't want to be in front of the camera. I didn't want to explain anything with my own voice. I hate my own voice. But hey, I've learned to get over it. I had to in order to help the public, right? But that's the lighthouse that sort of semi still functions on Alcatraz. I think it's lit sometimes. So here I am. I get on the Alcatraz boat. It's still really early morning, right? And I start to really, it hits me. I've been awake all night. I've been on. I took Dramamine for the airplane sickness thing. It's like sedating me, and all I want to do is like sleep. But I really want to follow this tour guide because he's really good. I could tell he knew his stuff. The kind of questions he was getting from the tourists were kind of disappointing to him. Like you could tell people had casual interest. There was a lot of foreigners and stuff. They had casual interest in what was going on, and I was a hardcore researcher, right? So I fought my way to the front of the crowd, struggled to hear him. We go up this avenue and get higher and higher towards the cell block. He does some of his speech stuff from the cell block area. And see here, I didn't really have a lot of pictures of old Alcatraz, just some old drawings that I took with me. Maybe I'll show you more in a second. But I was there for like, I want this to be part of my ghost town database. I wanted to make a ghost town website. I have reserved ghosttownsofcalifornia.com. That's mine. I just haven't done anything with it. I should. I was always going to make it better. I was always going to make it perfect, right? So we go in and you see the cell blocks. There's different cell blocks. And after he finishes the basic tour, and then the rest is self-guided. You put on headsets, and there's a cassette player or whatever, iPad or iPod to listen to. The rest is self-guided unless you buy specialty tours. And there's like the gutted out remains from the Indian protest days that kind of turned into devolved from a, power movement into a drug scene and crime and all that. As the months went by in the 70s. So we lost a lot of history to fire in the 70s. This was, I believe, that's the chimney, the personal house of like the warden or something. Just gutted. I think the lighthouse was on fire, but they restored it at one point. Now the base of the lighthouse has a little museum in it. It kind of looks like this. But a lot of the missing glass and original doors and stuff don't exist. There's the Golden Gate. So I'll tell you what happened. It was pretty funny. Like two things. Oh, and on the way up there, this was creepy. This is the crematorium. This is where they did the autopsies of the prisoners. I think Al Capone died here, didn't he? I don't remember. So this is through a little window. And it looks like this on the outside, I think. Yeah. So, like a window through here, something is where I filmed it. And that's the slab where they put the prisoners to do autopsy. And then there's, they would cremate them somewhere back in there. If I remember this right. Because there were other facilities, not just that thing, whatever that furnace is. There was something else in the back. And there's a chimney of smoke, and every time the smoke went by, everybody knew a prisoner had died and was being cremated. That's typical of prison systems, unless there's special, religious stipulations. They'll just keep the ashes and urns sometimes in like almost like a big macabre library, See here. Yeah, some of the paint restoration and stuff. Looks good, but I'm really, really worried for the survival of Alcatraz in general. I don't know that it can be saved as a structure, especially not the cell blocks. The concrete damage and spalling, ever since, that word spalling now, is where reinforced concrete cracks lead and moisture. And then what happens with rust is it expands as it rusts. And so that cracks the concrete, and that caused the collapse of the Surfside condo. The whole Surfside condo thing was spalling damage from leaky pipes and hurricanes and whatnot in Florida. And the whole condo building collapsed with people in it. So you can't, I don't know that you can really stop that process. And here's one of my pictures from the lighthouse looking back at San Francisco. So I don't know how they are going to save the cell block, and you'll see more of my pictures in a minute. But I followed the tour guide up to the actual cell block A, I believe it was. There's a creepier photo. This is what it looks like without flashes and stuff. Pretty dark. And the reason it's this dark is funny. I'll explain in a second. You have come a long way since we started watching the fire. You can have fire info and the rest of the time story hour. Hey, maybe, yeah. I did film some little movies. I don't know that the browser can show it. Nope. That would have to be another time because I'd have to set up VLC media player. Let me get to the rest of the story here. So, yeah. I had ferry building pictures. I had to wait to get just to the left of it was the ferry to get to Alcatraz. So I never did organize these. Sorry. And that puts the warden's house up there at the beginning. I don't remember which one is which, cell block A and B, but the one that's down closer to the shore was the original, and you see the brick look to it. It'll probably survive, but the concrete one up higher in the hill, I don't know about that. You'll see what I mean. So this one, he showed us the keys to Alcatraz. Go back to that folder. And he had actual physical brass keys, like the originals are still there. Is it card number 2? Yeah. I was like, can I see that? Can I photograph that? He goes, sure. And there's the weird blue fingernails of some tourist too, but that's what they look like. That's pretty wicked. So it was about here that, and inside the main cell block, that was the brick one. Yeah, this is the one down by the, closer to the shore where you enter, the original one. And there's photos and things, kind of show you what the old photos, what it used to look like. A couple of props in some of the cells, but look at this. There's an entrance to the underground. This is a staircase. And this little bunker thing keeps people from falling down the stairs. And I took a note of that, and it had a little rope across it, like a little barrier that was hanging down, like do not go down. I was like, because I was a hardcore researcher, I knew what was under there. They built the prison on top of the old Civil War fort. There is an underground, and the original fort, cellars, which were the original prison, like a military prison. It's down there. And so I was like, oh, a staircase. I didn't know what the inside of this building looked like, but I'm craning my neck around and going, and he ends the tour there, and I stuck around with him, right where he did the key thing, and I said, so, what remains of the fort? He looked at me like, oh, here's the hardcore people. Here's the people who have researched Alcatraz, the people who know about it. Oh, right this way. And so we who stuck with him, we were invited to see what most people don't get to see. The underground. Now I have a camera now that can see in the dark, and if I did it now, I know it's pretty different, but it was not earthquake proofed. And yes, it is true. You know, like Josh was saying, and came in here and left. Comes and goes like the night. That you know, it's best to reinforce brick and masonry. So they didn't allow the tourists down there. They just were beginning to do the renovations for the earthquake proofing. And so he goes, we can't go down there, you know. We all got really disappointed. And we're like, really? He goes, we won't be up and running again for like 3 to 5 years, and then we'll allow tourists to come. And I was like, what? I don't make it to San Francisco very often. And then some foreigners were like, this will be our only, we'll only be here this time in our lives, you know, this one time in our lives. And he goes, oh, fine. You have to wear the safety helmet, though, and sign this paper. He goes, what are the odds of an earthquake happening in the next hour, right? And he went, yay. So unfortunately, like, it was super damn dark under there. I wanted a camera that could see in the dark. I did catch the audio, though, so let me show you some of that. I now have a Sony A7S III that can see in the dark. It could illuminate everything by this. By one little match, actually. Let's see here. Where's my turn on VLC player? But alas, I was a peasant. On the shoestring budget of the student, right?
He left his number, 1146. This is an inmate named Philip Grosser. Philip Grosser was a prisoner of the U.S. Army. Even when the Federal Bureau of Prisons ran Alcatraz, they still continued to lock up some military prisoners here, some prisoners of war, some special prisoners. This guy was here for kind of a unique reason nowadays, I would think. Phil Grosser had been drafted, and he was a pacifist. He was a Mennonite, and he was by religion, he was not going to fight. So, and nowadays, and there's no draft, but even when there was in the 70s, there were ways you could be declared a conscientious objector and found a non-combat duty if you're drafted into the military. But back then, there was no such thing. If you were drafted in the Army and you refused to fight, you were locked up in a military prison. So Phil Grosser's first military prison was Leavenworth, military prison, Leavenworth, Kansas. And in Leavenworth, Phil Grosser refused to wear the prison uniform because he said, it's a military uniform and I am not serving in the military. So they sent him to Alcatraz. Alcatraz, upstairs, he refused to wear the prison uniform for the same reason. No worries. They brought him down here with no uniform and did his time in the dark. Phil Grosser got sick and died. His family wrote a book, and that book is long out of print, but it's called America's Devil's Island. And it's about Phil Grosser, a conscientious objector on Alcatraz. There were 4 conscientious objectors locked up on the rock, those sort of reasons. Let's go see some more. He did not die in the prison. He got sick here, he was transferred off, he died in a prison hospital.
Oh.
This is the Forbidden Zone where they had active construction, but this is the remains of the old fort down this way. There were these corridors. So we're in like the cellar area. The only thing that remains of the Civil War fort on Alcatraz. But there's a network of hidden tunnels, though, from where they used to have artillery batteries and stuff. And you would, of course, if the island was being shelled, you had to be deep enough, travel to different parts of the island where they could man artillery and fight back if they was ever assaulted. So there's a network of secret tunnels. And so this is like one of these hanging light bulbs off the ceiling here. There, you can see it now. And the rest of the light bulbs were not lit, but I could see with the naked eye down here in the distance. There's much more underneath Alcatraz than I ever imagined. You know, the tourists and such get to see this part, the vaulted ceilings of Alcatraz. The dome thingies, you know, and this is where they put some prisoners before there was a true prison above, you know. It's basically just the wine cellar kind of thing, powder keg cellar, whatever it was. And they were about to redo it, earthquake proof it. And this is like a rare glimpse of what it looks like before the earthquake proofing. There's all kinds of weird stuff down there, like 1800s toilets and whatnot, and toilets from the turn of the century that got stuffed in side rooms. And I couldn't really film it all.
July 1887.
Who?
This was not a prison structure at the time. Albert was probably a soldier here. Albert had a penknife and he carved into the brick and he left his mark. Gosh, I can't do the math here. 133 years ago, something like this. Albert Herring, as I said, shares this with the newest graffiti on the island. This above our heads, candle smudge. You find these? Yes, sorry, right here. See it? Thank you. You're welcome. Candle smudge above our heads. As I said, you find in caves a lot of times. These are done with wax candles. So just imagine a wax candle and you got carbon coming off the end of the flame. You write your name on the ceiling of a cave or a prison cell in this case. This graffiti was left here. This guy here, a big boy, dated it for us, May 2nd, 1971. This was during a period of time between the prison and the park. When the island was empty for roughly 6 years, and it became the site of a political protest, the anniversary of which is tomorrow, the beginning of the American Indian occupation of Alcatraz. They occupied Alcatraz, the American Indian movement, and the allied tribes. They called themselves the Indians of all nations, the Indians of Alcatraz. They stayed here for a year and a half. And it brought a lot of public attention and media focus to the movement and the island. They saved the island from sale.
I guess the island was going to be for sale. Yeah, I don't remember. I haven't watched these videos since I took them. They're out of order. Sorry.
US dollars.
You see how dark it is? My Sony would be able to show you everything. Like if we hid that for a second, the Alcatraz underground tunnels, you could see some images that other people took who had the time to like open the shutter and see things. So that's a good depiction of the corridor I walked down that I filmed from here, right? But that's the vaulted ceiling part, like one of the tunnels where they would move artillery shells. This is when it was a fort. You'd see the cannonballs ready to blast any ship that came into San Francisco Harbor, or the bay. It was kind of a complete images of the fort don't really exist that I've seen. There's just some pieces, So let's see. Yeah. It's kind of, I guess, where it meets daylight. I didn't know about that. Yeah, that's deeper than where I went. Some of them have collapsed, and they're rumored to kind of exist. So if you watch the movie The Rock with, Sean Connery, rest his soul, they actually infiltrate Alcatraz through the old tunnels and like dig their way into the prison. I guess you could take the tour now, but it was not ready at the time. But they had huge, amazing guns on the island. So, yeah, this is the staircase down. That's on the other side, like on my picture. I didn't have as many SD cards as I wanted, so I couldn't film the whole experience at Alcatraz, and I couldn't film the entire concert. It was just really, I was that poor at the time, I just spent a huge amount of money on the plane ticket and the Amtrak ride back to Portland. Yeah, here it is, back when it was like a fort. Wow, these are good old pictures. There was a train on Alcatraz. That is a train. Oh, yeah, that's a good way to carry around heavy cannonballs and stuff. There's like a little trolley train on Alcatraz. Civil War era photos. Okay, maybe I just didn't find them. Texas A&M University. Wow. Okay, oh wow. See, I tell people Alcatraz is a ghost town and don't believe me. There was a town there, guys. we've lost a lot of time. There's the old lighthouse. This looks barely recognizable. That's the tunnel entrance, and where you go in, and then is that one of the prison blocks? I guess maybe the original. And you snake up like this, and then the upper prison block is up there. There's the warden's house. There's a lighthouse. The original is gone. It was a new one that's there. Wow. But look at all this like wharf that disappeared to time. What was that? Yeah. You guys still awake, or you just going to sleep to my soothing voice? All right. You want to see even more? Here's the funny part of my story. Yeah, that's the entrance down to the underground. Let me show the picture of me. I go around to the prison yard. And here's the entrance, like the gated. And you go through the gate. It's like almost like a castle, you know. Guards up there ready to shoot you or whatever, or shoot prisoners trying to escape. A door to nowhere at the top, which is kind of spooky. There must have been like a balcony. You see the cracks in the foundations? It would take probably $1 billion to fix all these severe architectural problems. Like if you want to see Alcatraz, you better do it before the next quake. I don't think a lot of these will survive in the condition they're in. It's harsh out there. The salt, the weather, the storms, prior quakes. I don't know that as a park, you know, and as a historical place, if much will survive into the future because of the spalling, especially the concrete ones. That's really hard, you know, to fix. So what I did as I went down the underground tour with him, and it was really cool. Wish I had a camera that saw in the dark at the time. I saw this part of the spalling damage. You could see that the reinforced concrete, which is what this is, you could see it sticking out through the building cracks, the raw, rusting rebar. And it's getting worse because it's exposed to the salty air. And then as the rebar rusts, it expands and it cracks the concrete out and makes the building weaker by the day. And that's why we get the Surfside condo collapse, you know, like what happened in Florida. And that building is a lot newer than Alcatraz. You can see how quickly that happened. Like that's from the 1980s or something. It was just a 40-year-old building. Like this would take a lot of work to stabilize it. I don't know if this prison block is going to survive. The famous one with the prison yard of Alcatraz, right? So John Sater says, I'm awake. Point Richmond was a whaling station. I still have a whale vertebra I found. Stripper fishing, so much history. Wait, on Alcatraz? There was a whaling station? Is that what that was? What? I wish I could have recorded his whole tour. I don't recall that, but whoa. Whoa. I think they whaled at Monterey, Fort Bragg, but I'm not really sure. He said, look back at the photos. Now, if at least two of you are awake, we can continue a little bit. I just want to tell you the funny story and show you the funny picture. So I started getting really tired. And here's the true prison yard of Alcatraz, looking the opposite direction from that damage, right? This is in all the movies. This is where the prisoners exercise. It's like a stadium seating right here. A pretty bad picture, actually. Let's get a better one. Close down these. And it's after you walk way up the hill. Dustin says, I know you said striper, wrote stripper, but I had an image I have a dollar bill tied to the end of a jig pole line in my head now. Thanks for that. You're welcome. That'll be $5. Okay, most of these others have the images. Let's see, okay, go back to Alcatraz. Sorry, guys, I never organized this. Okay, yeah, here's the prison yard. So, this is the damage I showed you is back there. That's the entrance, main entrance to the prison yard. And it was kind of windy and kind of cold, but I knew that about San Francisco. I was dressed for the weather. I had a big coat with a furry hood and all that. I had my backpack, everything that I needed to stay in San Francisco for 2 days. All my change of clothes, my cameras, my SD cards, toiletries, everything's still in my back because I haven't. The check-in time for my bed and breakfast was in the afternoon, right? So I arrived at like 5 in the morning in San Francisco. I needed to kill time, so I bought the tickets to Alcatraz. And once you arrive on Alcatraz, you can stay there as long as you wish, but at some point you got to take one of the ferries home. You can't stay the night on Alcatraz. So, obviously, it's not like there's a bed and breakfast there. Although, man, if they wanted to make money, they should do that. There are special nighttime tours, but you still can't spend the night. Like, you can't sleep on Alcatraz. The actual housing district got demolished, and that's just a crime against history. I got to film it. Like, you see the old photos. You see the old photos of the housing, and then you actually get there, and it was like, really? What? It's a bulldozed pile of rubble from somewhat recent history. I don't know when they did that, but there was an actual village where the families of the prison guards lived, and they did not have a school on Alcatraz. The kids every day got on a ferry boat and they went to San Francisco or something for a school. Where's that image of the bulldozed homes? Hang on. Super sad. See that? Just saw it in the last thingy. Oh, and here's an image, a decent one of the lower prison block. The one that's made out of brick will probably survive, but I don't know about that concrete one up there. While I dig here. Oh, I do have a few retouched images. That does look better. Let's see. Can Edge browser open a TIFF? No, it can't. All right. Well, whatever. Hey, it's Minnie. The boat in the foreground was unique to San Francisco Bay. It was called a felucca. Felucca? Let me see. Really? Is it a shrimper? Is it dragging a shrimp net or something? We had a butterfly fleet out of Astoria at the mouth of the Columbia, and they had butterfly-looking sails for gill netting the salmon during the salmon runs. So it was a very similar rig kind of thing. There used to be a big shrimping industry in San Francisco, but so much mercury and cyanide, mostly, came out of the California gold fields from running down in the water runoff. It basically toxically polluted the bay so bad you can't eat fish out of it, like nobody does. And it destroyed the shrimp, because they're the bottom feeders that absorb all that. So there's tons of ghost towns around San Francisco Bay, especially Japanese ghost towns, where the Japanese kind of cornered the market on the shrimping. Volusia. Okay. I learn something new every day. Thanks, Minnie. Dustin M says, don't be sorry. That was funny. Okay. Okay. Wait, what? Did I miss something? So I gotta move chat so I can see it again. John Cedar says, I like the cut of your jib, Justin. Okay. It's after 11. I'll allow it. Okay. Okay. Whoops. Where's the funny story? Okay, I'm getting to it. If you're waiting for it, the drum roll that's been going on for like an hour. I was really tired, and on my back was this heavy ass backpack. I had not met my airbed and breakfast host yet, and I really, in a normal day, would have loved to have run around Alcatraz, photograph every single thing. The tourists were still everywhere. It was really crowded in there. I came out to the fresh air and the crisp breeze. I thought this will wake me up, I've been awake all night already. Dramamine, I wish I had a Monster or something stiffer than that. A super coffee. There actually was a coffee shop at where you get off the boat. There's it was like a Starbucks or something. It was kind of really weird. And a gift shop down there. And it was so crowded, there was standing room only, and I couldn't even get to it. But I think a lot of people need a hot coffee. It's super freaking cold and windswept. Desolate. Wind howls. It's an awful place. Like, there's a reason, there's no condo towers here. It is really awful. It takes the brunt of the bay winds that come right off the bay. And it's just pretty awful to be there, honestly. So, remember the movie Harold and Maude made a point of visiting all those sites 40 years ago? God, it's been too long since I've seen that. I should probably revisit it. I was really disturbed. Here it is. I was disturbed. Here's the pile of rubble where a bunch of historical buildings used to be, like the town of Alcatraz, where the prison guard family used to live. Parts of the old fort. Who knows what's in that rubble? But just stupid. Decommission a prison. Let's just start bulldozing crap for no reason. This doesn't have historical value. I mean, San Francisco was actually really embarrassed by Alcatraz. It was, the families of the inmates began writing the books and the tell-all books about how their loved ones would die there and how things would be incredibly cruel. And it was an absolutely inhumane situation to even house people there. And their solitary confinement was an exercise in supreme torture. There were special rooms up in the windswept higher areas, cells, like alone. I don't know that they still exist. I think they were by the water tower, and in solitary, they were away from all other people, like even the buildings were. And they would put a prisoner in there with no blanket, and they were supposed to survive the night and would get down to bone-chilling, damp. And so in order to survive, if you lay down on concrete, it sucks the heat away from you. Like if you put your hand down on things in a room, put your hand on wood, it feels a bit warm. Put your hand on glass, like my glass desk here, and it feels cold. Put your hand on a slate floor, it feels cold. Put your hand on the rug on the floor, it feels, room temperature. All things are actually the same temperature, but when you're touching glass or concrete or stone, it's sucking the heat out of you, making you feel cold. So in order to survive, you can't lay down on the floor in Alcatraz, which would have been damp. It's all damp. Everything is horribly damp all the time. It's just like this mist that comes in. I was constantly wiping my camera lens and freaking out because salt water and camera lens, that's just not good. The corrosion. So in order to survive, the prisoners had to sleep laying down, crouched forward, propped up on their elbows and holding their head up like so, and sleep on their knees and their toes, and shiver all night to stay alive. And some of them didn't make it. They got pneumonia and got sent off to die in hospitals. That's just straight up torture. It doesn't get a lot worse than that. You just can't get warm. It's an awful feeling. And your body will wake you up, go get warm. You can't sleep. And you drift in and out asleep. And I almost froze to death in the Sierras a long time ago, so I kind of know what it's like. And this was San Francisco's embarrassment. They tried to quietly just kind of shut it down, move the prisoners away, and they wanted to demolish the thing. So, John Sater says, I lived for a time on a houseboat in Sausalito. How do I say that? Shanty built on a Higgins landing craft, a Liberty Dock, good times. You know what, John? My uncle tells a story about at Benicia in the 60s, early 60s, I think, or late 50s. Oh, and here's the weird toilet that I was talking about that's randomly stored in the underground. I don't think it functions, but I just found that picture in that underground tour part. I was like, what? Really? Okay. I do have other images I took with a flash, but yeah, that's weird. So sorry, the photos are out of order. This is like with a flash, you know, that total darkness that we were in with a flash. This is what the room looked like. So yeah, I'm finding these out of order. This is with the flash further and further down the corridor, and you can just see there's rooms down there and stuff. But we weren't allowed to go to where they were actively trying to shore up the building with seismic upgrades. And we all had to wear helmets and stuff. Okay, so back to the story. So this is the corner where I came in with the prison yard. Like I said, this is the concrete spalling that is just cracking the building apart. Look at this. They allowed us to walk on this, and I don't think they should have. Like, you can see the bare rebar sticking out, and it's pushing the concrete away. It's cracking the stairs. They'd sort of propped it up with a steel support underneath. It's amazing, though. It's probably the original wood and pipes that the actual people like Al Capone touched, you know, as you do the hand railing, but not for long, I don't think. And then this is steel, like they have steel actual doors that would lock and drop down, and because they didn't want people getting out to the prison yard at night because they might escape in a raft, you know, right? So I came down this rickety staircase, ended up in a prison yard, and the fresh air hit me, and I thought it would wake me up, and I decided that I would sit right there. I would sit right there, away from the wind, sort of. And I used my little backpack because I took it off. My back's finally resting. And propped it up as a pillow. And I looked sideways out tourists coming and going. Some of them were trying to play mock game of basketball. I was waiting for people to leave the yard so I could take photos of people with, you know, the yard without people in it. And that's a baseball diamond, by the way. They must have had nets or something. Can you imagine just where the baseball would go? So it's true in the old movies, you know, they had a baseball game in Alcatraz. Let's see, where's the cool picture of me? So I go around this corner. Here I am sitting and kind of wait for people. There's this neat architectural feature up by the crumbling door entrance. I think this is actually a murder hole where a guard or something could be on the outside, and if somebody came out the door, they could shoot them through it. So it's a beautiful but deadly architectural feature. Let's see, where's the yeah, this is my little alcove. This is the weird steel window thing. You can see how it's just crumbling and not in great shape. This may have been the solitary confinement. I don't remember. I don't think so. I don't think it was right next to the prison yard, but it's like a little window in the photos. Here it is. There I am. I'm holding the headset for the tour. I just handed my camera to somebody random and said, "Hey, can you take my picture?" Like, okay. Yeah, these guys are trying to play a mock game of ball in the prison yard of Alcatraz. Okay, that's one checkbox on the bucket list. That's hard to achieve, right? Next time, bring a baseball or a frisbee or something to play in the prison yard of Alcatraz. I missed my opportunity, guys. I missed my opportunity. So I got my coat, I got the hood, I got the layers, I got the scarf, I got 2 layers of pants on. So the other tourists are like, they're freezing their butts off. I lay down here and put my little head to rest. And all of a sudden I'm asleep, man. I never remembered. I didn't remember going to sleep. You don't remember going to sleep, you know. And then I wake up. It's dark. It is freaking dark. It is, the sun has set. It is dark. I'm supposed to be meeting my or severe overcast come in. It's really getting dark. I'm going, oh my God. And I'm totally alone. I was out of view, tucked in that little alcove with the weird window. There's nobody there. I can't even hear anybody where there's like bustling tourists. I'm like, oh my God, what time is it? And I'm like, crap, my cell phone was dead. I don't know what time it is. And there's a last ferry of the day. You have to leave the island on the last ferry of the day. Like, you must. There's no other way out. You're not allowed to stay there. And the concert was the same night. So I'm like, oh God. First of all, my airbed breakfast hosts are like, where the hell am I? Supposed to check in at like, what was it? I'm supposed to check in with them. And I walk into the prison yard. It's freaking dark. Like, I could barely see. I walk back into the cell block, totally abandoned. Nobody is there. I'm like, So I'm looking at my tourist map, like, where the hell am I, for one thing? I go over towards the lighthouse. There's a little like museum in there that I wandered around and taken pictures of, and nobody is in there. Okay, all right. I snapped a couple of photos in the dark like this one, but I was actually kind of in a panic. So like in the lighthouse, there's like a little, there's a model coming here off the boat. You walk up the thing, the water tower's in the back there. So the prison yard is back to the side. So I ran out of it, came out to the open air to the lighthouse, and I'm seeing like the lights of San Francisco in the distance. I'm hearing foghorns and stuff going, oh my God. Crap. And then I get lost, I get cut off. I'm like, I'm hitting dead ends. Like, they've shut a lot of the gates. Like, they've shut the gates in between the different parts of the cell block. I'm like, oh my God. I'm going to be stuck in the haunted, like Alcatraz tonight. Oh my God. At one point, I looked out one of the windows. I'm like, I'm not missing this concert. I'm going to see Noel Gallagher, man. I love Oasis. I'm a super fan. I will swim. Okay. They made it on a raft. I will make it too. I will show up underneath the footings of the Golden Gate Bridge, just like the escapees probably did make it out of Alcatraz. I just run around lost from room to room. I didn't get to see the Al Capone cell because I thought later I'd do that after I laid down in the prison yard of Alcatraz. I'm just like, oh my God, it's dark, oh my God. And finally I found a tour guide dude, a jolly, funny black man. He was so awesome. I forgot his name because I wrote it down. I was like, dude, thank you. He goes, I ran around, literally around a corner, squeaking with my shoes, and ran like straight into him. And he goes, oh dear. I bounce off of him because he's huge. And he catches me before I fall backwards. He goes, where you going, little missy? And he was surprised that I was there. I really could have been left at Alcatraz. The last ferry, like, he gets on the radio and tells it to wait. And I'm going, I said, man, this sucks. I never saw the Al Capone cell, man. And he goes, all right, I'll tell him to wait just a little bit longer. Here, come see it. So I stuck my head in and saw it. I don't see that I have the images right now available of it. This may not be all of the images in the folder I'm looking at. But that was a fright, you know. I was like, oh my God. I finally get back to shore because I made it back to the boat. And where's some of the boat ride? I think I may have just captured the boat ride there because it's too dark to film on the way back. Let me find it. I think it's mostly the boat ride there. Yeah, this was getting off. You walk up here, you turn around and go up to the Alcatraz. That's what it looks like going up to part of the area. This is another burned out building to the right. You go up around and then the higher cell blocks up there. What are the other good pictures? Look back at chat. John Sears says, ever been to the Nautical Museum in Sausalito? Scale model of the San Francisco Bay with water throwing it. Now I've barely been in this area. Like, this is one of my few times I've ever been here. This is the last time I was here. This is like, this could be like, what year is this? This could be around 2013 or so. Really. Maybe even 2012. I think. 2013 probably. Well, let's see. Panoramic photos. It's a different set. Yeah. It says Pano folder, but they're not true panoramic. Don't ask me why. Yeah, this is the one that still had its wooden components and like its wooden roof. And so is Erie, you know. Like they mostly used to look like this. Still needs a hell of a lot of rehab to this facility. The ones that burned out, you know. And there were some crows and stuff. Ominous crows of doom. Cawing at me the whole time. Seagulls freaking out and cawing back at them. But you can see the little. I would have loved to have flown a drone or looked in these windows. You can kind of see out the other side to the bay, this attic thing. And every single one of these buildings is designed so that gunmen could kind of be there. And so if any kind of prison riot or something happened, every single building was defensible and like ready for a firefight. Like they're facing that way. And so there's these corridors, like these funnels where you could defend. And part of it was the design, the original design of the fort. And as a prison, it's the same principle. If a bunch of prisoners came out here, went down towards the ferry, or hijacked the ferry or something, then from these catwalks and these other areas, they could be shot from the windows. Like here's another one, like that would have had a balcony, a door, and then bars on the windows in case the prisoners got up on that balcony, couldn't get inside. So it's just like, dang. I was noticing these details because I know about fortresses and stuff. So this was getting back on the ferry, and this camera had really good low light capability. It was not that light out. It was much darker than this. And the sun had set, and I was like, holy crap, thank God. This was like the setting sun, San Francisco, with a cargo ship or something in the foreground, or a barge actually. So I called the bed and breakfast host once we're back in a cell phone range, and I went to a restaurant and started charging the phone. And they're like, "Where the hell are you? We didn't think you were coming." I'm like, "I'm here. I'm here." And they gave me instructions on how to get there, and I got totally lost because it was dark. They couldn't pick me up. But yeah, the building's in bad shape. Like, this is why they need earthquake proofing below. There's also these the masonry down here was not designed. That's a murder hole now that I think about it. Like an arrow slit kind of style murder hole where guys could just stick a gun, or like a back in the day castles arrows to shoot people in the big corridor, but they were in safety, like with a slit, you know. So this is the underground again. The fire's extinguished in Pasco. Cool, little one. Oh yeah, John, I was about to ask you something about Benicia. So the underground was not designed to support the weight of the cell block. That's a different building. It was designed to support, you know, regular earth above it, and maybe artillery embankments, and lighter structures. So the part of the reason why it needs to be reinforced is that now in an earthquake, you can see damage just by the weight from things above it. Now in an earthquake, it can't support things and would crumble. But it survived the 1906 just fine. And 89, I don't know with any damage, but maybe some. But it can only take so much, right? But I wonder, you know, nobody came to get me. If I hadn't woken up, if I had not awoken when I did, I probably would have been left there. I thank God that the door was still open to get back inside the building. I could have just been exposed all night, freezing to death in the prison yard of Alcatraz. I'm sure there's some here at night. I'm sure there's somebody there at night. I didn't think to ask. Did I get a picture of Capone's thing? No, I don't see it. I think he just let me stick my head in there and look. And it was really cushy. Capone's chamber had like nice furniture in it, a reading lamp, a library. I mean, it was really nice. You know, they treated him well. He bribed him pretty dang well in Alcatraz. But you know, I think I had put away the camera at that point and was just kind of panicking and running through the building. That's inside of the lighthouse. They had the original lighthouse keeper. It was a home, so that was his original chimney, you know, and kind of bricked up. I don't know what that was once. Kind of wonder what went in this slot for, you know. It's like electrical wiring or some sort. Then there's control panels, you know, for the panic room, the intercom system, the different keys to the homes, especially too. You would unlock, buzz people through like these are later 1940s kind of electrical kind of rear circuitry things. That was one hell of a microphone, the Nessie style microphone, because it looks like the Loch Ness monster. Look at that classical fan, that classic theremin. I wonder if these are original. They may not be, because when the Indian protest movement took over and it later became just kind of a trashed environment, probably most stuff got destroyed. I don't know, but good reproductions if so, or you know, authentic antiques. Let's see if I have any other good photos. Yeah, this is a vault. They had a vault for their firearms, I believe, and I don't know if the original vault was original to the fort, but this is how to get in there to the guns. They had good high-powered rifles, you know. I don't know if they had scopes on them or whatnot. But I did wonder, and I don't remember if I got an answer, if some of the original brickwork that held back the retaining wall, if it could have dated back to the 1800s Civil War era. Usually a retaining wall is strong enough to not ever need to be changed, really. I mean, some pieces look a little bit newer, but if a retaining wall is strong enough to retain a big hillside, like usually it's there for good. But I did end up getting a pretty naked shot of the prison yard without people there because I woke up and there was nobody there. But it didn't come out. It was too dark. I mean, it was freaking dark. Yeah, here's a better shot of the other fireplace, other side of it in the lighthouse. The building got pretty trashed during the protest and all that. I have no idea what it was, like electrical wiring. Maybe they converted it to electric heat system or something. But whatever was there was removed. You'd have to look at really old photos. But I think it's in bad shape. A lot of it is spalling really bad, and this was gutted by fire, so the fire damage. This was the warden's house, I believe. Again, so you can see where the floor like used to be, and that would be the main, heart. Probably with nice mahogany, around it and nice stuff. Yeah, penitentiary warden's house, military commander's house. Prior to that, so it's a fort building. It dated back to the original fort days, but rip, rest in peace. Let's see, anything else, Jay? Yeah, John Sater, sorry. The question I had for you, this is also spalling, like these are walls that you walk on up there, and the exposure, the rebar is just pushing and cracking off and kind of exploding out of the walls. It would cost so much money to arrest this decay once it gets started. It's domino effect. Once part of the wall becomes unstable and begins to crack and push, expand and push the concrete, that pushes on the concrete next to it, and I mean. So, Smitty says that station there is called the Sallyport Switch Control. Looks like it also had gate chops, but not cell chops. Oh, what are those, Smitty? John Sater says we used to take the red and white $11 out of Vallejo, the trolley and bus to San Francisco, over the gate, R&W back to Vallejo, 10 minutes back to Crockett, cheap tourist run. Cool. Did you grow up in the Bay Area there? John Sater says all I need is a tall ship and a bright star to sail her by. Hey, there you go. Can you use an astrolabe? And that would be so freaking cool. And the moon's getting ready to set. Yeah, sail by the stars. Drift with the wind. Let's see. But that's actually the rock, like it's built on a rock. Literally, it's bedrock. That's why they call it rock. The rock. It is an awful place to have lived. I'm glad that the kids got off the island every day to a school, because what a miserable place to grow up, honestly. Yeah, John, salt that gets in rebar blows the concrete apart. So here's my question for you. If we go to Benicia, I've been having trouble finding old timers and people who knew the old timers, who might remember this era in this particular area. My uncle grew up in the Redwoods area in a logging camp. He's an uncle-in-law, honestly. So, one of the oldest members of my family, and his father was killed in a logging accident. It was really sad. I wanted to research the ghost town logging camp that he was at. So maybe when I go to California here, guys, I could get the story and get it straight. He said that when he was a kid, he went to Benicia, and there was a wooden ship graveyard there. And kind of like how they said the Barbary Coast was originally. And it was the continuously dying era of the tall ships, and the very last of them, the sailing ships, were being abandoned, maybe half stripped, abandoned, and they were in a pile. So people were squatting on them, living in the ruins and in the old pilot houses and kind of repurposing the wood and mooring their own makeshift, half-assed jerry-rigged craft, for like squatting in the bay, have free rent for a bit. And I can only imagine that the summertime is the best time for that. Can't imagine living in a shipwreck during the winter. But he said it was there for a while. Do you remember or know anything about this, anybody? Because I've heard about the Barbary Coast, and that was, of course, a very long time ago. And that's San Francisco proper. But the way he described it, and he told me exactly where to look, I can't get maps to line up for it to be Benicia. He's insistent and adamant, though, it's Benicia. But I look at other parts of the bay, and I think, well, what he describes lines up better. Like maybe near Mare Island or the Carquinez Heights, he described how there was a bridge. This or that. I really want to talk to him again about it. Or maybe Glen Cove. I walked down memory lane. Lived at 509 Viewmont, Benicia. Someone watching remembers Cliff's pleasant view. Did the Google car go there? Oh. Here. Walk down to the cliffs. There's a freeway in your view. Like Bayshore Cliffs. Museum of the History of Benicia. That's probably where I should start, right? Military Cemetery. Freeways everywhere. There's a bay view. Swamp. Marshy swamp. There used to be many Japanese villages here and all around. Some on stilts, stilt homes when the shrimping industry was still alive. The port terminal. What is this? Street view in the bay. Oh, it's a guy's kayak. Or ladies. Nice GoPro. Wait. Oh, that could be it. That's not quite a GoPro. That's the 360, isn't it? Hey, I should do this. The Ghost Fleet is still in San Francisco Bay somewhere, right? The old World War II ships and the like, just kind of sitting there, rusting. Where's the Ghost Fleet? And there are many different ghost towns around San Francisco Bay, and people don't live where it's pretty. People live where there is work and jobs and the routes to get there. Marin County Contemporary Museum of Art. Valero Benicia Refinery. Jack in the Box. North Gate. What is this? Non-denominational church. Looks like there's grass up here. Lake Herman Road. This looks nice. Never been here. Yeah, you could spend lifetimes exploring out here. Where was the original San Francisco mission? Did they like preserve that building? Is it still around? Most of it's gone now. Oh, the mothball fleet. I know people were protesting its existence because it had lead paint. It was flaking off into the bay, and that's not good. But did they scrap? I mean, the whole idea was some of the last World War II ships could be saved. Oh, the Ready Reserve fleet has been scrapped. A handful of ships. Oh man. Ah. John Sater says I wired those homes in Glen Cove. That's because I'm looking at land maps. They would appear on the naval charts, nautical maps. Yeah, wouldn't they? But I mean, who would put a ship graveyard on a map, though? Honestly, I was thinking that satellite would show the old fleet. There's Vallejo. Yeah, remember Marine World Africa USA? It still exists, right? They used to have the coolest stuff. The water skiing elephant and the dolphin shows, elephant rides. Man, Great America. Those are some good birthday parties I had. History. Lots of infill here. Too unstable to live on. Seal Bluff Landing. I was going to say larding. Oh my God, would that be like whale oil processing? Seal Bluff Landing. These are prior to 1915 maps. And Port Chicago got built there. Oh, that's one of the ghost towns. Detonated. One of the largest non-nuclear man-made explosions. Mushroom cloud appears in San Francisco Bay and blows out windows near Oakland and San Francisco. Vaporized tons of dock workers during the war. It was a munitions ship that detonated, destroyed the town. Like not only did they not find the bodies of most people, mostly black dock workers because of segregation and racism issues during the war. Not only did they not find most bodies, they didn't even find some of the nearby ships, like the vaporized ships. And some of the train cars were never seen again, presumably launched up into the air and deep into the bay. It's like, but another thing you don't hear a lot about, because that was an embarrassment to the war effort, and so a compliant press obeyed orders to not cover demoralizing stories. Somebody says, I used to work at the Ready Reserve Fleet. Yeah, what were you telling me about that? Did you? That's sad. There were some videos on YouTube about people exploring them. That Ready Reserve Fleet, I can't, there's copyright reasons. The Battleship New Jersey channel. He's caretaker for the New Jersey Museum, coming up on the end of our time at the Philadelphia Naval Yard. Mothball ships in general. The Ready Reserve Fleet of Oakland. Yeah, there's some of it. Some people got up there, and I saw some videos of urban exploration, so to speak. Yeah, Susan Bay. Susan Bay Ghost Fleet. Rusting remains of the largest assembled World War II fleet on the West Coast. Yeah, 6 years ago. That was sad. Ah, it's expensive though to keep up a ship. John Sater says I used to drink beer with Aldo Ray at the little tap room in Crockett. Sorry, who is that? Look for a period pilotage chart of the area, not a land map. I'll find it. What the Buzzards Bay? Okay, well, okay. I'm not sure what you guys were responding to. So I've asked a whole bunch of questions. So at Benicia, was there a tall ship graveyard in the 50s and 60s that used to exist? Answer that part of the question first. Is that Buzzard Bay, or are you guys talking about the mothball fleet? The Battleship New Jersey channel. Host Chris that channel. I once worked with his dad. That's cool, Smitty. Who's Aldo Ray? All right. And what's going on with shipping? That's a great channel. I'm finding out our niche channels, like it's a very small world of what our interests are, like history and whatever. Jack NFL is an awesome channel on naval history. A British dude. I interviewed a World War II veteran about his experience on a submarine, Haggard U-555, or something 555, not U, like a U-boat. I'm really tired right now, guys. I should eat something more substantial. I have a half-eaten, half remnants of a cheeseburger here. I totally forgot what was in front of me. But can you confirm? Was there a tall ship graveyard at Benicia? That's what I'd love to know. Now we can get into better maps. Let's pull out the big guns here. Let's get serious. Let's go to Topo View. This is the historic map database. We'll get the maps. We'll look at Benicia. And what's our oldest? 1896. Dude. Was there a bridge in 1896? Really? That can't be a bridge, is it? A rail bridge? Usually that means tunnel. That map key. It can't be a tunnel. Could it? That'd be one hell of an engineering undertaking. U.S. Arsenal, Benicia. Some things are similar. They excavated a swamp to make a little cove there to make Benicia Marina. All right. 1901. It's probably a different scale. No, same scale. Doesn't show a tunnel or bridge anymore. Huh. Okay. Maybe it's a ferry trip. Maybe it was a train ferry. Look for wrecks on a 1920s to 30s date pilotage chart, and you'll find the tall ship graveyard. Ah, okay. See, I get it. The movie Glorious Bastards was based. Looks on him. Oh, goodness. That was a bit fantasy, though. Quite a bit. A bit hard for me to watch. Pretty hardcore violent. Mind you, I like, horror movies and suspense, but just repetitive brutality like baseball bat beatings was a little bit rough for me. Woman getting choked to death basically was a bit rough for me. But not a bad movie, just a bit difficult. So we can hit the, how do we get a nautical map? These are still, like here's 1942. These are still land maps, I've tried looking for with TopoView before. Where would we find them online, Smitty? I know I may have to download them, upload, and then layer them into Google Earth. And what does TTTT mean on a map? Isn't it telephone line? Telegraph and telephone? I've never gotten that answered. Oftentimes it's by roads or by rail, but it's a T. What do you guys think? Hey, these are some really old geodetic survey markers. You snap those with your phone and collect them. They're all over the place. People don't realize it's where this triangle is on a map, Finding your way to some of the oldest ones those are trophy photos. Pilotage chart. 1920 pilot chart in California. I should have gone to bed. I just realized it's midnight. 7 hours. I didn't mean to stream more than 3, but I get on this and I forget time. Pilotage chart of Benicia. This is probably they're selling this map. I don't think it'll be high res. Yeah, see. Yeah. We'd have to get a magnifying glass out to look at that. 1856. Yeah, that's a little bit too early for us. What we need. Telegraph with rail. Okay. Okay. There's some 1930s maps that have TTTT, and I would assume that by the 30s, were there any telegraph still going, or were they just converted to telephone? Maybe it was the same symbol. Yeah, is there like a database of old maps? I'd have to go into my bookmarks, ghost towning, dust off my ghost towning resource bookmarks, find the databases and stuff. Some of them are libraries and colleges and stuff. Yeah, we can find that one day. That's an interesting, it's a cool old image of Benicia. Can you find the museum in Benicia? Yeah, I saw that on the Google Maps. Isn't that quaint? I love drawings like this. Old ferry dock thing. Old mills, woolen mill probably. Okay. Find the museum. Six Flags. That's what became of Marine World Africa USA. It became Six Flags, didn't it? I should probably just call them. Wouldn't they know at the museum? Paper Fiery. Yeah. Museum. I saw it here. There it is. Benicia Museum of History. That's tiny. Wait, that's it? The offices? Looks like an old electrical. Where is this? Almost looks like a power substation kind of old thing from the past. Huh. Neat old building. Many doorways. What was it for? Huh. Wait, is this a cemetery? It's not near the cemetery, is it? Okay. Museum of History, Benicia. These are the offices. Okay. They got a website. Now find the phrenology symbol for wreck, and you'll have a match. 1930s were shadowing older maps. The telegraph had still control switches and dispatches back then. Ah, okay. Could be an old National Guard armory. Yeah, could be. Set back in the 1850s at the Arsenal Gallery, out where you will find 4 original military buildings crafted from native California sandstone. Okay. These historic structures not only showcase a unique architectural style, but also stand as one of the few places in the U.S. where native stone was used for a military building. With their iconic cannonball keystone decorations, these buildings are a fascinating glimpse into our military heritage. Then, dive into Venetia's transformation to the 20th century at the Downtown Gallery. So, do you find it weird, guys, that there are people now that don't remember the 20th century? Yeah, like adults that don't remember the 20th century. You know, here we are. Treasure Island. Mothball fleet. Okay. Let's look at our cams. Have the fires calm down. Very last call for any fire information, guys. It's time to go. Sleep. Oh, we could time lapse the San Francisco camp. The fog rolled in. 2 hours. Last 2 hours. Yeah, it's bringing the moisture. Smitty said the other one's a baseball throw from my house. Rock Island Arsenal is also built out of native stone. That's cool. Was that the Wright Museum, John? Neat. If only it stays color, though. I would force it to be in that color mode if I was in charge of the San Francisco camp. Here's our Boise fire. You can see the light and the heat of smoke. But you see how many stars there are? That means that the camera shutter is way wide open and big aperture, lots of light let in. So exaggeration, and we can't get much information out of this. All's quiet on the western front, seems. Yeah. Used to buy cars at the auctions held there. Okay. Where is did I close the street view? I had it open. Okay, guys. It's been fun, but I totally lost track of time. Time to immediately just go to sleep. So, thank you all for being here. Remember to hit the like button, subscribe. To whoever finds us again, subscribe with the ringing bell. Little button that says subscribe. If you ever want to be notified when we go live, that's the best way to find us again. Thank you, donors. We're getting there. Maybe really soon I could leave for California. I want it to be a fast trip, right? To get down there as fast as possible. I have ends to tie up here. Get medications in order, refills. I saw a doctor remotely. That one day I had a little bit of a day off to get all my ducks in a row, get that going. Plan visits with family, like tell them I intend to go down. That would be a good idea. Do the things, prepare for travel, and then see how quickly we could get a laptop here. Even if somebody wants to loan me one, they have to ship it to me real fast. We would have to try to figure it out real quick if we are going to use a stopgap laptop. Try to find out what the funds. Just how much could we do right now? Yeah, wonderful evening. Great watching you tonight. Yeah, good night, guys. We can hopefully rest easy tonight. Knock on wood. Fates didn't hear me, I hope. I didn't reach maximum watch duty notifications, did I? No, just 6. Right. What are they, by the way? The Dixon Tiller Trail says evacuations remain in place. That was at 9:37. We explored that. All evacuations of the Anita fire were lifted in San Diego County. There's a new fire called the Lodgepole Fire in rural Yakima County. Just automatic updates. There's nobody covering it. Watch duty doesn't have much of a presence in Washington. Banning has a 22nd Street fire. Forward progress was stopped 5 hours ago. Just vegetation fire. And Florence, Oregon had a fire. Seriously. Coast has been windy today. But that's just automatic database updates. 5 hours ago, and it was less. It says 0.01 acres. Oh, okay. How is that a wildfire? That's more like a bonfire. They got loose in a yard. Like, seriously. Crozier fire had an evening update. Okay. 6 hours ago. And 44% containment. It continues the Crozier to smolder around. Let's see, where's Placerville? Where is it? Where did I lose it? Where did I put it? Yeah. Don't know that my lake shape's down here. Wouldn't be down. Yeah. Now wait. Blue Ridge Coon Hollow. Yeah, it's hard to even see the Crozier anymore, which is totally awesome. No difference. So 12-hour Placerville area. Remember the nuclear mushroom cloud thing I tweeted that one morning after the Crozier? So the fire continues to smolder in steep, rugged terrain with abundant dry fuel. Firefighters are making steady progress, mopping up. That effort has led to an increase in containment to 44%. Yes. So they repopulated a lot more areas. It's a pretty small mandatory evacuation zone up there by Slater Mountain. So they closed an evacuation shelter in Cameron Park. Let's see. The areas of Mosquito and Swansboro are being repopulated. Can't take Mosquito Road though. Only Rock Creek. Yep. So just fingers crossed they have favorable weather next few days to button this up. Okay. yeah, good night, friends. Things are looking pretty good. Knock on wood. So, thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed story time and wind down time. I enjoyed it with you. Had to pass out. So remember, hang on. Yeah, we're okay. Thank you, mods, friends, donors, everybody who tuned in, who hit the like button. Remember to do that on your way out. And we'll be here. See you next time. Hopefully I could have much of the day to myself to try to do this preparation thing, catch up on the emails and whatever. We know how fire it tends to happen anyway, but I really need catch up time and to try to arrange this. So I'll be in touch. I'll tweet or I'll make a community post what to expect as soon as I know about it tomorrow. But thank you, friends. Love you all. Remember, you've done all that you can do. You've done all you can do. So just go to sleep. Go to sleep.